Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Just to be clear, that would be bad. You don't want to go floating in the void. Write that down for later. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Sunday. You'll notice I'm not saying Sunday Fun Day. That's because today doesn't seem like a very fun day. If I had to, I would say today is not going to be very fun. In fact, we're probably just going to be talking about Iran. If we get lucky, Iran won't take the entire stream, and then maybe I'll switch to talking about some other stuff. But till then, I'm going to do some shout-outs. Christopher DeBlante, Man to the Pivot, 1-2 in the YouTube chat. Frizzla, too late to get a medal. Ben Longstreth, also here. Trevor Borens, Fishbone, Matt Talica, Look Bovine, So Life, Arvin Trevino, Schmegli, The Green New Deal, and Kankuro on Twitch chat. And Kiska Sweetie Bell over on the YouTube vertical. Alright, I see at least got some people here already, just a few minutes into the stream. Like I mentioned, Iran today. Got a lot of developments since we last talked about this. I don't know how that could be possible, because it's like 12 hours ago. 15 hours ago, maybe, we were last talking about this. But here we are again. America. Let's go back in time. We're not going to dive right into it. You know what's happened. You've seen the title. Donald Trump saying the Iran attack will continue. 3 Americans killed in action. 9 Israelis dead as a result of the latest Iranian strikes. Oil prices skyrocketing over the last week. Green New Deal, thank you for the sunglasses. I probably need those. There we are. There they are. Thank you, Green New Deal. Okay, sunglasses time. Probably gonna need these. Let's go back a couple of days. To, I think this was Friday at the Majority Report. Maybe Thursday. Can't remember.
Trump has been musing about bombing Iran for what feels like 3 weeks. We already did this last year, and the administration claimed that they had obliterated their nuclear enrichment program. So if they had done so, how can they make the claim right now that they're just minutes away from having a nuclear weapon?
Immediately,
which
if not sooner.
Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel lobby and the defense industry, or I guess defense industry associated elected leaders have been saying they're minutes away from a nuclear bomb for like 30 years.
The day after the Oppenheimer tested his bomb.
Yeah, they were just
They've
like
been like a week away.
How can we channel this energy? Also interesting, Oppenheimer's views on I think Zionism were, I might be misremembering it. I don't want to go down the tangent. Regardless, so here's Caitlin Collins asking JD Vance about that that very question.
And
Can you explain to the American people why the United States would need to strike Iran to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon if the United States obliterated their enrichment program last summer?
Well, I'm not going to make any news on Iran today, Caitlin. I'll let the president make those announcements. As you know, he is sending 2 of his best negotiators to Geneva tomorrow in order to continue to try to strike the best deal possible for the American people. But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot.
2 of Donald Trump's best negotiators. His golfing buddy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Oh, they're going to negotiate their dicks
weapon
off.
If they try to rebuild the nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do
How did that
exactly
go, by the way?
So the president.
How did that negotiating go, by the way? This was like Thursday. This is like 4 days ago. JD, look, we got our best negotiators on. We got our 2 best boys. Okay? We got Steve, we got Jared. All right? They were top of the pledge class, and they're going to get in there, and they're going to make peace happen. Okay, bro? So, settle down. No need to worry. Iran
Sending those
is
negotiators
covered.
to try to address that problem. As the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well. On
So didn't answer the question at all. Now maybe Markwayne Mullin, senator, will answer. Also asked here by Collins. This is just a good question as Brian's pulling it up. It's so farcical here. Here she is with similar line of questioning with Mullin.
Arabia, out of UAE, out of Kuwait.
I think people see the risks for sure, obviously, of nuclear-armed Iran. I think it's just hard sometimes to get your head around that we were told last summer it was obliterated, and now we're saying a strike might be necessary if the talks don't work.
But obliterating is much different than rebuilding it. They are perfectly trying to rebuild
What is
it. Why do you think
obliterated?
Rebuild it, it was obliterated.
Obliterated. They were blah 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 blah.
I'm saying, but why do you think China and Russia is?
But how can you rebuild it if it was obliterated?
I've already explained that. How do you rebuild your leg?
Did you? Did you? I feel like you didn't explain it. I need you to re-explain it. I need you to obliterate it. Okay,
Give me a
Markwayne?
joke. They are perfectly trying to rebuild it. Why do you think China
how can
and
you
Russia
rebuild
is
it if it
silent
was
on this?
obliterated?
But I'm just saying, but why do you think China and Russia is?
But how can you rebuild it if it was obliterated?
I've already explained that. How do you rebuild your legs after you shatter them? How do you rebuild a house after it's been knocked down by a tornado or a hurricane? You can rebuild things. The foundation may still be there. You can build a lot back on a foundation once the top of it's removed. And so the structure, if the structure of the foundation is there, they can start rebuilding.
Yeah, we'll see what the president decides. I do want to ask because
when Markwayne Mullin says, what do you do? How do you rebuild your legs after you shatter them? All I can imagine is Markwayne just sort of like floating like a genie over like a desert landscape while he picks up little shards of his legs as he prepares to rebuild them himself. It's fascinating.
So then I don't think you should use the term obliterated if they were able to rebuild it in less than a year.
If I obliterated my leg,
Yeah.
I would need a fake leg.
Yes.
There's no rebuilding my obliterated leg.
Right. Does he mean broken in many places? Okay, then you would need a cast or something to bring it back. Like they know that they have to work backwards from Trump's braggadociousness about the efficacy of those strikes.
Yeah, if they were so effective, why don't we just do an all-out war? It's so weird. And this feels like so long ago now, even though it was literally this week. I guess last week. Oh yeah, that's might as well be
the greatest
long
work of nonfiction
ago.
of the 20th century.
Might as well be the 20th century. I guess the way that you rebuild your legs after they've been obliterated, you rebliterate, right? It's from obliteration to rebliteration, right? Or you unbliterate them? I don't know. Something like that. I unbliterated them. Love Markwayne. Such a fascinating man. He always says such strange things. Like at this point, it's almost unfair. Like, we got a lot of Markwayne Mullins sound shots. This guy is constantly putting his foot in his mouth and saying some of the dumbest possible things imaginable. Now, of course, I don't know how we're going to re-obliterate any of the stuff in the Middle East now that it's being obliterated. Ay. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Please hold. Let me look at my list here. Something's wrong with... Something is out of whack. I'm looking at one thing and I'm looking at another. They don't line up. Everything's wrong.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
You had to get a new toilet years ago because you obliterated it. Well, hopefully we can solve that with a little bit of re-obliteration. That's tough. That's a tough situation. Wow. Toilet obliterated. Can't even imagine. It's gotta be tough. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to refresh my list, but I have a fucking massive list because I was actually planning a Sunday Fun Day. I had the naive idea that, like, maybe we would have, like, a normal Sunday Fun Day, and then I woke up and realized that that was a really dumb thing to think. I woke up and I realized you're very stupid. You know that?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Woke up, realized I'm very stupid. And then came to the conclusion that Sunday Fun Day is canceled, replaced with the new all-out war in the Middle East. Because that's good. Oh, aren't we all excited? I can see it on your faces right now. You're all so... Everyone in chat is so thrilled about this. I can tell. I can tell just how excited you are for this. Another Iraq, but with a larger and more powerful country. What a way to start the week, right? So good and so great. Hey, Frizzla with a super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much, Frizzla. Markwayne Mullet is definitely
Give me a
obliterated. Give me a joke, Frizzla. By the way, I just want to, since Frizzla just beautifully and generously donated on YouTube, I just want to remind everybody, or actually draw your attention to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Galactic deficit has been calculated this month. It's slightly higher than I would have liked, but as you can see, it's in the green right now. We're in green. It's not red alert situation. We've got a full month. 31 days. Which means we only need to raise like 15, 16 bucks, something like that, a day as of right now. So really, we're doing okay. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways to contribute to that, of course. Oh, for the love of God. You know, I have like a deficit of feeling right now. I feel like a cold shell of a man. Everything that's gone on recently, I'm broken inside. You guys think I'm okay? Oh God, no, everything's fine. Settle down. It's fine. I can feel feelings. I was just kidding. All right, let's go. Here. to Jordan, a neighboring country that's really not involved in any of this, that has wound up seeing some amount of damage in all this happening right now. This next clip is of a intercepted Iranian missile that fell from the sky and landed in somebody's home. Well, there you have it. Somebody's roof on fire, and now a lot heavier. Jesus Christ, this whole thing has devolved into it. I was literally saying this to somebody this morning, and then I saw a world leader actually repeated this exact thing, I think, to some degree, where I mean, this is immediately turned into a regional conflict. This is no longer a U.S., Israel, Iran thing. It immediately turned into a regional situation. Right? Where Iran has now struck multiple countries in retaliation due to the fact that the United States has military bases in every single one of these countries. Like, we have more military bases on the planet than anybody else by just a massive. I don't know the exact factor, but it's got to be like 100 to 1. It's got to be something ridiculous. And
This is ridiculous.
And so, like, honestly, but like, it still winds up causing issues for people in surrounding countries like Jordan and or the countries that happen to be hosting U.S. bases like Qatar or the UAE or Bahrain, right? Like all of these guys are getting hit right now, and justifiably, because they're hosting a military base. It's a legitimate military target. But it's drawing all these other countries into the conflict immediately. And it's causing lines to be drawn and all of these other things. You know, casualties that are, you know, otherwise people, it's just, this is all just fucked. U.S. soldiers dying already. Donald Trump doesn't seem to give a shit about that. All right, let's go here. PBS NewsHour special report from yesterday. I'm getting us slowly acclimated to this. We went back in time just because I feel like we need to recap some of this. You know, this is like it's like your Netflix, your Hulu, your Amazon video recap on the last episode. All right, now. What a shit.
And let's start with our foreign affairs and defense correspondent, Nick Schifrin. So, Nick, how did this conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran actually start? How did we get to this point?
With an unprecedented decision by President Trump to launch a joint U.S. or Israeli war to collapse the Iranian state. That's really how this started. Israeli and American officials described to me dozens of strikes on dozens of targets around the country. You can see the map there. The largest operation in Israeli history, using Israeli jets as well as American Tomahawks and jets. Israel primarily focused on Iran's leadership as well as missiles whose range can target Israel. The U.S. targeted shorter range missiles that can hit U.S. bases and allies. And the single most significant strike targeted the headquarters of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader for the last 37 years. President Trump announced his death and called it, quote, justice for the people of Iran, but also all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. So this was not the limited strike that was considered by the president or his aides, nor was this even limited to Iran's nuclear or missile program. This is a war to overthrow the Iranian regime, and not quick. The president himself admitted it could be days or weeks before this was done. There's no guarantee of success, and there's no knowing what will happen after that. But even some regional officials who were skeptical of this war before the war started, telling me tonight that now that the U.S. and Israel have started it, they need to see it through.
So, Nick, when it comes to that goal of potential regime change, how are U.S. officials making that case?
So President Trump basically addressed Iranians directly when speaking earlier today, and he said that this is a single opportunity for them, and he admitted it might not be easy for the U.S.
The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu echoed President Trump, speaking directly to the Iranian people.
Do not sit idly by, because soon your moment will come. The moment when you will be required to go out to the streets in your masses, to go out to the streets to complete the task and overthrow the regime of horrors that is embittering your lives.
That is a big ask, of course, Amna and Jeff, 1 month after the regime killed tens of thousands of protesters in the streets. One other thing, a senior administration official spoke to reporters this afternoon and added one additional argument that the U.S. assessed Iran was considering preemptive strikes on all of those U.S. assets in the region, even though those U.S. assets were just only recently deployed.
How has Iran responded to this, both militarily on the ground and then politically from Tehran's leadership?
You know, as you said, it's really an unprecedented response, not only because of the geographic range of the targets, but also the nature of the targets. Let's take a look at this map. Multiple regional officials confirmed to me Iranian strikes on targets in Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. And I want to show you two specific attacks. Those attacks from downtown Manama, Bahrain, and before that from Dubai and the United Arab Emirates, the first ever Iranian attacks on residential or hotel targets on Arab countries that make up the Gulf Cooperation Council. In addition, we've seen missile attacks on Tel Aviv and multiple missile attacks on U.S. bases, although a military official tells me that they've only had minimal damage.
We saw at least one strike on a naval base. It looked pretty significant. I could be wrong. The angle of it may have made it look exaggerated, I suppose, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe that line of everything's fine here. Now at the UN, United States, Iran, Israel, a number of other countries spoke. The UNSC, the United Nations Security Council, at a emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council. And the U.S. had some stuff to say. Iran rather objected to.
The United States strongly rejects this ridiculous and frankly farcical assertion that U.S. actions are inconsistent with international law. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted, quote, "Death to America," at every turn, at every opening of its parliament. It has sought to eradicate the state of Israel. It has waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder. It is responsible for a series of unprovoked armed attacks targeting the United States and Israel, violations of the UN Charter, and threats to international peace and security across the Middle East. It has even attempted to assassinate the U.S. president, President Trump. It has done so not only directly, but through its proxies seeking to hide and
There is no
mask
evidence
its
for that,
bad
dude.
actions while publicly.
I can't believe this guy is here saying this. That Iran tried to assassinate. They have no evidence for that shit. It's a fucking conspiracy theory that they have not proven whatsoever. They've shown zero evidence for this fucking farce. Oh, Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump, and that's why we're starting the war. Which thing is it? They keep throwing out all these different things. What is the reason for this exactly?
Claiming to be a victim. Iran's menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, our partners, our allies around the world. The United States has made every effort to negotiate a peaceful resolution of this conflict with Iran, but Iran has failed to take that opportunity.
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank
you. Iran's ambassador did not take kindly to those claims, the statements from Mike Walls, former national security advisor, now turned UN ambassador after completely screwing up that signal chat last year. I love how you can't fail enough in this new version of the Trump administration. Like the first version of the Trump administration, you can get fired for anything. This one, nothing can get you fired. Just at worst, it'll get you a new job. The only person, honestly, and actually, I gotta say, Elise Slotkin has got to be fucking so pissed off right now. Oh my god. Like, she doesn't get to do this in the UN, instead Mike Walls does after he completely bungled that signal chat situation. Oh my god. She's got to be furious. Now she's probably going to lose her seat in Congress. She's going to become completely irrelevant. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so good. Is it Elise or Alyssa? I always forget her goddamn name. Yes, that was him. That was Mike. Mike Walls was the signal chat guy. He lost his national security advisor job and became the UN ambassador. It's fascinating. Failing up over here. Failing up. Truly impressive. All right, this is from 21 hours ago. Oh, wait. Hold on. I should do this in a different order. Give me a second. Actually, I gotta do this with my phone. Sorry, everybody. Give me 2 seconds. All right. All right. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I just wanted to organize these slightly differently than I had them in order. It took me a few seconds to do that. Probably gonna have to be reorganizing these as I go because I've got so many different things to go through tonight, and it's still a fucking ever-evolving situation. I expect us to continue to have more and more developments on this situation as we go tonight, like yesterday. Would not be shocked. In fact, I'm fully predicting that at this point. All right. While we're talking diplomacy, let's go to the goddamn president of the United States. Talk about what Donald Trump had to say for Iran. Yesterday, around this time,
well, US President Donald Trump has responded to Iran's warning of a major response. He's posted on Truth Social. Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. He then wrote in all caps, they better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Manuel Rapello joins us live now from Washington, D.C. So, Manuel, just tell us more about what Donald Trump has been saying about the events of the past 24 hours and more.
Nick, the fact that President Trump in just the last hour took to Truth Social shows that he is still very much focused on these developments as they continue to unfold in Iran with Operation Epic Fury. The messaging has not changed, however. The primary narrative here from the Trump White House is that this was an operation, the operation itself in conjunction with the Israeli military was, quote, necessary to protect U.S. forces in the region, to deter any more Iranian threats, and to contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. Right now, what we can also point to are statements from late on Saturday from the Department of Homeland Security, which was putting embassies in the region on high alert, as well here domestically from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. FBI Director Kash Patel says that he's put the FBI's counterterrorism unit on high alert domestically over the potential for, or rather from over chatter from pro-Iranian groups on social media. So there is a concern here domestically over whether or not the United States is prepared to counter any possible attacks here domestically in the United States, given the fact that there's still questions over the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. So more questions. It's quite late in almost 2 in the morning here in Washington, D.C., but President Trump will surely be facing a lot more questions in the morning and as well as the coming days.
I understand reaction within political circles has been on partisan lines, but what about from the broader public? Because, of course, Donald Trump, he did campaign on the fact that, you know, no more wars. It's all about America, not going into having any foreign intervention.
President Trump is going to have a hard time convincing the American people that this was a military action that was in the best interest of the United States. Specifically, his base, which he rallied back in 2016, is saying that promising to, quote, stop racing to topple foreign regimes. Those are President Trump's own words. He campaigned in the last election very heavily on a platform of no foreign wars, of no prolonged conflicts, of not dragging the United States into quagmires like Iraq or the war in Afghanistan.
This seems like a quagmire. This already seems like a fucking quagmire right now. This looks and smells like a quagmire. Feels like a quagmire. Yep. I think it might be a quagmire. But Donald Trump is saying that he would use unprecedented force on Iran if they were to strike back. Spoiler alert, Iran did strike back today. while we're talking diplomacy, let's see what Canada's leader, Mark Carney, had to say. This is from yesterday.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada and our international partners have called consistently upon the Iranian regime to end its nuclear program, including at the G7 summit in Kananaskis and with the United Nations reimposition of sanctions this past September. We've sanctioned over 250 Iranian entities. We've listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. And despite numerous diplomatic efforts, Iran has neither fully dismantled its nuclear program, halted all enrichment activities, nor ended its support for regional terrorist proxy groups.
Ending all nuclear enrichment was never on the table to begin with. No one, literally, like, this is such wild framing coming from Mark Carney. Like, he comes out, he's like, they never did the thing that nobody asked, that basically nobody was saying that they needed to do. The JCPOA outlined a very strict regimen of inspections to prevent Iran from enriching to a point where they could use their nuclear material to turn it into a weapon. And the IAEA and the rest of the international community thought that was perfectly fine, aside from maybe Israel. And, like, this is such a what's the word? Disingenuous way to frame this.
Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against this oppressive regime. And we reaffirm Israel's right to defend itself. Canada supports the United States.
What is Israel defending itself from exactly, Mark? What are you talking about? This is insane. Don't know what Mark is talking about. Israel isn't defending themselves from anything. It's an offensive war. It is an offensive war being conducted by Israel and the United States. Israel's allowed to defend itself from the defensive attacks from Iran. Okay. Now, in the wake of all this, pro-Iranian protesters stormed the U.S. consulate in Pakistan. We talked about this yesterday. I wasn't sure if this was real or not because I was not getting any confirming reports from any outlets I was familiar with, but I can now say, in fact, this was real. So this is in Karachi, Pakistan. U.S. consulate. You can clearly see people are attempting to get inside, it would seem. Well, it's not clear. I believe multiple people were killed at these protests by the police. I don't have a story on that, but I could have sworn that I saw a headline on this. I just don't have a video for you on that. Meanwhile, of course, Pakistan is waging a war against Afghanistan. Something we've been talking about in recent days. Started on like Thursday. 24 hours before the Iran war started. Now Qatar has seen attacks from Iran as a result of its alliance with the United States and the U.S. military base that happens to be there. This next one's from Al Jazeera.
Live pictures here in Doha once again, where we've heard missiles being intercepted this morning. You can see the impacts of that with smoke billowing there on the horizon as cars still on the roads. Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashimi is Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he says that Qatar reserves the right to respond to the attacks.
In the name of God the Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest possible terms these ballistic missile attacks and considers this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement that it reserves its full right to respond in accordance with international law and with the Charter of the United Nations in proportion to the size of the attacks in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its higher interests.
Well, as we mentioned, Iran is targeting US assets in the Gulf region for a second day. Several loud blasts have been heard in Dubai and, of course, here in Doha, the capital of Qatar, from where Axel Izamovich is standing by and has the very latest. So, Axel, the Qataris have said there were dozens of missiles and drones launched against the country yesterday and overnight, and those strikes now continuing this morning.
Yeah, that's correct, Nick. We've seen another wave of attacks coming from Iran. In the past hour or so, we heard at least 10 explosions over the Qatar's capital, Doha. But what we understand that there is a plume of smoke rising from the industrial area. That's the neighborhood here in Doha. But we don't know what exactly caused that plume of smoke. It could be a falling debris, it could be one of the missiles. But at this point, we don't understand what actually happened over there. But from this vantage point, Nick, I have to mention that those explosions that we heard this morning, they were very, very loud. And
yeah, well, I have a theory on what those sounds were. Let's go here to this next one. This is Channel 4 News at the Dubai airport. Jesus Christ. This whole, like I said, this whole situation is really devolving very, very quickly. You're seeing commercial targets getting hit, airports, oil tankers today. We'll get to that later. I think we could have probably. I think the United States and Israel could have predicted this, considering all the intelligence we supposedly have. I feel like we could have predicted this sort of response. In fact, Iran literally said that they would respond in this fashion. If we were to do the sort of thing that we're doing now, like assassinating the supreme leader of the country. And people are fairly upset about that, at least some people.
They came out in their thousands, dressed in black, weeping and holding portraits of the late Ali Khamenei. They filled Inqilab Square in Tehran. Many in shock, their grief palpable.
We lost our dearest person, we lost our elder, we lost our master. We gathered here because of this. I don't know what to say, really.
We kept saying from last night until the morning, it's a lie. Unfortunately, it was the truth.
Many are also demanding retaliation after Israel killed Khamenei.
It was shocking news that really fills one with anger, full of hatred towards Israel and America. We must avenge the blood of the leader.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has declared what it calls its most intense offensive operation yet, saying it will continue to target Israel and US military bases in the region.
I'm telling Trump and Netanyahu, these two filthy criminals and their agents, very openly and transparently, you have crossed our red line and must pay the price.
Explosions have been had in Israel and several countries.
Okay, that's where we're going to break that off. But those were the Associated Press and Al Jazeera there showing some of the response on the ground in Iran. Of course, it's not a monolith in Iran politically. There's a fractured political environment there, but there's, at least as you can see, some untold number of people on the streets of Iran protesting Israel's and the United States' actions and simultaneously mourning the loss of their leader, as controversial as he may be. Tony Drummer Boy. Someone I don't think I've ever seen chat in here before with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you very much, Tony. Our leader's out going to get us all unalived.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Let's go here. Keep talking about the fallout from the assassination of the leader of a sovereign nation state with France 24 English.
He's a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar and the director of the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. Hello to you, Mehran. How are you seeing things this Sunday as they're unfolding rather quickly? Are we at the point of dramatic escalation?
We appear to be. We're either at a point of dramatic escalation or de-escalation.
Importantly, for a few hours after the Iranian authorities confirmed Khamenei's death, there were no missile strikes on Israel. And there was a sense that probably the hostilities are about to be over. But then we've seen that there have been successive strikes on Israel and on a number of the states here in the Persian Gulf, including Qatar, where I'm located. So it does appear as if the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, at least, is trying to prove that it is staying true to its words and that it is going to retaliate massively in one form or another.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we also haven't heard from Iranian proxies in the region. Do you think that could change?
Well, interesting you should mention that. Hezbollah had said that if Ali Khamenei was personally threatened, then they would spring into action. And so far, there's been no action, probably because Hezbollah is militarily depleted and not in a position to do anything. There's a couple of militia groups that Iran continues.
Also, Hezbollah has been completely under assault. I mean, France 24 doesn't really talk about it very much at all. But there's been the Israeli strikes. We've been talking about them. They've been ongoing throughout the entire ceasefire, the supposed, the fake ceasefire in Gaza. They've been doing strikes in Lebanon, in mostly southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah happens to be. Right? They're basically still fighting a war without fighting a war. They're just taking casualties, and because they're supposed to be in a ceasefire too, right? Last year there was a ceasefire agreed. Was it 2020? When was it? It was like 2025. Ceasefire was negotiated between Hezbollah and Israel, and they're supposed to be done. And Israel never actually left southern Lebanon. Have continued to do strikes in the area, and continued to claim that there's a ceasefire going on the same way that they're doing in Gaza. Hezbollah really hasn't been fighting back. From everything I've seen, there's been like 0 Israeli casualties in Lebanon. So, I mean, that's... I just want to point that out, because honestly, France 24's coverage of the Middle East is usually terrible. We go to France 24 a lot. I appreciate them for most things. When they get to the Middle East, everything just goes awry over there. Prisla with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. Thank you, pal. I want to underline the fact that these people demonstrating in Mourning there are a minority in Iran. Most hate the Ayatollah and the U.S. alike. Yes, I think that's a completely fair point to make, and I think I was trying to make that point myself. That basically, yeah, it's a very fractured political environment. The Ayatollah is not a great guy. A lot of bad stuff about that. I'm not a fan of theocracy in general. Much more a fan of freedom and democracy. But there are people there who are supporters of him. Donald James X using a membership message highlight over on YouTube. We live in troubled times. Everyone take care of yourselves. Yes, indeed. Can't agree more, everybody. Take care of yourselves. All right, let's keep going through these. This whole thing has really derailed the weekend, and I know I shouldn't be complaining about that, but I had some good Sunday Fun Day videos for us tonight that I was hoping to use to lift our spirits heading into another, what would have, I assumed, been another terrible week, regardless of the Iran situation. Now we don't get that. I'm not anticipating us getting a lot of Sunday Fun Day in today. I'm sorry. Aww. I'm sorry. Don't blame me. I'm just the messenger. Well, speaking of Iran vowing revenge for the death of its supreme leader, despite what Donald Trump said about his using unprecedented force never before seen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They responded in Israel. We already saw We saw one strike yesterday.
I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv, and you can see behind me here, there's actually a big crater in the ground where the missile hit, and the building behind me is absolutely destroyed. This entire area is completely massively hit. You can see the first responders. They are trying to help the wounded. There are dozens of wounded here, but there's also someone who was killed, they say. Now, this is just the latest barrage of strikes from Iran that came into Israel Saturday night, and these are retaliatory strikes from Iran after the United States and Israel launched their offensive against Iran early Saturday morning, saying that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon, and calling on the Iranian people, saying that the time was now that the government was theirs to take. Now, it's unclear what is going to happen in the next few days. Israelis and the rest of the region are just bracing.
It's almost like Donald Trump wasn't operating on any of the fucking intelligence. Because Iran, ahead of all of this, literally set up an entire line of succession that didn't exist before in anticipation of exactly something like this happening. Which is why seizing the government, as Donald Trump is saying, it's just not a thing. I don't know how they're going to do that. And what I worry about right now, considering everything and the history of U.S. involvement in a regime change in the Middle East, is that we get like another Syria, right? Where we start funding groups that turn into, I don't know, ISIS, perhaps, you know, stuff like that. I worry about. I mean, there's plenty of other problems that are obviously come about with this, but when we're talking about Donald Trump saying that people should be doing a regime change, I worry that that turns into CIA money getting funneled to radicals on the ground with zero vetting, which turns into an even more bloody sectarian conflict and problems into the future. Right? It's just history. It's just literally history of U.S. involvement in the Middle East. We've done it before, and it feels like a combination of multiple conflicts already, from my opinion. It's like a combination of Iraq and Syria right now, which, in my opinion, not a great start. Not a great start, if you ask me. I would have not started at all. If anybody had been asking me, I would have said maybe we don't do this. Just full stop. All right, let's keep going through these. Back in Iran, more explosions seen in what appear to be residential areas. Here's the AP from 18 hours ago. Jesus Christ, look at the size of that explosion. Jeez, oh my God. For fuck's sake. That is massive. Makes these buildings look tiny. Good God. It's the size of like multiple city blocks. Hundreds and hundreds of yards in the air. Oh my God. The Trumpstein War.
Are you still talking about
Yes,
Jeffrey
indeed.
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Whenever something like this happens, I look through my list and ask myself, what aren't we talking about today? And Epstein would have been one of the things. Would have, in fact, we would have been talking about how Donald Trump, a Donald Trump accuser disappeared from the files, among other things. Not saying they're connected, but they could be. All right. From Iran. Actually, we don't need this next one, do we? Let's stay in Iran with this same strike. Sorry, some of these are still out of order.
Israel is bombing Iran's capital for a second day. Large explosions have been heard across Tehran. Israel's military says it's carrying out what it's calling a broad wave of strikes in the heart of the Iranian capital. The U.S. and Israel launched coordinated strikes across Iran on Saturday, accusing Tehran of advancing its nuclear program. The Red Crescent says hundreds of people have been killed. We have a team of correspondents covering this breaking news story for us in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and here in Doha. But first, we are going to go to Mohammed Val, who joins us now live from Tehran. Mohammed, Iranian media, and we have been hearing throughout the morning explosions reported in the capital, Tehran. What are you hearing and seeing where you are now?
Yes, Marlene, we've been witnesses to those strikes just less than 2 hours ago. And unusually, because during the last couple of days, the strikes were around Tehran, but not in the middle of the city. But today, it's a different scenario. We've seen that firsthand, very close to the places where we were. And the news that we have so far is that several locations have been hit, including some around the airport of Mehrabad, which is the second most important airport in the country. It is in Tehran. But there is no specific information about those targets, whether they are security places or whether they are military. But the understanding is that they are all linked to the army, the Iranian army, and also the other facilities that have to do with the government. So this is really a new stage in this campaign, because people haven't seen the heart of Tehran, at least since the beginning of this campaign, being hit so hard, and that shows that the campaign.
Like, this is clearly a residential area, right? I'm not the only person. I'm not the only person that sees this as being a residential area. So it's not just Iran who's doing illegal residential. I mean, nobody should be striking residential areas, but it's clearly happening on both sides. Good people, both sides.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Is getting closer and closer to many places that were considered safe before, including hotels, major hotels, major malls and facilities and so on. These have to do with the lives of ordinary people. So people are more afraid now than ever before, because this campaign is getting very close to their homes, very close to their interests and to the places where they should go resort for asking for, looking for food or provisions or anything else. And that gives an idea about the intentions and purposes of this campaign. Some are talking about messages, strong messages to the leadership and also to the people, those people who are still in doubt about the intent and about the objectives of this campaign.
Yeah, Tehran has already been dealing with a lot of stuff, as we've talked about. We're talking about for actually months leading into this. As Tehran is almost about to be evacuated leading into 2026. Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, was saying that literally 15 million people from Tehran might have to be evacuated due to the water crisis that was going on there. Said that if it didn't rain, everybody would have to pack up and leave the city.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And now they're getting bombed. All right, let's go back to Israel. The Associated Press from 15 hours ago. See how some people are reacting to the death of the supreme leader of Iran. I think the situation borders on madness. Our leadership is extremely unstable. And entering this war, not that addressing threats to Israel isn't necessary, but entering this war will bring us severe troubles for our continued existence here. And will undermine our existence here even more. It's already unstable. It's been unstable for a long time. What do you mean? It's a great situation. We finally attacked the Iranians. And soon we'll have quiet here for another 50, 60, 70, 100 years. It couldn't be better than this. Wow, it couldn't be better than this, he says. Fascinating. All right, what's this next one? BBC 15 hours ago. How Ayatollah Ali Khamenei became Supreme Leader of Iran. Ooh, a historical from BBC. Fascinating. Oh, you know what I'm going to do, since we're an hour into the stream right now. As we do it every single day. I don't even know what to call this goal. I don't even know what to call the goal. It's probably a sign I shouldn't even start one. Screw it. Screw it. No content goal tonight. No content goal tonight. But just a reminder, please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. And right now, of course, best way to do that.
Nadiavec just subscribed for 6 months. My personal doomsday has been accompanied by the beginning of World War III. I so very much regret having been caught on the side of the neoliberal, neoconservative, neo-Nazi, neo-Confederate, neo-fascist, plutocratic, theocratic, catascopocratic, kakistocratic pedophilocracy.
Yes, we do find ourselves in a terrible time right now, don't we, Nadia? Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub.
In Iran and across the world, some people have been celebrating the news of the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Witnesses say some Iranians took to the streets in Tehran, the nearby city of Karaj, and the central city of Isfahan to celebrate after reports of Khamenei's death emerged. Look at this. These are scenes on the streets of North London in Golders Green. Iranians rallied on Saturday evening. The street was brought to a standstill, and eyewitnesses described it as pandemonium and jubilation. There are similar scenes in Los Angeles as well. Hundreds waved pre-revolutionary Iranian flags as news spread of the death of Iran's leader, who had been in power for almost 4 decades. Well, since being selected as Iran's supreme leader by a council of clerics in 1989, Ayatollah Khamenei has maintained a firm grip on Iran's politics and its armed forces, often suppressing challenges to the ruling system through the use of violence. Our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley has this assessment of his time as leader.
Ayatollah Khamenei had the final say on everything in Iran, the most powerful figure in the country, who saw himself as God's representative on earth.
Okay. Considering the way this is starting off, I just want to give everybody a quick disclaimer on this video. Nothing that is going to be said during this biopic of Ayatollah Khamenei is going to justify what has been done here. Nothing could possibly be said about Ayatollah Khamenei that is true could possibly justify this fucking invasion. Okay? It's insane. This offensive war has no justification. There was no preemptive strike. It was just a strike. It was just an offensive strike. It's fucking insane.
He came to power in 1989 after the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, who'd founded the Islamic Republic 10 years earlier, becoming political and religious leader for life. Ali Khamenei is said to have been his preferred choice of successor, and he continued its antagonism towards the West. He'd grown up in the holy city of Mashhad and became a cleric at a young age, but not one of huge consequence. And as supreme leader, he had to build his power base. He did so by aligning himself with Iran's hardline military force, the Revolutionary Guard. In 1997, when a moderate cleric, Mohammad Khatami, was elected president, Ayatollah Khamenei overruled his attempts to reform the system. It was he, not the president, who would decide the nation's fate. In 2009 came the first major challenge to his regime. Mass protests in response to a presidential election that many Iranians felt was stolen by the system in favour of a conservative candidate. The regime responded with deadly force, crushing the demonstrations, provoking international alarm. Then came an even bigger threat to the Islamic Republic, an uprising led by women, challenging one of the pillars of the regime, the compulsory hijab. It was sparked by the death of a young woman in custody, and again the response was a brutal crackdown. Ayatollah Khamenei blamed the unrest, as he always did, on outsiders, Iran's old enemies, the US, and of course Israel. But he was
honestly, all three countries just mentioned, United States, Israel, and Iran are, I mean, Iran is of course the most theocratic, I suppose, but all three of these countries, I mean, the United States is becoming a theocracy right now as we speak, considering who's running it. And it's just, oh God, I hate the way that they frame all of this. Like, they're absolutely right. They're absolutely right about this stuff, right? Like, I object to what, to women being repressed, not having the right to, to drive or, to wear whatever the fuck they want. All those things. I also reject the United States taking away women's right to access healthcare, right? All these anti-abortion fucking, like, psychos who want women to be chained to the oven, making them sandwiches all the fucking time. Like, it's just a different version of the same fucking thing. And, like, it doesn't justify what we're doing right now. In the same way that it doesn't, Iran wouldn't be justifying invading us and attacking us for all of that shit. They did drop the hijab policy. I know, it's true. We talked about that earlier in the year. I'm sorry. Sorry if I didn't mention that while I was talking about this, but I guess it really was sort of irrelevant to what I was trying to say because of the fact that it's, once again, I mean, that makes it even less a viable reason, right? The fact that some of these repressions, some of these things have in fact gone away. Not entirely, of course, not even close. But it's once again, it's just not justifiable, regardless. It's just some new neo-colonialist war. And it's pissing me off, and I can't keep going through this because I know what this is. I know what this is all gonna be right now. You can already feel it. Frizzla with another sweet super chat. Thank you so much, Belle. Thanks for always shining a light on the important issues, GSL. I love the small, close-knit community we have here, yet your channel deserves 1,000 times more subscribers. Wow, stay the same. I'll do my best. 1,000 times more subscribers? That'd be like 1.5 million subscribers. I'd be into that. I will do my best. Stay real, down to space, as always. All right, let's go here. CNN, 16 hours ago. Iran retaliation. Commercial area of Dubai hit in latest attacks. It's a fucking insane weekend. I'm like losing my mind right now, people. Like I have, like I literally the last like, I don't know how many days it's been now, but like I've been really struggling to get to sleep. Like I get done with the stream and I just look at the news of like what's happened while I've been streaming and I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ, you gotta be kidding me. Eventually I get to sleep in like the afternoon, it feels like most days now. Wake up and have like a couple hours to prepare myself for dealing with everything I've missed while sleeping, all the horrors, just waking to this every single day, just like the onslaught of this, just unrelenting onslaught. And my feed is like highly, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. My brain just broke. Focused on news. Highly focused on news. Like I've unsubscribed from all of my non-news channels just so that I asked do not recommend this to me to like basically everything that's not news. Just so that I get bombarded with news, right? Like whenever I open my YouTube app, it's always news because that's my job. And that's what I use YouTube for information. All right, CNN, here we go. More
Panic,
insanity.
chaos and injuries at the Dubai airport overnight. And a Shahed drone striking a luxury hotel in Dubai's Palm Jumeirah.
Oh my God.
We're seeing the Middle East absorb a wave of Iranian retaliation. Strikes are hitting countries that host U.S. military bases and reaching a port in Dubai. It's one of the largest and busiest ports in the Middle East. For how Gulf states are reacting, let's go to CNN's Paula Hancock's in Dubai. So Paula, bring us the latest. How are they reacting to this?
Well, Pamela, we've really seen no let-up in the retaliation from Iran to many of these Gulf nations, and the reaction from the governments is one of anger. These are Gulf nations who, for the most part, had said that their military bases could not be used if there were to be this US-Israeli attack on Iran. They have said that their airspace could not be used. They had also been lobbying the US president behind the scenes and quite publicly not to take the military route, but to continue with diplomacy. So countries here in the Gulf really felt like they had distanced themselves with what has happened over the past 24, 36 hours, but it doesn't appear to have made any difference. Iran's still carrying out these retaliatory attacks, missiles and drones coming into these Gulf nations, nations which are very unaccustomed to being part of this kind of large, unprecedented military attack. This here in Dubai, I mean, this is an international...
Yeah, a lot of these nations, a lot of these Arab nations over here have been sitting pretty for a long time. To some degree, they've had the protection of the United States, U.S. bases all over the region. They have all that oil money sitting around. You know, everything's been great. Because Iran hasn't, blamed them, essentially, at least not in such a kinetic way as this until now, because, of course, we have a completely unprecedented situation where the United States just openly assassinated the leader of Iran. Like, all of this is just unprecedented. We've thrust ourselves into something I don't think anybody at the White House is actually, like, the comprehension of.
Global hub. This is a global commerce hub. It is an area where tourists come. And certainly it is very unprecedented to see people rushing to parking lots. There are no air raid shelters officially here, but trying to get away from the incoming missiles. Now, just in the UAE alone, they have said, and this is several hours ago, so this number will be higher now, at least 137 missiles, 200 plus
Okay, I feel like this is a response to me because this is what I just said, and this is I'm not talking about Iran. Just to be clear, Mary, I'm not talking about Iran. I'm not saying Iran's been sitting pretty. They're also not an Arab nation. That just to be clear, Iran is Persian. So when I talk about Arab nations, I'm talking about, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. Some of these guys, aside from excluding Yemen, I guess, they've been having a tough time down there. But I am not talking about Iran. They are Persian. Hence the Persian Gulf.
Drones have been intercepted by the defense systems here. Now, we have been hearing from officials that they do have strong air defense systems, that they are able to intercept what is coming in from Iran. But as I say, there is across the Gulf nations been strong condemnation against Tehran that they have been targeted. Some also saying that they reserve the right to retaliate. When questioned, though, those officials do not enlarge on what they mean by that. We did hear one Emirati official saying they are not just going to sit by idly and watch this happen. But it is not clear at this point, apart from the defensive nature of what they are doing, what more they could do against these strikes.
Let me bring in Reem bint Ibrahim al-Hashimi. She's the Member of State for International Cooperation for the UAE. And Reem, thank you for joining us from Dubai this morning. It is hard to overstate just how shocking these images are to UAE residents who are used to this country being a beacon of safety and stability, as Iran now threatens the, quote, heaviest offensive in its history following the supreme leader's death. Can you give us the very latest on the scope and scale of the targets and casualties so far, and what more the UAE is bracing for today?
Thank you very much, Becky, for having me, and thank you for your program as well. It's a really unprecedented time for us. This is something we've tried to avoid in the last couple of weeks and months as we had encouraged dialogue and de-escalation. Unfortunately, we're at a situation right now where Iran has, through very unjustifiable and very unlawful measures, taken attacks not just to the UAE, but also to the rest of the Gulf and beyond. That is something that we do not accept. We have one of the best defense systems in the world, and we are confident that we will be able to continue to support our infrastructure and protect the people who live here. I know it's a scary time for a lot of the residents. You had mentioned that, because you're right, we don't hear these types of loud sounds, but at the same time, those are sounds of interception. And where there has been damage, that has been primarily debris. And so I do think it is.
Now, I don't know. I'm trying to do the math on this. I think I may have these out of order. I threw these together today. Oh, and also just a apology ahead of time. This is a pre-apology to all the benefactors, second tier patrons over there on Patreon. I'm sorry, I did not update the benefactor list again today. I had it on my fucking to-do list and I didn't do it. And I still started like hours later than I wanted to tonight. So just know that I feel shitty about that ahead of time. Oh God. But what I was trying to say about this is that I'm not sure, like, because of like how much time I had to prepare for tonight. I think this may have been before the strike on the airport, although I could be wrong. But the airport strike, I believe there were casualties at that airport strike. I think at least one person died, and like dozens were, like at least more than like a dozen people were injured. I could be wrong. It's all just a blur right now. It's all just a blur to me right now, but I could have sworn. But once again, I don't know when this interview is done.
Important.
So, but not just debris. Not just debris. Humans. human casualties.
Reaffirm to the people of the UAE, both expatriates but also nationals alike, that we have one of the best air-to-missile defense systems in the world, and that we are doing everything to ensure that we continue to be safe and secure.
These threats from Iran had been telegraphed should they be attacked by the US. They were on Saturday morning. The threats were on US bases, effectively, around this region and in the UAE. These strikes have been wider than that. I note the attacks, for example, on sort of hotels and civilian infrastructure in the UAE. How much worse do you fear this could get, and what is your sense of the targeting here?
So however way they want to move, we will be ready for that. We, of course, do not want further escalation. We are calling for calm and measured responses. But by the same token, as you noted earlier, over 137 ballistic missiles, over 200 drones.
Yeah, and Iran's drones have been really causing a lot of problems for defense systems across the region. Overwhelming these interceptors intended mostly for missiles, right? But if you start launching a whole bunch of low-cost drones along with missiles, they get overwhelmed and things start making their way through these defense systems. That's why we're seeing some of these strikes actually landing, hitting their targets, it would seem. I wonder what the oh no. This is one of the funniest things I've seen all day. Oh god, sassy. Well played. Well played. I wonder what the FIFA Peace Prize board thinks of all of this. It's a great question. I too wonder. What's his name? Johnny Versace? I forget his last name. Johnny Infantino. What's Infantino's got what's the old Infantino got to say about this, huh? Buddy. Just wondering for a friend. Just wondering for a friend. Are you gonna? Will we be revoking the Peace Prize? The FIFA Peace Prize. He's not gonna do that. You got 2026 FIFA. Got the World Cup to worry about right now. They don't have time. It's spring. It's almost spring. They don't have time. This thing's about to start. It's about to go off. The World Cup's about to go off. He's got no time to be rescheduling events. Johnny, it's all about the money. He's the director of FIFA. What else would he care about? Football? Or ethics? Peace?
For more on what's happening across the region in Tel Aviv, we have Alon Pincus, a former Israeli diplomat who's joining us, and in studio, Luciano Zaccara, a Middle East analyst and Iran analyst. Luciano, I want to start with you because we're seeing the beginnings of this leadership council take shape. How important is that for Iran and the stability that it has at the moment?
I think it's very important, and I think that they are following all the steps they already decided in advance. I mean, Iran knew that Khamenei was a target and that eventually this would happen, and they wanted to prevent the vacuum of power that would destabilize the country, and they wanted to make sure that all the steps were followed accordingly in order to guarantee a smooth transition. And I think that these are the steps that they have been followed, and they are going to achieve what they want. Even though many senior figures of the military establishment, they are being killed, even Shamkhani or people that they have political positions, they have been eliminated. But I think that this shows that What is not important is the figure who is going to be elected, but the way in which the different organizations within the regime hold together and they all go through the same lines without defecting from the regime. That is what Trumps expect to happen.
Because that is the point, isn't it? The point of having the structure of power in Iran the way that it is so that it can withstand something along these lines.
Exactly. The structure has been there, and even after June, when many figures also were eliminated, remain untouched. And now the political figures are being eliminated, and still the regime will stand. Khamenei lately was more an arbiter rather than a final decision maker in Iran. This is something very important to understand. Iran has been always a collective way of making decisions with a more important figure that was Khamenei, but there was always needed consensus between the different elected and non-elected institutions, the Council of the Expediency Council, the Security Council, now the Defense Council. All these councils participate in the decision-making process on what is going on now.
And Alan, I want to go to you in Tel Aviv on what's happening here and the fact that Iran is working so quickly to replace the leadership that has been lost. It surely won't come as a surprise to Israel that plans were in place for this. But will it be something that they will be concerned about if they are able to just continually replace and prop back up all of these institutions in quick succession? Obviously, that makes getting rid of this regime a lot harder of a task.
Well, naturally, Riley, because it makes the regime change premise unviable or not feasible. Look, there is a tendency to look at dictatorships in the same way as if you eliminate the dictator, you eliminate the dictatorship. You eliminate Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, Libya disintegrates. You eliminate Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Iraq disintegrates. You eliminate Bashar Assad in Syria, Syria disintegrates. But in Iran, as Luciana was alluding to, it's not just a dictatorship. It's also an Islamic revolution. It's ideological. It has a structure. It has a hierarchy. It has a coalition of like-minded, but nonetheless somewhat different factions that need to reach not necessarily a consensus, but some kind of understanding, which is why, as much as Iran's regime is going to be weakened by this, assuming this goes on, this Israeli-American or American-Israeli operation goes on, even though there are indications that the Americans are looking for a way out, but that's beside the point. Maybe we can get to that. There's no question about it that you cannot induce regime change via missiles and airplanes.
Yeah, we've tried that before, and it turned into 20 years and trillions of dollars spent. And as a result of that, now we have all of these military bases all across the Middle East that have become targets. All of this is of our making. And we can all predict what was going to happen when we did this. Many of us were predicting that stuff like this this is literally going to happen. I mean, Iran literally came out and said that they were going to do this if the United States went ahead and did exactly what we did. I mean, honestly, we went even further than I think anybody even thought we would. But I knew it was going to be bad. We've been talking about the military buildup for weeks.
To be a bottom-up enterprise, and I don't see that happening. I see, at least for the foreseeable future, I don't know how this is going to end. I don't know if this is going to escalate. I don't know how long or the duration of this war is going to be, 2 days, 12 days, or 22 days. Really, I don't know. But if the regime changes, I go back to your question, Riley, it is a major setback to anyone who falsely thought that if you just attack Tehran, if you just bomb more targets, the regime will fall. That's not going to happen.
Well, I can't let you leave that hanging in the air here, Alan. What makes you think that America would already be looking for a way out of this?
because I think there's a divergence of interests between Israel and the U.S. Israel wants to see a regime change, and Israel wants to see the U.S. Induce or affect that regime change. And if you will, Israel is wagging the American dog. Netanyahu is wagging Mr. Trump. The U.S. on the other side, from
I gotta say, it would almost be more insane for us to just immediately try and get out of this. Considering this is the largest buildup in the Middle East in the last 20 fucking years, and we just assassinated the leader of this country. For them to think that this is like another, like, we've been talking about how they thought that this is going to be another Venezuela this whole time. It's not. But it's a fascinating thought to think of the United States just thinking, screw it. Screw it. Just get out. Okay, yeah. Screw it. It would probably be the best outcome if we just said, actually, we're leaving. This was a bad idea. We're sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We've made a huge, tiny mistake, and we're leaving. So sorry for bothering you.
How rude.
All right, now more Iranian government supporters were seen in the streets earlier on Sunday. Death to America. Death to America.
Fuck yeah!
Honestly, valid. Valid. I mean, look at what we've done. We just showed up and murdered their leader. And now we're talking about okay, we're gonna leave, actually. What about all those protesters we cared about? Like, what is such a fucking fractured and incoherent logic behind what we're even doing? Like, as somebody who's supposed to be a political critic, I look at this situation, I say, what am I critiquing? What exact? I mean, I feel like I sound like the fucking Democrats right now. I literally look at it and I ask myself, what am I critiquing? And I say, okay, what is the reasoning that they've given us for why they're doing this? And they've given us 17 different reasons. Oh, it's the Iran-Contra thing. You know, it's the oil. I think somebody mentioned the oil at one point. I can't remember now. But like, you know, they went back to like the 60s and the 70s. And they were talking about the current protests. Mike Walls just said it has something to do with Donald Trump. And it's some sort of attempted assassination, like on Donald. Regime change. What is it? What is it? I literally don't even know why we're doing this. It's not clear. Because Donald Trump wanted to, I don't know, he was looking at Israel doing all this genocide. Felt like he was not involved enough, I guess. He wanted to feel like a big man. Some sort of Napoleon complex. Using the entire force of the U.S. military to enact some sort of fucking hell, narcissistic desire.
Iranians took to the streets of Tehran on Sunday, mourning the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in US-Israel airstrikes a day before. We are going to rip them apart, hold these people accountable. We're going to rip them apart. They're being out of line. Martyrdom is our honor. It's our right and our leaders' unquestionable right to be martyred, but they're being out of line. Israel's military said on Sunday it launched a broad wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran. Iran's state media confirmed Khamenei had been killed in the military campaign to overthrow the government of the Islamic Republic. Under Iran's constitution, the supreme leader is appointed by the Assembly of Experts, an 88-member clerical body. The supreme leader holds ultimate power in Iran, acting as a commander-in-chief of the armed forces. An advisor to Khamenei said a temporary leadership council would be set up, and the next leader is chosen. 2 US sources and a US official familiar with the matter said Israel and the US timed their attack on Saturday to coincide with a meeting Khamenei was holding with top aides.
So yeah, I mean, as I've already said, Iran seems to have has created a complete line of succession, at least. I believe that there's been an announcement of a plan for appointing a new supreme leader, an official one. Right now, there's just an interim one. But this, if they thought that just decapitating the theocracy in Iran by killing the Ayatollah was gonna just cause this like mass uprising and for people to like seize power and there'd be this massive like power vacuum with which to seize upon, like they were clearly wrong in that belief, because Iran had already foreseen this and there was already a power structure ready to soak up the casualties, essentially. I mean, because multiple leaders were like assassinated, right? It was like a dozen leadership, including the Ayatollah. Okay, just a reminder, everybody, here, normally we'd be taking a galactic intermission about now. We usually do it somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours into the stream. Try and segment these things, but due to everything ongoing, this being a developing situation that we're covering, I'm going to continue to not take our normal breaks and go to the break screen and play music for everybody to kind of decompress for a few minutes until we come back to things. We're just going to stay on this, I'm afraid. But since that's always my opportunity to remind everybody to both follow on Twitch and or subscribe on YouTube, I'm going to take that opportunity right now. Follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, and the like button as well. It all really helps me out. And while you're doing those things, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on the vertical stream. Twitch with the bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, PayPal. Throne, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. All right, people, right back to it. Now to Al Jazeera from 14 hours ago. Briefing, day 2 of U.S. and Israeli war with Iran. Yes, recap for us, please. Please.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
I'm David Enders, and this is The Take. As Israel's war on Gaza continues, we're coming to you on Sundays with a weekly roundup. This week, 151 days into a ceasefire, Israel has killed at least 618 Palestinians in Gaza. Israel and the United States are attacking Iran and have killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the country's supreme leader. Today is Sunday, March 1st. Israel has killed more than 72,082 Palestinians in Gaza since October 7, 2023. On Saturday morning, the United States and Israel began multiple waves of strikes across Iran, killing an unknown number of people, though early reports suggest the deaths are in the hundreds and include children, some of whom were at school when the strikes began. Early Sunday morning, Iran confirmed that its supreme leader, 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was among the dead. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reported from Tehran.
We are expecting actually the initiation of a process that at the end of the day could pave the way for the appointment of a new supreme leader. Right now, the control of the country is going to be taken by a council composed of Iranian president, as well as the head of judiciary, as well as one of the members of Guardian Council, one of the clerks from Guardian Council. And this is going to be a very limited period of time, as they are saying that they are going to do it as soon as possible. And after that, we're going to have the expert assembly, or in Persian, Majlis Wobegon, who are responsible for making the decision and appoint the supreme leader.
Khamenei was the country's second supreme leader, taking over after the death of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who led the 1979 revolution that successfully toppled Iran's government. Al Jazeera's Victoria Gattenby filed this obituary.
When Khomeini died in 1989, he became supreme leader, a surprise candidate. In the early 1990s, Iran began to reclaim a broader regional role. In 2015, Khamenei authorized Iran to sign a nuclear deal with world powers, most notably the US, under which Iran agreed to reduce its uranium enrichment in exchange for the lifting of Western sanctions. But the US withdrew from the agreement in 2018 under President Trump. In 2020, the United States assassinated Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani, further deteriorating Iran's relations with the West. Tensions flared again after protests broke out in Iran in December 2025. President Trump said he would attack Iran if it executed hundreds of protesters. Washington began a rapid and large-scale military build-up in the region. Weeks of diplomatic effort to de-escalate followed, with Oman mediating 3 rounds of indirect talks between the US and Iran. Iran had proposed a deal authorized by Khamenei, but on the eve of further talks, Israel and the US attacked Iran.
The United States announced on Sunday that strikes against Iran would occur for a second day. Iran continued to retaliate, firing missiles and drones at Israel, as well as toward U.S. military bases in Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapallo reported from Washington, D.C., shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump took to social media to announce Khamenei's death.
Of course, that is not one of the primary objectives of Operation Epic Fury that was stated by President Trump early on Saturday. That primary narrative by the White House has remained the same, saying that this operation, in conjunction with Israel's military, was necessary to protect U.S. forces in the region, to prevent Iran from carrying out any threats and to contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. We should also note here that President Trump has been framing this moment as an opportunity for the Iranian people themselves, sort of appealing to the Iranian people to take control of their government. And at this point, we have no reason to expect that, despite the pressure mounting here domestically against President Trump from Democrats primarily, but even members of his own base, and the pressure mounting and criticism mounting internationally, there's no reason to believe that President Trump or the White House will be walking back any portions of that narrative.
Operation Epstein Fury. Good God, what a fucking weekend, people. I mean, just watching it recapped like that right now it's disturbing. It is disturbing. The world has changed, whether or not you've realized it yet. Over the weekend, everything has changed. And I think we knew this was, at least around here, we knew that this was coming. Anybody who's paying attention, even in my opinion, just a little bit of attention, knew that this was coming. But now we're actually here. Now we're actually here. Now, Democrats were mentioned just a moment ago by Al Jazeera for their disposition regarding this, their opposition to these strikes, this war that Donald Trump has unilaterally started for himself and for all of us. Why don't we go here to the Hassan Piker broadcasting system. Hassanabi. From yesterday, where he spoke with one Ro Khanna of California.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Ro Khanna is here. Welcome to the broadcast. I don't know where you're at right now. There's a lot of snow behind you, and I know you're not in San Francisco. Where are you at, Ro Khanna?
I was at Dartmouth doing a town hall. I was at Stanford last week on AI, and so Dartmouth also was key in developing AI. So we were doing a town hall with students, packed house on the Epstein class and AI. Of course, Iran came up a lot.
Yeah, I actually saw in one of your town halls, there were a bunch of constituents that you were addressing that tried to tell you, like, no, we have to do regime change in Iran, as a matter of fact, because the Iranian government has been incredibly repressive. Now, that is true. The Iranian government has been incredibly repressive in dealing with their own domestic affairs and in putting down any sort of like resistance movements. Having said that, however, your answer was pretty decent, where you talked about how American intervention is not going to help the Iranian population. And unfortunately, only a couple short days after, we are now seeing that the American and Israeli response is not helpful at all. Since that incident, America and Israel have been bombing Iran. Iran has been retaliating. Where are you at now on this issue?
Well, Thomas Massie and I are introducing the War Powers Resolution to stop this war. I mean, the reality is it's not just unconstitutional. It hasn't worked. It didn't work when we went after Gaddafi. It led to 6 years of civil war in Libya. And people say, oh, Ro, is it a partisan thing against Donald Trump? No, I just told you something that President Obama did, who I admire in many ways, that I disagreed with. This didn't work when we took out Saddam Hussein. The taking out the leader is the easier part. I mean, the hard part is what comes next. And a lot of times the people within the regime look at what the United States did, and they use that to whip up angry nationalism. And it leads to more killing and a worse outcome. So you have now a president, again, who promised to end these wars.
Goddamn, shots fired over here by Princess Mouse. Hello to you, Princess Mouse. Gotta love the space banana. Look, I am not a banana, okay?
How rude, how rude.
For you to suggest that I am some sort of space fruit, I can't even with you right now.
Not get us into
not gonna do it.
not
Wouldn't
gonna
be
do it.
prudent at this juncture.
A regime change war, breaking his promise, spending billions of our dollars on aircraft carriers there, on strikes there, putting our troops at risk, and we don't know what's going to come next.
Yeah. And there's no day after plan, and that much is obviously clear. So I want to ask you very directly, do you believe that getting Congress to vote for the War Powers Act will actually stop this administration, or do you feel as though this administration is going to continue doing whatever it wants to do regardless?
Well, it's a high bar because we've got to not only pass it, but the president's got to sign it, or we've got to have the votes to overturn his veto. Now, when Bernie Sanders and I passed the War Powers Act to help stop the war in Yemen, President Trump in his first term vetoed it, but he voluntarily suspended the refueling of Saudi planes. And by the way, Thomas Massie was involved in that as well. But that was the only time that the War Powers Resolution has ever passed the House or the Senate, when Bernie and I did it. And we did manage to get the war of Yemen to stop, not by force, but by the public pressure. So I believe in this case, the public pressure can matter, especially if we can get more than Massie. If we can get Walt Davidson and a few other Republicans to come vote with us, it matters. And at the very least, we need a unified Democratic Party. And it can't just be this procedural gibberish. Yes, we need to come to Congress, and there is a constitutional right. But we also need to say we are against dumb wars. We're against endless wars in the Middle East. On the substance, we are not for taking unilateral action and engaged in these wars. Of course, the Iranian regime is brutal, and they killed their own citizens, and there was repression, and there's no denying that. But this is not the way to solve the humanitarian matter. We should have had an international coalition with targeted sanctions against the regime. We should have negotiated with China, which currently is providing cover for the regime. Why wasn't this part of the bilateral negotiations with China to get to be tougher on the sanctions with Iran? We should have taken it to the UN Security Council. We did none of the hard work of diplomacy.
So a question I have for you is also the weight of this responsibility that falls on the opposition party, the Democratic Party. When you announced that you and Thomas Massie were going to work to put together the War Powers resolution, we were already at the heat of the escalation of the Armada moving in the direction of Iran. And it's now been 12 days after Trump openly postured about attacking Iran. Do you feel as though there were some setbacks internally within the Democratic Party as well, that this War Powers resolution could have been implemented faster, or at least taken on faster?
It could have, but it wasn't leadership. It was the cracks in our own coalition when Josh Gottheimer and Markowitz came out with a statement saying that the Massey-Khanna bill was the Protect Ayatollah Khamenei Act. That created division where we felt, okay, are we going to lose 20 to 30 Democrats in the vote, which would have been an incredible signal of weakness. And so we regrouped, and it was a short work week. Johnson cut some of the days. And then we now got 3 days ago or mid last week the consensus. So now I think the defections would be minimal. But we still need a very strong Democratic vote next week.
Where do you think these defections are coming from, especially considering that the recent Gallup poll data showed for the first time ever that the plurality of Americans are actually sympathetic to Palestinians over the Israelis? And this is not even just about Israel-Palestine, of course, even though it's obvious that this is Israel's design, Israel's ambition in the region for quite a long time now. Where do you think these defections are actually coming from? Because there's clearly not a lot of Democratic appetite in the base of the party, let alone the base of every party at this point. Independents are majority not in favor of going to war with Iran. By large majorities, Americans are not in favor of going to war with Iran at all. I believe right before the strikes happened, 27% only across the board, with even the Republicans barely meeting 60% support for striking Iran. So where are our politicians, some in your party as well, and plenty in the Republican Party, with the exception of Thomas Massie and maybe a couple others, where are they getting their notes from?
Well, they're the normal neocon pro-war groups. I mean, some of the think tanks, they've wanted a war with Iran, of regime change for decades. People like Lindsey Graham and others affiliated with them. Of course, it's no secret. I mean, AIPAC has been public saying that they support the strikes, and they've been...
Oh, God, chat. Oh, no. I'm over here. I'm like, you know me. I'm constantly, I'm constantly multitasking. It's one of my gifts. It's one of my curses. But while I happened to be looking at my YouTube feed, my subscriptions, I can't help myself. Rogue Khanna starts droning on. He's not my favorite guy. He could be better. I mean, I'm glad that he was doing the Epstein Files stuff and some of these other things, but some of the things that he's got to do with like tech and other things, I have some problems with. But you won't believe what's happened. Honestly, it's sort of a boon. It's a boon to you all. It's terrible for me. It's undoubtedly terrible for me. But it's probably good for everybody here. Oh my God. Guess who's giving a press briefing this morning at 8 a.m.? Give you 2 guesses. You're right. That's right. That's right. the unhinged Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and his undersecretary guy I can't remember. Oh, God. Just what we need. Just what we need. Honestly, though, it is genuinely what we need. We need answers to some questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I actually do have questions for Pete. But it's literally at the time I would like to be ending the show. If not, it's slightly later than I would like to be ending the show. But now I feel almost obligated to just stay awake and listen to this fucking psychopath. Oh, God. I mean, it's already going to be an 8-hour show. We started at, 11? I can find a way to stretch this show for 2 hours. I can guarantee it. I have so much content right now. I have like a 200 video list. Believe me, I could change topic to literally anything on a dime. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about from the last fucking week, huh? I got it all. Got it all right here. All right, we're going back. I'm going to go... Actually, I feel like I'm... Fuck it. I'll listen to Rokana just for a little bit longer.
The case to members. There are other groups like that are will paint members as weak on national security or protecting the terrorists if they don't vote. And then, like you mentioned, I was protested. I had 200 or so people shout at me in my own town hall, and that was the Iranian American community that was very pro-war and pro us getting involved in the Middle East.
Yeah, the YouGov poll from 228 asked if the Americans approve of the U.S. attacks on Iran on Saturday, and 44% said they disapprove, and only 34% said they approve, and 22% said that they were not sure. With the Democratic Party, 70% disapproved and only 10% approved. With the Republican Party, it was 69% approval, 12% disapproval. And amongst the independents, it was, again, a majority disapproval at 52%. There is no popular appetite for this, even after Donald Trump has conducted these strikes, even down to the Republican Party, where it's only a 69% approval rating, which is fairly low for actions taken by the Trump administration as adjusted to past performance for, whatever domestic or foreign policy affair.
It's not just fairly low for Donald Trump. I'd like to push on that a little bit. Honestly, that's incredibly low for Donald Trump when it comes to his base. 69%? I mean, he was 90% on almost everything at the beginning of 2025. And here we are, March of 2026. 69% on his foreign policy here, at least as it relates to Iran. That's not great. Pretty bad, if you ask me. Shows a guy who's floundering right now, especially over this one issue. Although his support has been dropping on many issues. It's no longer 90% for, I think, anything. I think it's all come down pretty drastically, at least in the double digits for many things. Not that 80% is like, it's still a fucking cult over there. But there's been some cracks in the cult. Oh, right. It's Epstein. Epstein is the worst one. 35% on Epstein. I almost forgot about Epstein. Thank you, Soleil.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
That's a good point. That's the one and only other issue I think that he has a lower approval rating on. Epstein. At least with the base. With the Trump base. Republicans. All right. Let's go to the UAE once again, where more strikes from Iran were seen earlier on Sunday. This is the AP from 14 hours ago. Uh-oh, tinfoil hat needed. Thank you, Green New Deal. Now I'm fully prepared for this goddamn situation tonight. This appears to be an auto parts supply. I couldn't quite tell. Hold on. Yeah, this appears to be some kind of commercial district. There appears to be multiple businesses in here. One of them is an auto parts supplier, I think. But I can't read this at all. I think it's because it's in a different language. That is a huge fucking smoke cloud. That looks like an oil depot. The color of that smoke leads me to think that that's some sort of oil depot or like a refinement facility. Or actually, you can see it from here. I can see it from here. If you look, if you look right here between the toll booth or whatever the hell this is, might be just be security. I can't tell. There's you can see there's massive oil storage facilities behind this. The horizon, hard to tell. The smoke kind of obscures it a little bit. I think it's probably easier to see on the horizontal stream than the vertical stream. All right, let's go from the UAE back to Iran, where their new leadership council has apparently already begun its work in the wake of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Is it Khomeini or Khamenei? I've heard it said and written both ways. America and Israel should be aware that this attack will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who is now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets. Based on Chapter 111 of the Constitution, the Interim Leadership Council has begun work today. And with the grace and strength of God, it will continue the path of Imam, our great leader, who sought righteousness around the world. Armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are pounding enemy bases with strength and will continue to do so, and will frustrate the enemy as always. All right, next one I think is BBC again.
Hello, everybody. Wanted to give everybody a little bit of a briefing on now the
Breaking points. Wait, is this just Sagar? Oh, no. This was at least Crystal and Sagar. I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if all right, listen to Sagar for 2 seconds, see what this fucking guy is up to over here. All right, Sagar, tell us. Give us a breakdown of breaking points. Look at this fucking guy. Every time it's a different suit. What's up with this guy in the suits? How many suits does Sagar own? Gotta settle down with the suits and the pocket handkerchiefs. It's too much.
Hello, everybody. Wanted to give everybody a little bit of a briefing on now the second day of hostilities between the United States and Iran, as well as the entire Middle Eastern region, where multiple different countries have now been struck. We have fatalities all across the Middle East and new announcements as well of some major attacks with world-changing implications. Just at the top, I do
I'm already sick of Sagar. It took me like, how long was that? 22 seconds. Oh, God, that was painful. I'm sorry. That's too much Sagar. It's too much unmitigated. Knowing that there's not like a break from Sagar or like anyone there to yell at Sagar and tell him he's being an idiot, like Crystal or Ryan Grimm or somebody. It's just unbridled Sagar. I can't do it. I can't. It's too much. That is too much. Alright. Oh, fucking Sagar. You ruined it. Alright. Let's go here. I think there was another UN Security Council meeting held today.
American
this was Mike
diplomacy
Walls speaking
was
again.
attempted repeatedly and in good faith. President
Waltz,
Trump,
whatever his name
Secretary Rubio, our special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, were relentlessly dedicated to diplomacy. But diplomacy cannot succeed where there is no genuine willingness to cease aggression, where there is no genuine partner for peace. The sad irony is that this same regime will attempt to lecture us today about human rights and the rule of law.
The United States shouldn't be allowed to say human rights or rule of law for so many reasons, foreign policy and internal policy. It's fucking insane. Go fuck yourself, Mike. You idiot. You fucking idiot. Rule of law. The Trump administration is literally destroying the rule of law in the United States and abroad. Human rights. Human rights only put people in internment camps in the United States. Thousands, tens of thousands of people are sitting in internment camps. In subhuman conditions. Inhumane treatment of tens of thousands of people in this country right now. He wants to talk about.
Give me a joke.
Good one. Back in the United States, we're talking about the United States in New York, protesters took to the streets to voice their dissatisfaction.
No war on Iran! This is an emergency protest to reject Trump's illegal and unprovoked war on Iran that is going to become a larger regional war that's going to drag the U.S. into another endless war. We're here because the American people do not want this war. We're here to raise our voices and to spread that message to the White House and to the world.
I'm an Iranian American. I've come here to see what this is all about. You know, I'm getting texts on my phone, blowing up, seeing all the Persians rallying behind the U.S., making this courageous strike, and seeing all these clueless people that have no idea that the civilian casualties
Courageous
that have been going on for
strike.
the past 3 months finally come out just to take a stand against Trump because of their political beliefs, having no.
Well, some people are pro-war crimes. And that's cool. You do you. For fuck's sake. Courageous attack. Operation Epstein Fury. Good old Operation Epstein Fury. Alright, let's go to BBC News 12 hours ago. My list continues to expand. For the love of God. That was a very weird propagandist. Yes, it was. I was really hoping there wouldn't be a ton of news on all this tonight so we could have like a normal stream. But it's only gotten worse while I was sleeping. I didn't even sleep for that long. I got like 6 hours. I fell asleep at like 1 in the afternoon. Yes, rude interplanet Janet. That's what I've been saying. Iran's leadership may be garbage, but that doesn't justify invading the country the same way that the United States' lawless actions in the United States don't justify Iran to invade us or abroad, right? Like they don't invade us. They don't do strikes in fucking wherever, right? Because that's internal law. That's internal politics and stuff. And really, foreign nations aren't supposed to meddle in that way. I lost my place. Okay, back to Iran. This is from about 12 hours ago out of the BBC, where Israel and the United States launched a fresh wave of strikes.
Hello, you're watching BBC News. I'm Anna Foster, live in Tel Aviv tonight, where Israel has called the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a turning point in its war with Iran. Israel has carried out fresh strikes in the last few hours on the capital, Tehran, as well as on Iran's defense and ballistic missile capabilities. Now, in response, Iran has launched missile barrages again, lots of them in the last few hours, back here towards Israel. We know at least 10 people have been killed in strikes on residential buildings here in Tel Aviv and in Bet Shemesh, which is about 30 kilometers away from Jerusalem. The Israeli army says that they are mobilizing now nearly 100,000 reservists for this military operation.
Amid that action, the U.S. is now reporting that 3 service members have also been killed in action. There have been further strikes from Iran reported in Dubai and the United Arab Emirates, Qatar's capital Doha, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. Airlines are continuing to cancel and divert flights that are serving the Middle East. That disruption has, of course, had a knock-on effect on other long-haul travel. Airlines are continuing to cancel and divert those flights, as we know, across the Middle East, as we're seeing this disruption really have effect across the globe.
It has been a momentous and a significant 24 hours in the region. Our World News correspondent...
Am I hearing things, or did the BBC just blame Iran for the disruptions across the globe rather than the United States and Israel, the two groups of people that started this thing? Am I losing my mind, or is that what they just said?
This is ridiculous!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Winwood has the latest.
Even amidst the heaviest US airstrikes seen in decades, they came out in huge numbers. Regime supporters on the streets of Tehran, mourning the death of the man who had been Iran's supreme leader longer than many will have been alive.
Oh my God, Bogu, I've been wanting to talk about the BAFTAs like all week. I've been wanting to talk about that like all week, and we haven't gotten to it because of all of this nonsense. All the ridiculousness that's been going on lately. We haven't talked about the BAFTAs and what the BBC did in that in its editorial decisions there. That was a fascinating situation. I wish we could get into that more in depth than this. Yeah, that was shameful.
This was the compound of Ali Khamenei, the 86-year-old cleric, utterly destroyed. He may have been frail here in one of his last public appearances, but he was the embodiment of the Islamic Republic. The central figure in this repressive regime, but not its sole source of power. At first, Iran claimed he had survived, but in the early hours of this morning, this announcement on state TV. Imam Khamenei drank the sweet, pure draught of martyrdom and joined the supreme heavenly kingdom, the newsreader says. But not everyone in this country mourned his death. As the news spread, this was the capital, Tehran. Here, the western city of Shiraz. And this, Galadar in southern Iran. Protesters, many of whom will have lost friends or family in January's brutal suppression of dissent, that they held him responsible for. Whether opponents or supporters of the regime, few would doubt the significance of Ali Khamenei's death. A three-person council will run the country for now. One of its members gave a defiant message to state TV.
In the first phase, Iranian missiles were fired towards Israel, and it was painful. Today, even more painful, Iranian missiles are heading towards them. The Americans must know that they have stabbed the heart of the Iranian nation. Therefore, their hearts will be stabbed.
Knowing exactly what's happening on the ground in Iran is difficult. There is an almost total communications blackout. Yesterday, state TV claimed that a school in the south of the country was hit, reportedly killing more than 100 people, including children.
Illegal. The world must know the truth. This is a child's textbook. The children are buried beneath the rubble, and they were all civilians.
Shocking that Israel and the United States would commit war crimes.
Illegal.
Yay. All right. Let's go here now to 6 ABC Philadelphia, talk a little bit about this situation. 12 hours ago, became evident that 3 U.S. service members had died, 5 had been wounded, according to Central Command, aka CENTCOM. And 6 ABC in Philadelphia was somehow the first ones on the story, so they
Breaking news now from the Mideast. 3 American service members are confirmed killed in Operation Epic Fury, the attack on Iran. That announcement coming in from a U.S. Central Command a short time ago. 5 other American troops are seriously wounded. CENTCOM has not said exactly where the casualties have happened. Iran has been firing at U.S. and Israeli targets in the Mideast since an attack killed Iran's supreme leader. Iran is showing no signs of backing down despite a warning from President Trump. ABC's Ian Pannell is in the Mideast.
This morning, as the US and Israel unleash more strikes on Iran, President Trump with a new warning to the regime as they vow revenge for the killing of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Trump writing on social media overnight, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they've ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we'll hit them with a force that's never been seen before. Iran confirming the 86-year-old cleric's death on state TV late last night, saying he was carrying out his assigned duties in his workplace when he was killed Saturday morning. New satellite imagery showing the extensive damage to Khamenei's compound from above, buildings leveled. Across Tehran, videos circulating online capturing cheers heard for miles as news spread of Khamenei's death. But in the sign of the divisions in the country, others mourning. The attacks began Saturday morning, targeting Iran's leadership, its military and nuclear facilities. Iranian television showing massive craters, plumes of smoke and debris scattered throughout Tehran. the initial assault lasting hours. Cars and buildings in flames. Iran saying more than 1,000 people were killed or wounded. Among them, an airstrike on a girls' school in the southern city of Minab, leaving more than 100 dead, according to state media. The US now investigating, insisting it had never deliberately attacked civilians. The brazen daylight strikes hitting at least 9 Iranian cities, according to state media. The White House releasing these images taken during the start of the attacks, President Trump monitoring the situation in real time from Mar-a-Lago. The Pentagon dubbing the operation Epic Fury, also sharing these new videos. Tomahawk missiles launching from a destroyer. Fighter jets taking off from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. A barrage of long-range missiles firing into the air. Iran's promised retaliation swift, targeting Israel and US assets in the Middle East. Israeli air defenses intercepting a barrage of Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv. But some still getting through. One attack coming in right as we were preparing to go on air last night.
The air raid siren has just gone off once again. It's been going all day. Already we're seeing the signs of what looks like air defense going up into the sky to try and intercept incoming Iranian missiles. All day long, they haven't stopped coming.
Iran claiming they've targeted 27 US bases in the region. Dramatic verified videos circulating online showing the extent of the retaliatory strikes. From Jordan to a US naval base in Bahrain, where 3,200 Americans are stationed. This explosion right nearby. Not far from there, a drone blasting this residential building. Video showing the moment that drone came crashing in. Iran targeting Dubai too, this luxury hotel in flames. The growing conflict's coming as the White House offers different justifications for the attack, saying this is about preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and to protect American lives, though without offering evidence they have been rebuilding their nuclear program.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating
Oh my freaking God. We all know. They just got done telling us that Midnight Hammer was a perfect operation and it completely took out their nuclear capabilities. So which one is it? We keep being told just completely contradictory stories from this fucking White House about absolutely everything. Perfect release of the files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
The media is trying to brainwash us like in 2002. They're always trying to brainwash us. We know this. It's not just now. It's not just today. They're always trying to brainwash into something, I feel like. So we have to keep our guard up when we're doing all of this. All right, let's go back to Pakistan. See the aftermath of the protests that were going on outside of the U.S. consulate. This is the AP from 12 hours ago. Operation Epstein Fury. Fuck yeah!
अमेरिकन कॉन्सुलेट मेरे को गाड़ी दे ये गाड़ी जल गई मेरी इसके बदले हाँ ये बना
Oh, this one is in Iraq. Shit, I almost forgot. We watched the beginning of this protest yesterday. I put these right next to each other. I did not read these all. This was outside of the U.S. Embassy in Iraq. That's why I keep getting them confused. The consulate in Pakistan, the embassy in Iraq. There are protests outside of both. And we watched part of this one yesterday as well. This seems to be the aftermath of that protest. Protesters being attacked by the police forces. It wasn't clear at the time, and I still don't know whether it was U.S. police forces, like military police, or if it was Iraqi police that dispersed the protesters here. We never got close. The camera never got close enough to be able to tell. Okay, there is the AP with footage from both Pakistan and Iraq at protests outside of U.S. Diplomatic buildings. People upset with what the United States has done broadly around the world, it would seem. Continuing on with our coverage, let's go back to Iran. More broadly, what is to come for the Middle East in the wake of the death of Iran's leader? Channel 4 News from 11 hours ago.
This is a conflict that's unfolding at a dizzying pace in just the last few hours.
At least with Bush and that whole thing, we were actually attacked. Trump just did this with absolutely no provocation except wanting to distract from the Epstein files. I mean, technically, of course, we weren't attacked by nobody from any of the countries that we attacked actually had anything to do with the attack. But you're not technically wrong about this.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
This is a conflict that's unfolding at a dizzying pace in just the last few hours. As you say, we've had confirmation of 3 American soldiers being killed, the first since this war began. There's also been deadly strikes in Iran, Israel, and the Gulf states, as well as attacks in the crucial Strait of Hormuz. And whilst President Trump has said that he's willing to talk to Iran's leaders, for the moment, all sides seem prepared to escalate further. Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Israel's military strikes are going to intensify in the coming days.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Tehran's skyline fills with smoke. As yet further Israeli and American strikes rain down. A sense of the power and scale of this assault. Israel's army says 40 Iranian military commanders have been killed, in addition to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. The news of his death met with celebrations by young Iranians last night. Khamenei had overseen the killing of thousands of anti-government protesters in January, and this felt like revenge. One woman told us anonymously what she saw.
I heard all this shouting outside the window, as if people had gone crazy. I got scared. I checked, and wow, they were shouting with joy. We couldn't sleep from the excitement.
But by the morning, regime supporters were in the streets too, in a massive show of defiance. Despite unprecedented losses, Iran's clerical rulers don't yet look like they're about to be ousted. One community in southern Iran is paying the bloodiest of prices. Digging with their bare hands, looking for the bodies of the more than 100 victims reported killed in a strike on a girls' school close to an apparent Revolutionary Guard compound. In Israel, there have been deadly strikes too. Most Iranian missiles are intercepted. But here in the centre of the country, at least 9 people were killed today. Others remain missing. At another site in Tel Aviv, one woman was killed last night.
We can see the Iranians are clearly still able to penetrate Israel's air defense systems at times, but as of yet, it's not on a scale that's leading the Israelis or the Americans to reassess their calculations in this war.
Whilst we're on the scene, air raid sirens sound again.
There's another way to say that. Expendable. That's effectively what the United States and Israel are saying as they continue through this. And honestly, in starting all of this. Is that they're expendable. Donald Trump literally came out and said it. That there were going to be American soldiers who would die, but that's fine because this is such an important thing to do. And they're basically just saying, our citizens, Israeli and American alike, expendable. Because this objective of regime change or whatever it is in Iran, nuclear weapons, I don't know. Who knows what it is? Democracy?
The explosions you can hear are ballistic missiles being taken out.
They are targeting civilian neighborhoods.
We spoke with Israel's foreign ministry's spokesman.
Khamenei, the Iranian regime, have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have...
Oh! Damn, Channel 4 coming out of left field with some actual journalism. But but Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. What's up with that? I gotta hear that one more time.
The Iranian regime have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
Right to jail, right away. This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us.
Damn, dude. Channel 4. Channel 4 is coming in hot over here. Oh, shit. That just made that answer sound so shitty. This is a war crime. It sounds so hollow right after the Western media outlet points out that your entire government's doing war crimes. It's like, what? You want to talk about our war crimes? What about this one? Oh, boy. How the tides have shifted.
They're targeting the entire region.
What about the 100 or so schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike there?
And this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what...
Herman Horologist, no need to apologize over on Twitch. First was still open, and you seized the opportunity. I can't blame you for that. I applaud you. I give you one of these.
Trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
Iran isn't just attacking Israel. It's also firing drones and missiles right across the Gulf, targeting America's regional allies. And it's closed the Straits of Hormuz, crucial to global fuel supply, striking this tanker. All tactics aiming to put pressure on the US to end the conflict, whilst the regime, or what's left of it, is still intact. American firepower is overwhelming and it's in full effect. But just how far is President Trump willing to go? And how long can Iran's clerics cling on?
So what happens next? Iran's regime will have successors in mind for those key leadership roles that need to be filled. Could any of those new leaders countenance making a deal with the US on President Trump's terms, completely giving up all nuclear enrichment, for example. For now, it seems that they think that they can fight it out. But
yeah, because honestly, up until the United States and Donald Trump started saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do any nuclear enrichment, everyone else was fine with it. Because the IAEA had an entire system set up to ensure that Iran didn't enrich nuclear material to a level that could be used for weapons. And everything, including the United States, was fine with that when we signed the JCPOA, the same nuclear agreement that Donald Trump ripped up. And it's fucking insane to suggest that they shouldn't be allowed to have any nuclear enrichment at all. Nobody else has that restriction. Why Iran? Why not Saudi Arabia? Why not some of the other human rights abusers? Why is Israel allowed to have nuclear weapons?
The killing of the supreme leader does, I think, is underline just the extent to which American and Israeli intelligence have permeated the Iranian regime. Even as we speak right now, there are reports of further heavy airstrikes in Tehran.
Sek, thanks very much for joining us. Well, a day and a half after the launch of Operation Epic Fury, with the death of 3 US service personnel announced this afternoon, will President Trump, who said the campaign was...
When are we going to get everybody to officially change the name to Operation Epstein Fury? I can't stand hearing Epic Fury. It's Operation Epstein Fury, for the love of God.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Moving along very well, keep his nerve and continue to order the American military to hit Iran with his promised unprecedented force. Our US editor, Anushka Astana, is in Washington now. Anushka, what's your answer to that?
Well, look, I think if you listen to what Donald Trump has said, it is clear that there are a couple of things that are not going to happen as a result of this. So Donald Trump was very clear from the start that what he does not want is a protracted operation here. He said it from the outset. He basically said, look, we've done our bit. Now it is over to you. But the second thing is what he's been saying today in phone calls to various American networks. He's spoken to the Atlantic magazine and he's given this suggestion that the Iranian leadership, the new leadership, would like to talk. He said to them, they want to talk and I've agreed to talk. They should have done it sooner. Now, the White House have confirmed that that is what the Iranian leadership have suggested, but they have softened this a little bit, saying eventually the president wants to talk. But for now, Operation Epic Fury pushes on at pace. I do think, though, we get a glimpse of what the president is thinking in all of that, that he sees this in some ways as having echoes of what happened to Venezuela. Obviously, this is much bigger. The operation is much bigger than what we saw in Venezuela. But this idea that America comes in strong and hard for a relatively short campaign and then unleashes something that gives them their eventual goal. So the question is, what is their eventual goal?
Yes, that is the question everyone keeps asking because it's not at all clear, because the Trump administration has listed at least 7 different goals at this point. So it's not even slightly clear. Very murky objectives. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on, for the love of God. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in this. Actually, screw this. No, I'm moving on. Moving on to this now. Actually, nah, fuck it. Fuck you. Fuck it.
For joining us. Well, here, the Defence Secretary, John Healey, has said that protecting British troops and civilians in the Middle East is his main concern, but he refused to be drawn on whether he thought the US and Israel's attacks on Iran were justified. Meanwhile, Iranians living in the UK have welcomed the blow to the regime. Many of them fled as dissidents. Anya Pop has this report.
It's a moment many Iranians have dreamt of. As news filtered through in North London last night that maybe, just maybe, the man responsible for decades-long crushing oppression and the deaths of tens of thousands of his own people had met his demise, there was celebration. Draped in Iran's pre-Islamic Revolution flag, People danced in the street as Israel and then America said Ayatollah Khamenei had been killed in strikes they conducted earlier that day. But the mood in Downing Street, less celebratory, more conciliatory. The government keen to keep a distance from the strikes, which the Attorney General reportedly deems to breach international law, blocking any use of UK military bases to launch attacks.
Would you have preferred it if this attack hadn't happened?
Well, the US is explaining its own actions and accounting for the basis on which it's done it. We played no part in those strikes yesterday, but make no mistake, we share that aim that Iran should never have a nuclear weapons program, and we share that assessment and that condemnation of a regime that for decades had murdered its own citizens.
Oh, well, another British government representative is talking out of both sides of his mouth. First of all, everybody should know we didn't do anything with this. We weren't involved at all, but we totally support all of the stated objectives of the United States and everything they're doing as a result of it. Great job, America.
Exported terror, including to the streets of Britain, and is now a very real and rising risk to UK civilians and military in the region.
Why won't you condemn these attacks if you're clearly not supporting them overtly either?
Because our full focus is on the defensive actions that we're taking, and all the actions that we take are...
What defensive actions?
But both Conservatives and Reform support the US-Israeli action.
What defensive actions is the United Kingdom taking as a result of all of this? It's on the other side of the planet. What threat? what threat exactly is the United Kingdom under as a result of all this? Oh, that's right. The United Kingdom is also operating in the Middle East, just like the United States. So technically, UK troops are under threat, but that's as a result of British policy of, I don't know, say aiding Israel in its genocide, running surveillance operations in the air. Something they've been doing for the last 2+ years.
Don't you think it sets a dangerous precedent when world leaders are killing other world leaders?
In this case, I do not. This is a repressive regime that for years has been undermining us, our country, and threatening our allies. We'll have to see what happens in the days ahead. But this is really a moment for the Iranian people that have been fighting for their freedom for decades.
But there is a risk, isn't there, that this could get worse for the Iranian people rather than better?
Well, look, we don't know that, but any action comes with risk. That's absolutely a fact, it really is. But it doesn't mean that we should turn a blind eye to evil regimes like this.
Fresh from his party's by-election victory, Greens leader Zach Polanski condemned the military strikes, calling Israel and America rogue states.
We've seen what I would say is an illegal and unprovoked attack, and it's quite astounding that we have a Prime Minister that seems to be singularly incapable of standing up to Donald Trump and letting the UK stand on its own 2 feet. And I'm worried we're going to be pulled into another illegal war.
If President Trump had his own way, he would have had access to UK bases like here to launch his attack yesterday. The British government walking a tightrope, balancing international diplomacy and pressure from opposition parties, with an electorate concerned about being dragged into yet another war.
Yes, indeed. The British public is very skeptical of that. They've already had their fair share of involvement in U.S. Middle Eastern foreign policy. The quagmire that it's been for the last couple decades. Few decades, really. Many now decades. Although I guess the UK involvement really is from the 21st century mostly. Unless we want to, well, you know what, honestly, it's complicated. And also, let's be real, Britain, you've had your own fair share of quagmires in the Middle East, completely devoid of the United States. But that was really before we became a big thing, right? Before we became world police. Alright, moving on from Channel 4 News. Back to... Well, not back to Iran. We've been talking about Iran this whole fucking time. But United States military released footage showing missiles being fired at Iran from the sea. I gotta say, where was this? Where is it? This right here. Jesus Christ. This is so, like, apropos. Oh my God. Vigilantes. This guy's got vigilantes emblazoned on the side. I guess he or I guess he or she, I have no idea. The gender of the pilot, I would assume it's a man, though. Vigilantes. It's exactly what we are. Vigilantes. We're a rogue, lawless police force running roughshod on international law to achieve some objective that we have. It's incredible. It's just incredible. Oh my God. For fuck's sake. That too accurately describes what's going on here. You think it's their squadron name? Great. Every time you see one of these things, you should be hearing, like, it literally every fucking time one of these things goes off. Your tax dollars hard at work, America.
Taul.
Yeah, it's like 2.5. Is it 2.5 million each for those fucking things? Jesus Christ. What was that, like $25 million? Great. $25 million to cause death and destruction that I didn't ask for. Thank you. All right, let's keep going through these. This is from 10 hours ago. Oh, before we do that, it's gonna take a quick break. Not a real break, just a quick break. Just to remind everybody. Of course, right now we're not doing normal breaks due to the severity of what we're dealing with right now. The fact it's an ongoing and developing situation. I feel it best we just stay focused on this. But just a reminder to everybody, please follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. It really helps out. Hit that bell and like icon. The like button, bell icon helps out a lot. Oh, this is depressing. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network as we are completely funded by individuals like you.
Thousands of protesters, as you can see, including women and children, men, people of all ages, have come out across Pakistan to protest the killing of the spiritual leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in Iran. They say that this is unacceptable. They're shouting death to America. 9 people have already been killed as they tried to get into the US consulate in Karachi. And as you can see, thousands of people have gathered here in Islamabad. They wanted to go to the US embassy for the protest. However, they have been stopped by the security forces just on the outskirts of where the red zone starts. This is indeed a volatile situation. People are angry that Iran has been attacked by the United States and Israel.
Definitely in Pakistan, the sitting government is responsible. They are believed to be puppets of Israel and the USA, and they follow their instructions. They should be blamed for what happened in Karachi.
There we go. A lot of people in Pakistan clearly upset. Upset as a result of the United States and Israel's attacks on Iran and the assassination of the supreme leader. Of course, people, at least some people in Pakistan, have a great deal of solidarity with Iran and the supreme leader. They're all the same sect of Islam. And at least one person died in those protests in Pakistan. Now, all the way back in Lebanon, Hezbollah has been reacting to and mourning the death of the supreme leader. You know, Bozy, I already answered your question yesterday. Why do you keep asking about the horse? I feel like we've covered this now so many times. It's for the Lunar New Year.
For Hezbollah and its supporters, the late Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, was their leader. They consider him their supreme religious and political authority. There's a lot of anger here. Hezbollah organized this solidarity gathering to show support to Iran and to mourn the killing of a man they call their divine leader. Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Qassem issuing a statement saying that the group will continue the path of resistance, the path of the late Supreme Leader. But they called his killing a criminal act, and they said that we will fulfill our duty to confront this aggression. Now, while those were strong words, it is still far from a declaration of war or calls for revenge against Israel. Hezbollah is in a very difficult position. It has been severely weakened by near daily Israeli attacks against the group. And there have been repeated warnings that if there's any, quote, hostile action from Lebanon, Israel will escalate in Lebanon. Hezbollah may still have an arsenal of missiles that it can fire towards Israel, but that would trigger a massive Israeli response. And those who will pay the price are its supporters. Tens of thousands of them are homeless as a result of last year's war.
This whole situation has really devolved into just a completely regional conflict. It already had been somewhat. I mean, Israel was fighting a war with multiple of its neighbors. Has been for years now. But the United States showing up to engage in an all-out war with Iran, it's just causing massive waves to ripple out from all of this. However, it would seem Hezbollah is not yet ready to declare war against the United States. Let's go back to Israel, where the Associated Press is on the ground. A place where Al Jazeera is not allowed to be.
I'm at the site of a missile strike in central Israel. You can see first responders are still working, and they're also using machines. They're searching for the rebels, still looking for survivors or more bodies. A synagogue was struck, and at least 9 people have been killed. They were sheltering in the safe room of that synagogue, and it's unclear how many people were in that safe room and how many more bodies they might find. Dozens of people are also injured. You can see this whole area, the roof of that house is blown off, and there's just debris for several blocks. Now, this is the deadliest strike so far in Israel in this conflict, which began on Saturday morning when the United States and Israel launched its offensive against Iran, saying it didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It's unclear when this conflict is going to end. If it is, so far it shows no signs of abating. Israel has said that it's launched offensives on central Iran. And meanwhile, in Iran, hundreds of people have also been killed. Israelis that I have spoken to here, some of them say that while they're sad that people have died, they still want this to continue. One woman said, "Way to go, President Trump and Bibi, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu." She said Iran needs to be finished. In that way, there will be quiet in the Middle East.
Stop, stop, stop.
Okay. Yeesh. Some of these strikes are quite, I mean, you look at these buildings, I mean, and like the other, I mean, this is another strike. We saw a different strike earlier in Tel Aviv. I think actually both of these are in Tel Aviv. Maybe not. Can't tell. But Iran seems to be overwhelming Israel's defense system, which is supposed to be the most effective aerial defense system on the planet. Their use of drones and missiles seems to be at least leading to some number of these strikes hitting their targets. Like I've said, I think already once before tonight. This is the kind of devastation Israel has not seen in quite some time. You saw a little bit up in like the north of Israel in the fighting against Lebanon and Hezbollah. Jesus Christ. Keep clearing my throat over here. All right. Let's go here. See what Donald Trump said earlier on Sunday. In the wake of the deaths of multiple U.S. soldiers, I'm sure Donald Trump had something very thoughtful to say.
Because we now have this video that President Donald Trump has just released on Truth Social a few minutes ago.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes.
Immediately,
Iran's
if not
formerly
sooner.
supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle.
God damn it, it finally happened. Second half of the stream. Third half of the stream. I finally muted myself unintentionally. It happens. It happens at least once a stream. Can be counted on like clockwork. Can guarantee it. It's happened again. Do not forget this orange criminal is the president of the Yes, it is. Yes, he is. You are correct. And the Bible. And the Bible is right over on YouTube.
That's on you. That's on you. That's on YouTube. That's in the Bible.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. I'm so sorry, everybody. I made a huge tiny mistake. Crotchy, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Operation Epstein Booty Fury.
Epstein?
Better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others.
Not happening.
The United States has...
It's not happening. Not gonna. Not gonna.
At this juncture.
Not gonna at this juncture. All right, trying to mix Donald Trump, trying to mix a Donald Trump impression with a Bush impression. It's fucked. It's totally fucked. Never do that.
Strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost
armed with nuclear weapons. I'm sorry. What? Iran is not armed with Did Donald Trump just say that Iran is armed with nuclear fucking weapons? Oh boy, I'm getting flashbacks again.
Saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me, you can't get fooled again.
These wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
That's the worst.
We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death.
Full immunity
Won't
or
be
death.
Pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Don't miss that.
Well, there's the President of the United States.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. Saying some insane things like Iran has nuclear weapons. And that even though we have dead troops, it's actually fine because it's a perfect and righteous cause. He still didn't make it clear exactly. It just seems to be a number of different causes all at once. Both nuclear and regime. They say death to America and also death to Israel. Very nasty. Saying both, some people saying both is very wrong and rude.
How rude.
Highly rude and nasty. Nobody likes that. Everybody's saying that's highly rude and you shouldn't say that. I have feelings too, okay? I have feelings too. Oh, shit. Hold on. I screwed this list up. I done screwed the list up over here, and I'm gonna need to make a couple of changes. Please hold. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Same word.
Okay, now this is a clip from what Donald Trump said, and I just want to hear this again.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader,
Literally minutes.
Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
Combat operations will continue until all of our objectives are achieved, every single one of them. Every single half a dozen or so indiscernible objectives. Oh, it's always good when we go into war in the Middle East with unclear objectives. That always goes well for the United States. It's never gone badly. Write that down for later. It's going to come up again. But, I just want to go back in time. Long, long ago. Almost a decade ago now. Because, of course, Donald Trump, while he sends American troops into battle, he, of course, was never a soldier himself, nor has anybody in his family ever served. Both, I think, his predecessors and his children, relatives, and such. They're not great patriots, is what I'm saying.
Senator John McCain is calling out Trump for receiving a draft deferment for bone spurs during the Vietnam War.
He had a doctor's note that said he had bone spurs.
I think more than once, yes.
More than once.
McCain, of course, was a POW in North Vietnam for 5.5 years.
Do you consider him a draft dodger?
I don't consider him so much a draft dodger as I feel that the system was so wrong that certain Americans could evade their responsibilities to serve the country.
McCain is now fighting brain cancer and appeared on The View to give his daughter, The View's new co-host Meghan McCain, a special birthday.
I can't with the rest of that. But there you go. There's John McCain 8 years ago before he passed away, giving it to Donald Trump for his bone spurs. And actually, if you look at the thumbnail on YouTube, that is in fact the background and on one of the slices of the thumbnail. By the way, what do you guys think about that? A while ago, I just started doing it. I feel like it was like almost like a year ago now, maybe less. Like I started doing like the section thumbnails instead of just one big thumbnail. I felt like it helped really give people a sense of what the stream was gonna be like what we were gonna talk about, as well as just like visually, right? Like you can easily like you're passing like, oh, like all three of these things are happening, or four things if I can fit it in the thumbnail. Some days I'm still like, I don't have enough space on the thumbnail for all the things I want to put in it. But that's actually, if you look at the left-hand side of the thumbnail, that's actually Donald Trump's bone spurs excuse that was given to the U.S. military so he could dodge the draft.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now, it would seem that in the next day or two, Iran will be choosing a new supreme leader, since the Ayatollah made a clear plan of succession were he to die unexpectedly in say an Israeli or an American strike. So I guess we can be expecting a new Ayatollah by Wednesday or something.
The death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei could mark a turning point for Iran. US President Donald Trump has called on the Iranian public to seize control and rise up against the Islamic leadership which has ruled the nation since 1979.
This will be probably your only chance for generations.
But regime change is not guaranteed, even if Iran's leadership is killed. The second highest ranking official in Iran is its president, Masoud Pezeshkian. He has promised retribution for the attacks which killed the country's supreme leader. He also said that a leadership council had begun its work to choose a new ruler. The 88-seat Assembly of Experts, a group of mostly hard-line clerics, will choose Khamenei's replacement. The replacement must be male and must be a cleric. Even with no clear successor in place, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said a new supreme leader would be chosen in 1 or 2 days.
Okay, there you go. There's an idea of the line of succession here. We don't know who. I don't know anything about the leaderships of the imams. Who would be closest to the throne, if you will. But it's going to be something like a papal, it's the closest thing to what we witnessed in the Pope, with the Pope dying, right? Except in this case, rather than just dying of natural causes, the leader of an entire religion, essentially, has been assassinated. I actually don't know too much about how that goes down. Probably because I don't think I've ever seen it happen. I'm trying to think back. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen this happen in my lifetime. What was I doing? Oh, right. Switching to the next video. Al Jazeera from 10 hours ago. Gulf states prepared for Iran response, but urging de-escalation.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard says 3 U.S. and British tankers are on fire after it struck them with missiles. Earlier, shipping giant Maersk announced it is pausing sailings through the Bab el-Mandab Strait and the Suez Canal as well, in addition to the Strait of Hormuz. That's a crucial sea passage for oil and gas shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, and they're already affected. At its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is about 33 kilometers wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait while Oman controls the south. An estimated 20% of the world's oil is transported through the waterway. China takes the vast majority of Iran's crude exports. Around 45% of its total crude imports transit the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar also depends heavily on the strait to export its liquefied natural gas. 83% of the LNG that passes through the strait heads to Asia, including China. Even Australia could be affected. Around 30% of its refined oil effectively passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Closing it could potentially remove more than 17 billion barrels of oil from the global market, driving up prices and straining energy supplies. Well, joining us now to discuss these latest developments on Al Jazeera is Sheikha Al-Anud Hamad Al-Saud Al-Thani. She's a political analyst, a Georgetown University alumni, and a fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you very much for being with us. So the Gulf states are now caught in this crossfire of rival actors, paying really the price of conflicts not of their making. First of all, did they ever anticipate that the Iranian response would be so quick and so wide?
Thank you for that question. So quick, maybe, but so wide, I think no one really anticipated that such a thing would happen. And unanticipated does not necessarily mean unprepared. I mean, we've seen the response, all the Gulf states were quite prepared for it. However, if we look at the attack that happened from Israel on Iran, we see that they had three main objectives. The first was the leadership, the second was the infrastructure, but the third, they needed Iran to play into it for them to achieve that objective, and that objective was to bring the entire region into this meat grinder. And it's quite unbelievable for everyone that Iran would walk face first, eyes wide open into such a trap.
Right. So when you say they were clearly prepared, even though the attack was wide and perhaps not expected to be that wide. In the case of Qatar, it successfully thwarted dozens of Iranian missiles. But how long can it continue to do this? How long can Gulf states continue to push back with their air defenses? Is this sustainable?
So sustainable, the Gulf states have great relations with very many security partners. So there is no worry from that side. But sustainable, we also have to think about the economy, and we have to think about the people and regional stability. No one wants this to go on any longer than yesterday, not even at all. And so I have all the confidence that they are able to thwart these attacks. However, should they have to? No, they shouldn't.
Okay, well, which brings...
Oh, God, that hurt. Oh, Jesus Christ, I just smashed the shit out of my elbow. Oh. Oh, God, the space station is so tight, space-wise. Space station is tight, space-wise. Oh, my God. So tight in here that, like, my seat has, like, there's, like, something overhanging the seat from behind. Whenever I like stretch back with my elbows, I risk getting like just a full today. That was the worst one that's ever happened. That was fucked. Ow. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna stop complaining. At least I'm not actively getting bombed.
My next question, because many Gulf countries have said they reserve the right to respond to Iran, but how can they respond today seriously without further escalating an already dangerous situation? When they say they have the right to respond, is that just lip service for now, or are they, considerations now being made to respond to Iran?
So I wouldn't call it lip service, but I think statecraft requires to keep all your options open. Of course, the Gulf states want to take the way of peace and be a peace partner in the region for all of the partners that are in the region. And that is why we went out of our way to make sure that nothing is going through any of our airspace, that we basically were not a threat to anyone.
Right.
And yet we still faced such consequences. We want to take the way out of peace. Even until now, we heard the comments from multiple heads of state. We want to take the way out of peace, but if we are left with no option, then we are left with no option.
And what is that? What would be a red line for a country like Qatar?
So A red line, I think, insofar as a country like Qatar or any of the other GCC countries, I mean, we've seen civilian infrastructure is being targeted everywhere. We were told by the Iranian leadership that only U.S. military bases, but even here in Qatar, we've seen strikes in the north, strikes in the south, and today the only reason why we're not hearing these noises and feeling the ground shake is because the fighter jets are out there intercepting over the Gulf Sea.
Yeah, because the United States is assisting in protecting these places. We have bases all throughout all these countries that we're talking about. If it's not U.S. doing it, if it's not the United States doing it directly, we of course have been providing all of the Gulf states, all the Arab Gulf states, with military equipment. People like Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and I think the UAE got some last year too. I can't remember all the people who got who Donald Trump sold the military. It was a bunch last year, and it's not exclusive to Donald Trump. We've been doing it for many years. Many years. All right, let's go here to see what one man had to say. The head of a different religion had to say about the death of the Ayatollah. I'm, of course, talking about Pope Leo XIV.
Seguo con profonda preoccupazione quanto sta accadendo in Medio.
I am following with deep concern for what is happening in the Middle East and in Iran in these dramatic hours. Stability and peace are not built with mutual threats, nor with weapons that sow destruction, pain, and death, but only through a reasonable, authentic, and responsible dialogue. In the face of the possibility of a tragedy of enormous proportions, I make a heartfelt appeal to the parties involved to assume the moral responsibility to stop the spiral of violence before it becomes an irreparable abyss. May diplomacy rediscover its role and promote the good of peoples who yearn for peaceful coexistence based on justice. Let's continue to pray for peace. Well, there we go. There's the Pope calling for peace in this time of great tumultuousness. Perhaps a much-needed message at this extraordinarily difficult time. All right, back to the conflict. Al Jazeera English, 9 hours ago, airspace closed, thousands of flights canceled as the United States and Israel continue its attacks on Iran.
Blasts have replaced the rush of jet engines above Dubai. Streaks in the sky from missiles instead of the contrails from thousands of flights locals are used to seeing. Dubai is home to the world's busiest airport by international traffic, handling millions of passengers a month. But the closure of its airspace has stranded many.
I think the one thing that I'm worried about is my flight, because I'm supposed to fly back to my home country in 2 days.
It's being felt across the Gulf. Iranian strikes damaged Kuwait's airport on Saturday. And in Doha, the airspace has closed for another of the world's busiest airports.
We got information from ATC control about that airspace is closed.
They are delays which are now being felt worldwide. In Thailand, flights through the Middle East have been mostly cancelled, affecting hundreds. And it's the same in India.
We came here from Uttar Pradesh, and for our flight scheduled to Dubai. Our flight was cancelled, so we don't know what to do. We are helpless. There are 15 of us.
In Paris, many more can't reach their destination.
Unfortunately, our whole trip from our school canceled it, so we're no longer going to Dubai.
Yep, there's no more Dubai trip in the future for us, unfortunately. But I don't think there are going to be many Dubai trips happening very soon.
Airlines are citing imminent safety concerns for the cancellations, asking would-be passengers to keep across the latest updates for information. And with the next strikes difficult to predict, passengers are left wondering when things may return to normal.
Okay, thank you, Al Jazeera. The economic impacts of all of this. People left stranded. Many, many, many thousands of people are left stranded right now due to this conflict erupting out of, well, not out of nowhere. I think people, like I said, could have predicted this. We did predict that to some degree this was coming, that there had been a unprecedented, at least in the last 20 years, buildup of military forces in the Middle East from the United States in the recent weeks. But people were just living their lives as people do. Not many of them trying to figure out what to you know, as a result of all this, what to do now. Some left camping out in airports, essentially. Now, another strike was caught on video, at least the aftermath of another strike in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi. This is from 8 hours ago out of, was this the Associated? Yeah, this is the AP.
Oh, Dios. Ay, que va un colectivo, que va pasando por ahí.
Is that Spanish?
No. Sí, viste. Wow. Mira lo que es. Qué impresionante. Es impresionante. Oh. Y todas las embarcaciones con combustible, ¿sabes qué? Son las...
Okay, let's go straight into this one now. To Israel, where another
Israel
Iranian
has kept
missile
tight
attack.
restrictions on information about Iranian strikes, but the damage at Beit Shemesh was too much for secrets. Mangled cars and shattered concrete. Police say most of the dead were hiding in a bomb shelter. Israel's air defense has made hundreds of interceptions, but it can't stop everything. This is what Iran has been retaliating for. The latest strikes on Tehran, part of an ongoing US and Israeli onslaught that has killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and up to 40 senior Iranian figures. President Masoud Pezeshkian, speaking from an unknown location, threatened to leave Iran's enemies hopeless.
The United States and Israel should know that this will bring them nothing but shame. And our dear nation, who are mourning the passing of this great martyr today, with their presence and their participation in mosques and on the streets, we must join hands and thwart the evil plans of the enemies.
While some Iranians have been celebrating the Ayatollah's death, there has been mourning too. Dressed in black, thousands filled Tehran's Engelab Square. They spoke of their shock and grief.
We kept saying from last night until the morning, it's a lie. Unfortunately, it was the truth.
We lost our dearest person. We lost our elder. We lost our master. We gathered here because of this. I don't know what to say, really.
In Minab, at a school hit by the Israelis or Americans on Saturday, rescue workers dug through the night. Iranian authorities say at least 165 people, mostly schoolgirls, were killed here. A vacuum. A provisional leadership council has been appointed, with senior cleric Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi among its members.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Oh, yeah. Didn't mean to sneeze in your ear. It's unavoidable. Alright, let's keep this moving, Space Fams. Got more to talk about. I'm just gonna keep going through these chronologically. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. I've lost my place, though. I've lost my place. Where was I? Yes, another Al Jazeera video now from 7 hours ago. Al Jazeera, 7 hours ago, Donald Trump threatens Iran with unprecedented military force as the United States confirms U.S. service member deaths. Wait, I just clicked one too many. That was bad. It's a bad job.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Bad job. Son of a bitch. Look, I'm not perfect. I accept that. You should too. It'll be an easier viewing experience for you if you do that.
Day 2 of the US-Israeli attack on Iran and a fresh threat from US President Donald Trump. Writing on Truth Social, he said, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they've ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. As the US headquarters for the Operation CENTCOM released new pictures of Operation Epic Fury, it also confirmed the first US military deaths. 3 service personnel killed, 5 others injured. It's reported they were based in Kuwait, one of Iran's retaliation targets. The names of the dead have not been released. The families will be informed first. In a series of media calls on Saturday, Donald Trump refused to put a time limit on the war, insisting it will continue for as long as necessary. One of his biggest supporters hailed the president's actions.
The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. The largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is close to collapsing. The leader of the largest state sponsor of terrorism and his inner team are dead.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Shocking that he supports this with such fervor, right? Isn't everybody shocked by that? And of course, this is going to be a theme tonight. Because Lindsey is not the only Republican who is fully on board with what we just witnessed here. No. We'll be getting to those other comments I've got later. People like Tom Cotton, Senator Ted Cruz, Cancun Cruz. Good old Cancun Cruz. What do we got next? Alright, let's go here to this BBC clip from 7 hours ago. We're making progress, people. We're getting closer and closer to current, and then we're going to switch over to some live streams that I have prepared for us so that we can be as up-to-date as possible. And if my timing works out, we'll probably end the stream with the latest directly from the Department of Defense. Sorry, Department of War. Because supposedly Pete Hegseth, Pete Kegsbreath, is going to be giving a statement to the media this morning, bright and early.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'll be right back, chat.
Tonight at 10, as rockets continue to rain down across the Middle East, Britain agrees to let US forces use British bases to strike Iran. The capital, Tehran, has been the main target, with the authorities there saying hundreds of civilians have been killed. A hospital has also been hit. It followed earlier strikes targeting the regime's headquarters in the capital, still reeling after the death of the supreme leader.
In the last hour, the Prime Minister has accepted a request from the US to use British military bases to launch defensive strikes.
Here in the US, President Trump has announced the deaths of 3 service personnel, as he says American combat operations will continue until all of its objectives have been achieved.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen.
Also, global economic fears tonight as an oil tanker under sanction from America is attacked in a key shipping lane. The Iranians are striking back, targeting Israel. 9 people have died in the city of Beit Shemesh, while commercial flights have been suspended across the Middle East. This, Dubai's airport, a major gateway to the Gulf. Hello to you on another dramatic day of developments here in the Middle East as Israel launches more airstrikes against targets in Iran, which came after state television there confirmed the death of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. 3 US service personnel have also been killed, the first to die in the conflict. And in the last hour, Sir Keir Starmer says the UK will allow the United States to use British military bases to launch defensive strikes. Well, Israeli forces have been carrying out a sustained bombing campaign of Iranian targets, including in the capital Tehran, where command centers of the Revolutionary Guard have been hit. Tonight, witnesses also report a hospital in the city was struck, with patients having to be evacuated. The Iranians have been retaliating with their own missile strikes right across the region. 9 people were killed in the city of Beit Shemesh in Israel. 11 others are missing. While missiles also hit us here in Tel Aviv overnight, with 1 woman being killed and around 20 others injured. We witnessed that strike as the missile came in, not far off in the distance behind our position here. The target, an Israeli military facility, but the munitions fell short. Throughout the day, we've also had numerous air raid sirens go off here, spending several minutes each time in a bomb shelter. Things are, thankfully, a little quieter now. Well, Iran says hundreds of civilians have been killed since the assault began. Our first report tonight is from our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
Tehran is being hammered for a second night. The Americans and the Israelis are pushing hard to exploit any Iranian weakness or confusion after the killing of their supreme leader. The message is that they dominate the skies and there's no place to hide. Back in the US, Donald Trump told the regime to capitulate or else.
We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, and police to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you for your patience.
And in Tehran, a strike hit the headquarters of the state broadcasting company. The Gandhi Hospital in North Tehran and 3 residential buildings next to it were badly damaged. Unless they're being used as military positions, the laws of war say hospitals are protected places. This incubator pushed out into the street seems to have a baby in it. In a city under attack, thousands of supporters of the regime gathered for the first of 40 days of mourning for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The regime retains a solid base of support despite the recent mass protests. His killing is a huge blow for regime loyalists and a seismic moment in this war, but it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the regime. Its founders, nearly 50 years ago, designed its institutions to survive wars and assassinations. It is not a one-man show. Iran is extending the war into the Gulf. 2 weeks ago, it released video of naval commandos practicing blockading the vital sea lane through the Strait of Hormuz. And now they're doing it for real. Stopping oil exports from the Gulf longer term would cause global economic damage. In peacetime, around 1/5 of world oil supplies, 20 million barrels a day, are shipped out of the Gulf through Hormuz. The shipping lanes are only 10 kilometers. Wide at their narrowest point. This burning tanker is believed to be used for Iranian exports. The US Navy is hitting back. In Tehran and other cities, some Iranians
Oh, God damn. God damn.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I did it again. It's the second time this stream. Motherfucker. You've got to be. I muted myself. That's great. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. You're always there for me. You're always there to remind me. Oh, remind me of how stupid I am. Big fucking moron.
You're a moron. You're a moron.
Okay, we gotta redo everything, so let's just do that again. Yay.
You are not funny.
Alright, take 2 on the fucking oil prices. Since we were talking about the oil prices just now, that killed me. That made me so mad. I was talking that whole... I don't know how long I was talking for, but it was an annoyingly long time. An annoyingly long time. Actually, I'm going to switch back to the Office TV so people can see me. Actually, I guess I could just do this. Wait, which one's easier to see? It's probably easier to see it over here for the vertical people. Okay, we're going to talk oil prices. Let's go over here. Oh, the Green New Deal. Feeding our space puppy. Very thoughtful. Enjoy that like a puppy treat. Okay, I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Okay, here we go. Crude oil right now. Now, it has been, honestly, we've been talking about this buildup of troops for the last couple weeks, and it would seem that oil traders, commodity traders have also Oil traders have also been paying attention to what's been going on, and over the last few months, it's been trending up. Back in December, a little over 3 months ago. Wait, a little over 2 months ago. Wait, my brain just broke. Yeah, two and a half months ago, back in December, you saw it go down all the way to $55 a barrel, but we are now at $73.17 and change, up 9% this morning alone. You can see when you zoom in, much of this spike is from just right now in the last week, less than that, right? We're looking at, this is a month. If you go back here to a week, it was only $63 a barrel, still up from a couple months before it, but it's blam, like up huge, just big, so like 17% in just a few days' time. It would seem people have been paying attention to this, and the possibility of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of this conflict will have negative effects on oil prices, undoubtedly.
Instead, to celebrate,
which will also have effects on the global economy, since we run our entire economy on oil still. All right, not the entire thing, but we're still desperately addicted to oil.
Killing the Ayatollah strips the war to its essentials. On one side, Donald Trump's belief that US and Israeli air power and assassinations will clear the way for the regime's opponents to seize power. And on the other, the resilience of the regime. This is Israeli military video of another strike at a base in Tehran. It's now clear what this war is all about for Israel and the US, regime change imposed by air power.
Not true. Not true, Sean Kearns. GSL is the reincarnated Space Ghost. Yes, no. Actually, no. Actually, no, and I have proof because I started the stream before the great Space Ghost passed away. In fact, we covered his passing on the stream. So if I am, in fact, the reincarnated Space Ghost, how did I cover my own passing? Doesn't make any sense. It's just physically impossible.
Something never done before. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "This combined effort allows us to do what I've hoped to achieve for 40 years, to crush the regime of terror completely. That's my promise," he said, and this is what is going to happen. Salvage operations continue at the girls' school in southern Iran, destroyed in an airstrike on day one of the bombing. Iranian officials now say 153 were killed here, including many schoolgirls.
The world must know the truth. This is a child's textbook. The children are buried beneath the rubble, and they were all civilians. They came here for school this morning.
The US has not eased up its bombing campaign. While this was
Melanie, I wish I could highlight. I gotta figure out. I gotta write this on my fucking board. Still, I don't think I've done it. Gotta find a way to make it so that I can highlight chats on Twitch, same way I do it on YouTube. I know there's a way to do it. But Melanie, I know that you say that you don't have a car and that it won't affect you technically, but just because you're not buying gas doesn't mean that the people selling you the things aren't buying gas, right? Like you know, on a local level, right? Like, say you're buying produce at a farmer's market. The farmer, you know, has to get that food to the farmer's market. They got to put gas, theoretically, so long as they have a gas vehicle, into that truck, you would assume, to get that stuff to that farmer's market, right? You can sort of extrapolate that across the entire economy. You know, you buy something off of Temu, it goes onto a most likely gas-powered airplane, or perhaps a ship crosses the Pacific to the United States. Then it goes on to, you know, either a train or a truck, right? Those two things, you know, Not entirely oil and gas, but very highly dependent upon oil and gas still. So even if you're not buying gas yourself personally, everybody else is doing it on behalf of you to get your shit to your doorstop or to the stores where you're buying it. So unfortunately, that's not a surefire way of avoiding it. Don't forget that we also use fossil fuels to run our electricity here in the United States as well, even though we could get it for free from the sun.
Donald Trump told the US magazine The Atlantic that Iran's surviving leaders want to talk and that he's agreed. But they were talking before the US and Israel attacked them too. All day Tehran was under fire. Iran cannot match American and Israeli firepower, but it might not need to. Iran can fight back, it is not facing a ground invasion, and victory for the regime means the survival of the Islamic Republic, no matter who the US...
Oh, I know you know that, Melanie. I'm just saying that for everybody else.
...and Israel kill. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
Well, within the last hour, the UK has agreed to an American request to use British military bases to strike Iranian missile sites. Now, the Prime Minister made this announcement in a video filmed and released by Downing Street with no opportunity for media questions.
Like, honestly, everybody, never be offended when I use you and I use your comments as a jumping off point for a topic, because honestly, I'm an opportunist, okay? I sit here, I see your comments, sometimes they trigger thoughts, and I at least want to give you credit for having triggered the thought. And that's really all that's happening there. I'm using you as a jumping off point.
How rude.
Yeah, I know. It's rude of me to do such a thing. It's out of love, though. And I appreciate you. All of you. Okay, we're gonna keep going through these videos, of which I have a continually growing list of, these things. Rather than watching this, I figured we'd go straight to the source, watch the whole clip from Keir Starmer over in the UK. Mr.
Yesterday,
Prime Minister.
I spoke to you about the situation in the Gulf and explained that the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes on Iran. That remains the case. Over the last 2 days, Iran has launched sustained attacks across the region at countries who did not attack them. They've hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. This is clearly a dangerous situation. We have at least 200,000 British citizens in the region, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. I ask all our people in the region to please register your presence and follow Foreign Office travel advice. I know this is a deeply worrying time, and we will continue to do all we can to support you. Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the supreme leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. Their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. Our decision that the UK would not be involved with the strikes on Iran was deliberate, not least because we believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement, one in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon. But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless and putting British people at huge risk, along with our allies across the region. That is the situation.
Is it just me, or does it seem like Keir Starmer here is like treading a very fine line? He's both simultaneously trying to condemn what Iran is doing, while also not actually like outright. Or it's not even. I don't even feel like he's actually condemning it. Where he's like expressing concern about what Iran is doing while not actually condemning it, and also not like committing the United Kingdom to anything at all. He's just trying to say words and hoping that it's like that it like passes as leadership. He's just like, all right, if I can get through saying 500 words without everybody kicking me out of office, I will have done my job.
We face today. Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them, and it is my duty to protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes. But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source.
Fucking hell. Breaking news, everybody. No. Wrong sound shot. This is not an applause. This is not applause. Oh, god damn it. Breaking news, everyone. As of 8 minutes ago, this is off of Al Jazeera English's YouTube channel. Quote, several U.S. warplanes crashed in Kuwait. According to the Defense Ministry, Kuwait's Defense Ministry says several U.S. warplanes have crashed in the country. All of the crew survived. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this. There's an article. I'm gonna look this up. Wait. Is this not an article? Okay, I'm just gonna go straight. Type it in. HAA.is. Got it. Here we go.
Damage when it comes to some of these buildings. We see partial.
Oh, never mind. This is a live stream. Never mind. Okay, I'm just gonna read this off then. Just gonna read this off. Iran live news. U.S. jet crashes in Kuwait. Iran says no Trump talks. Iran continues to strike U.S. assets across the Gulf after the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Wait, where is the rest of this fucking article? I think it's just a headline. I think it's literally just a headline. Okay. That's it. All right. Well, there you go. That's the latest on this whole fucking situation. We still got a hell of a lot more to talk about, but I figured I would let you all know that. Jesus Christ. By the way, those jets cost like $100 million a piece or something. Maybe more. I don't know. It depends on which one it is. They said multiple jets. Actually, I think they're more. Where actually, what am I talking about? Hold on. How much is it exactly? I gotta look this up. F-35. Actually, the F-35 isn't finished. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, F-35 is $100 million. $100 million. Is that what I said? I can't remember what I said. All right, moving on from Kid Starver over here. From Starver to Macron. Emmanuel Macron. President of France. Let's see what he had to say. Go web go. Engage. Let's do it.
Les frappes qui sont que mènent depuis hier matin les États-Unis.
The strikes the United States and Israel have been conducting against Iran since yesterday morning have led to an unprecedented regional escalation. The missile and drone attacks launched in response by Iran in a completely disproportionate and indiscriminate manner have hit military facilities and numerous civilian Wait. How is hitting military facilities indiscriminate? Or more indiscriminate? Like, the United States and Israel struck multiple civilian areas as well. This is so two-faced. He's like, Israel and the United States are doing something bad, but Iran's even, they're doing much, much worse. Nasty, nasty Iran.
Weak.
Then it's about the security and the sovereignty of our partners. The United Arab Emirates is by far the most affected, and Qatar is also heavily targeted. All other countries in the region have been hit. In the United Arab Emirates, we have a hangar at our base adjacent to the Emirati base that was hit in a drone attack. It targeted the port of Abu Dhabi. The damage is only material and limited, with no injuries to report, but all of this leads also to us enhancing our posture and defensive support to stand alongside those with whom we have defense and security treaties and to adapt our posture to the developments of recent hours, with nothing justifies these escalations. All right. Keeping it real by Monique. Hi to you. It's interesting that on Vertical, it gives you an option to just say hi. David D. Ellis said hi. Hi to everybody in the chats. All of them. YouTube Vertical, YouTube Horizontal, and Twitch. You're all beautiful. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube. Maybe hit that like button too while you're at it. Bell icon, let you know when our streams go live. Our streams, which are usually about 5 days a week, 8 hours or so a pop. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Jewels on the Vertical chat. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. This is the time we would normally take a break, but we're not going to take a break. We're just going to keep this puppy moving due to the continuing, the developing nature of this situation. Something we've been doing for the last 2 days. Totally not stressing me out. I'm fine. Don't know what you're talking about. Now, clashes with police. I still don't know. I need to look. I need to find a way to figure this out. Everything I see, no one has made it clear whether it's U.S. military police or Iraqi police, but protesters have continued to clash with some police force in Iraq in the wake of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. As you can see here, this is from the Associated Press from 6 hours ago. Honestly, though, the more I think about it, my question to YouTube is: is it really too hard to type 2 letters, H-I? Must we really have some slightly easier way to say hi to everyone? Have we devolved that much as a society? We can't even use our thumbs. We're too lazy to use our thumbs to type hi. How hard is that? Can't be that hard. I know it because I say hi all the time. I type all the time. There's no way that it needed that function. Multiple people in chat typing hi right now. Oh my god. Oh god, this is ridiculous. Your thumbs are about to fall off, I swear to god. You know what I keep asking myself over and over again? What are we doing in Iran exactly? You know who else is asking himself that same exact question? One Jamel Bowie.
Here are some quick thoughts on the war in Iran that was launched yesterday by the United States and Israel. This is a little late, obviously, about a day after it all began, but I needed some time to think and to chat with people and to kind of get my own thoughts in order. A quick note about surroundings. I'm just on my porch. My kids are home. It is a Sunday, and this is the only quiet place that exists for me to record anything. So this is just my porch. We got some sleds from the snow and ice storms recently, my bike, a box of books, the usual stuff. I need to clean this thing up. Anyway. So, thoughts on this attack on Iran. I have a political analysis to make, of course, but I first want to make a few direct substantive points about the attack itself. Now, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm not someone who has done a lot of work studying American foreign policy towards Iran. I know enough to be able to follow a conversation, but I'm not an expert here. These are just kind of my intuitions and based on my own values. Based on my own values, I don't think this attack is a good idea, first and foremost. The administration doesn't appear to have any clear strategic plan for what happens next, and the hopeful tone coming from the White House, oh, this might reshape the region, is just that, a hopeful tone. They don't really know, and it's just as likely, and I would say more likely given our recent experience with attacks in the Middle East and attempts to do regime change, that we're going to get a lot of unintended consequences, as was the case following Iraq, as was the case following Libya. Tiny mistake. I think a real priority of American foreign policy ought to be, to as much as possible, do no harm, and there's no evidence here, at least, that the U.S. is going to do no harm. In fact, given that the first set of casualties we've heard about was a school full of young girls being obliterated, we've already gone well past the point of do no harm. The other thing, and this probably just reflects my own political acculturation, which was during the Iraq War, during the run-up to the Iraq War, is I simply no longer want American tax dollars and American military force to be going to the destruction of other countries for no particular reason. Yes, Iran has been an adversary. Yes, Iran has been a rival, but the Iranian government has not directly attacked the United States. Americans are not under threat. There was no threat of a nuclear weapon reaching American shores or even Americans and bases nearby. There's no threat here. The administration and its allies might be calling this a preemptive war to create the impression that we were directly going to be attacked soon, but that's not the case at all. This was a preventative war, and preventative wars are illegal. We also call them aggressive wars. To put this a little more simply, I did not like American taxpayer dollars going to fund Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, and I don't like American taxpayer dollars and the American military going towards directly attacking a country that has not actually posed a direct threat to the people of the United States. All right, now for political analysis. This is an illegal war. The fact that I call it a preventative war and that preventative wars are illegal should, by the transitive properties, clue you into the fact that this is an illegal war. Why is it illegal? Beyond the nature of the conflict, you'll note that President Trump, when he announced this at 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, he called this a war. He described it as a war.
The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
In the past, when the American presidents have wanted to get around the constitutional requirement for Congress to make the final decision about whether to go to war, they've described their interventions in other ways. They've called them interventions, they've called them police action, something else to create the impression that this is a step below war and thus not triggering Congress's constitutional prerogative to declare war. Trump is calling this a war, which means that Congress should have weighed in, but there has been no congressional authorization of this conflict whatsoever. There's no authorization for the use of military force as was used before.
Yes, indeed, Jamel Bowie making a lot of sense over here. Not only is it illegal internationally, but it's also illegal at home. Double illegal.
Illegal.
Okay, now let's go back to Israel, where another Iranian strike got through in Jerusalem. They occupied Jerusalem. We have the video on the ground and the aftermath of that strike. This is from 5 hours ago, out of the Associated Press. As you can see there, what would seem to be a highway of some sort was struck by an Iranian missile. Basically taking out an entire side of the highway. One route of traffic completely cut off now as a result of that strike. Now let's continue here with Israel, but not with strikes in Israel, but strikes Israel has been conducting, not in Iran, but to its neighbor to the north in Lebanon. Another AP clip from 5 hours ago. See what I mean when I said earlier today, this is really genuinely just turning into a full-on regional conflict. Israel restarting all of its wars with everybody it has fought for the last 2 years. And then we now have a bunch of new players getting dragged into this. Although Europe very hesitant to back the United States in all this, especially considering the erratic behavior of the president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. I think a lot of people are even more reticent than they might be normally to back the United States in another Middle East war. Israel's on Team USA, though. I lost my place again. Where were we? I'm making a fair amount of progress on all this, but my list keeps growing longer. Let's go here to global news. What do you think? Is this what I want right now? Yeah. Global news 5 hours ago. Casualties mount in the Middle East. Although I think this is a full global news broadcast. I don't know if it's all Iran like we're doing lately or not. I haven't actually gotten to watch this one yet.
On this Sunday night, war in the Middle East. More U.S. and Israeli strikes target the heart of Tehran as the regime hits back, bombing Israel and other Gulf countries.
It's really a fight for survival of the regime and for inflicting as much damage as the regime can.
The Canadians caught in the crossfire.
All of a sudden it was boom, and the explosion hit.
Plus, pain at the pumps, why the conflict in Iran is about to send oil prices soaring.
Global National. Reporting tonight, Jeff Semple.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. One day after the U.S. and Israel unleashed a massive attack on Iran, killing the country's supreme leader, those strikes have only intensified. Plumes of smoke rising over Tehran tonight. Iran's leadership is vowing revenge, promising the most devastating offensive operation in its history. Iran striking targets across several countries. And late today, President Trump again called on the Iranian people to rise up against their regime. And he also addressed the American people.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats.
Air raid sirens blaring across Jerusalem and Tel Aviv tonight as missiles rain down. There are mounting casualties on both sides, including American troops and Iranian children. Redmond Shannon has our top story tonight.
The grief Iran wants the world to see. Supporters of its government mourn the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the second supreme leader of the Islamic Republic. Their sadness mixed with anger too. This man says Israel must be removed from the face of the earth, just as Khamenei wanted. With the internet all but blocked, it's not easy to know what government opponents feel. But some videos of celebrations have leaked out, including the toppling of a monument to the first supreme leader, Ruhollah Khomeini.
There is a great degree of dissatisfaction among the Iranian populace with the system, but the system also has maintained a willingness, certainly, and a capacity to crack down very brutally with thousands of people killed.
No Iranians will be celebrating what happened at this girls' school. Authorities there say an airstrike killed more than 150 people, a number currently difficult to verify. US President Donald Trump says the joint operation with Israel is ahead of schedule, claiming they have sunk 9 Iranian warships and have killed 48 Iranian leaders, including the head of the armed forces and the chief of the IRGC.
Holy fuck. What an overwhelming fucking weekend. I already thought the week was shitty. I remember thinking last week sucked. I was like, oh my god, all these Epstein files just keep getting worse and worse. The cover-up is becoming more and more apparent. There's all these things I was thinking about last week that now feels so incredibly quaint. Because we've just started an entire regional conflict overnight. Just sort of in awe of it all. What a fucking disaster. By the way, everyone here I'm sure will be pleased to know my list keeps getting longer, which means that we're just going to keep getting a longer and longer stream.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands.
Why does it seem like each week gets worse and worse? It's not clear. Probably because it is. Each worse is in fact getting worse than the previous week. I think that's just a. I think you're just fairly connected to what's happening on a weekly basis. Because in fact, I think each week is somehow like challenging the previous week for which one is the worst week.
One leader who survived is President Masoud Pezeshkian, who said revenge is Iran's duty and right. He now forms part of a 3-person interim leadership council, alongside Chief Justice Mohseni Ejei and Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. It's expected a new supreme leader to replace Khamenei could be elected by clerics in the coming days. That will happen as the bombs continue to fall. This is footage of what Israel's military says is its targeting of an IRGC base. Missiles are still flying out of Iran too, aimed at Gulf states that house US military bases, and at Israel. An Iranian strike killed at least 9 people in a town near Jerusalem. Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu said these are painful days, but he promised to only intensify strikes on Iran. On the streets of Jerusalem, there is a range of views about the cost of trying to change regime in Tehran.
It's hard to continue to do this again after the last round.
I'm so happy. Ding dong, the witch is dead. I really feel that right now we're on the good path and that everything is going to be fine.
There is a cost.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a psychopathic, genocidal maniac right there. That is some wild shit. Terrible. Israel's got some serious reckoning to do with what it's been up to. Certainly for the last 2 years. Yeah, if not decades, but I'll start with for the last 2 years. I feel like that's a good jumping off point. If we can solve the last 2 years, I feel like we can solve the last 80. That's just my sense of things. I'm just gonna skip ahead to some random spot in this Channel 4 news, global news broadcast.
That hinges on what Trump may decide to do next.
It's certainly possible that the Venezuela model will be implemented in Iran, but I think given that there's another stakeholder in this war, and that's Israel, I think it's less likely that some faction of the regime will be left standing, because the regime in all its forms is an existential threat to Israel.
In the United States, Trump's attack on Iran without any congressional authorization has become the latest test of his presidency, with mixed reactions coming from Washington.
The president has acted boldly, he's acted decisively, and Iran no longer being led by a theocratic, murderous dictator, that makes America much, much safer.
What are we getting out of this? We're not getting regime change to a democracy. We're not going to eliminate their nuclear program. We are going to have regional war breaking out. It's going to be the children of middle class and poor families all across this country who are going to die for a war of choice, a war of vanity, an illegal war.
Military experts say Americans should expect the U.S. to carry out several more days of strikes on Iran, while Washington lawmakers push to bring a war powers vote to the floor this week. Jeff?
Candace Cole in Washington, thanks. The war in the Middle East is already having a major impact on oil shipments through that region. Several tankers have been damaged and at least one sailor has been killed. At least 3 ships were struck near the Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping route off the coast of Iran, which moves about 20% of the world's oil and gas supplies. It's unclear who attacked, but the ship was previously sanctioned by the U.S. for allegedly being part of Iran's shadow fleet. Iran's Revolutionary Guard also issued new radio warnings to ships in the region that the strait is closed.
This is Sepah Navy, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. From now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden.
The disruptions are expected to fuel oil prices, which are already rising over fears of the conflict. The price of Brent crude jumped 10% to about $80 today. If this conflict drags on, analysts warn it could go over $100 per barrel.
Immediately, if not sooner.
These protesters opposed to the strikes on Iran tried to storm U.S. diplomatic offices across Pakistan today, leaving at least 22 people dead and more than 120 others injured. Government officials in Karachi say the protesters breached the outer wall of the U.S. consulate and were then fired upon by U.S. security officials. The conflict is also causing major travel disruptions around the world today.
I knew
as
it.
Flights
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It was U.S. That's why I wanted to. That's why I kept asking that question out loud. There's the confirmation of it. There was U.S. security officials who actually killed a Pakistani protester. Wow. Okay. Great. I'm sure that'll be received well.
Suspended at key transit airports across the Middle East. Airports in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha have been shut down or restricted as airspace in the region remains closed. Iranian strikes caused damage to the Dubai International Airport as well as a hotel. Some Canadians are now caught in that region. As Heidi Petrachik reports, with flights canceled, they're now stranded with the strikes raining down.
Across the country, Iranians have been gathering from Toronto to Halifax, many celebrating the death of Iran's...
Wait, was it 10? I heard 1 earlier. 10? Is it really 10 protesters that were killed? It's wild. Yeah, I didn't see that. The situation is in progress, right? Like, I mean, things are changing every second. Okay, trying to keep my facts straight over here. It's a struggle because of how much is changing, how much is happening all at once. Okay, I'm sorry.
A huge, tiny mistake. Leader.
I can assure you he was the biggest supporter of the terrorism around the world, and he's gone.
We are very hopeful. The first step is getting rid of this regime.
But there is fallout from the American strikes, Iranian rockets targeting Israel with deadly consequences, and striking a high-end hotel in Dubai. The smoke captured in this video from a Canadian living nearby.
All of a sudden it was boom, and the explosion hit the missile hit the Fairmont, on the palm.
The explosion Saturday, just a 5-minute walk from Grace and Foster's apartment. Retaliatory strikes continued to target Gulf states Sunday. The sound of rockets and drones being intercepted loud overhead.
But the sound of it and the visuals of it is, of course, very daunting.
Okay. I'm going to move on from this global news segment here. I'm just trying to continue to get ourselves caught up with what the hell has happened over the last, I don't know, whatever, 24 hours since the last stream. We are getting caught up. That broadcast from Global News was from 5 hours ago. So we are making progress. However, my list just keeps getting longer and longer. I don't know how that's possible. Right, because things keep happening. Let's go back to the attack in Lebanon with Al Jazeera English from 5 hours ago. Now, just a reminder to everybody, Israel's been conducting strikes in Lebanon. It's not just, this isn't really that much of a development. It's not a big change, right? We covered 2 weeks ago more Israeli strikes that killed at least like 11 people in Lebanon. They've been conducting strikes for years in Lebanon and continue to actually occupy parts of southern Lebanon to this day, even though there's supposedly a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah.
You're watching Al Jazeera Live from Doha. I'm Darren Jordan with our continuing extensive coverage of the joint Israeli and US attacks on Iran. And after 2 days of strikes and counterattacks, the conflict is now widening. Hundreds of thousands of people are on the move after Israel launched strikes across Lebanon. And within the last hour, it's ordered a forced evacuation for nearly 50 villages. Israel already launched strikes on Bekaa in southern Lebanon. The military has warned of more strikes after Hezbollah fired into Israel. Lebanon's prime minister has condemned Hezbollah's rocket fire. Israel says a senior Hezbollah commander has been killed. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah positions in...
How dare Hezbollah defend itself against Israel? So incredibly rude of them.
And around Beirut, causing destruction and fires in many parts. Earlier, Hezbollah claimed responsibility for strikes on Israeli territory. The armed group says its attacks were in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Let's bring in Nida Ibrahim. She's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, so the Israeli military had released a statement some time ago saying they'd be attacking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, and now we have seen those Israeli strikes following the Hezbollah rocket launches. Tell us more about what the Israelis have been saying, Nida.
Well, the Israeli army has been saying that they will be working to thwart any threat that is posed against the state of Israel, saying that Hezbollah is considered a threat to Lebanon, it will devastate it, and saying that they will act swiftly against the threats from Hezbollah. But it's important to note that while these rockets have been intercepted or fell in open areas, the threat remains very minimal. But it is Israel wants to relay this message. It is at a time that it wants to crack down on any of Iranian missiles, Iranian programs, but also any of the proxies that Israel believes work with Iran in the region.
Yeah, but once again, this is all fucking bullshit because Israel's been conducting strikes and military operations in southern Lebanon against Hezbollah. Full stop. Just indefinitely for the last 2 years. They've been pretending that they've had a ceasefire the same way they're pretending to have a ceasefire in Gaza while they continued to murder dozens of people a day and enforce the mass starvation of well over 1 million people. It's just more nonsense. It's just more lies. And honestly, just repeating it is gross. just repeating these things. It's gross to me. I having to hear it. The lies. It's just frustrating. It's like we gotta not allow them to like sow these narratives of like, oh, actually, we're doing this because of Iran. It's like, bitch, you've been doing this every single week. You've been doing this. Oh, so annoying. Now, increasing concern in the global community grows as the conflict in the Middle East continues. Here's ABC News from 4 hours ago.
As hundreds of drones and missiles streak through Middle Eastern skies tonight, millions are in the firing line, while Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu gamble to reshape this region. When those US jets took off for Operation Epic Fury, the message to the world was clear. Trump wanted regime change. The president urging the Iranian people, who've suffered under a violent government for nearly 40 years, to take back control when the fighting is over.
I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic.
It's going to be difficult with Iran.
Yeah, how's the United States supposed to? How really? Give me this. I need an answer to this. How is the United States supposed to rebuild trust with Iran to do diplomacy and negotiations when we literally use the guides of negotiations to be able to blindside them with this latest attack? And we actually did the exact same thing. I'm just realizing this. We did the exact same thing with the first attack in the 12-day war in 2025. Remember this? Like we literally did the exact same thing. We said, hey, let's do some talks this weekend. And then on Friday, we come in and blast everything to hell. How do you rebuild trust after that? 2 times.
There's an old
Fool me once.
saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Right now. If this isn't the beginning of World War III, I don't know what is. Because I have no other description for what we're now experiencing. You've got an entire regional war now, where you have like an internal conflict going on in Syria. Of course, Israel's been waging war, a much smaller scale war against Syria, seizing its territory. Same with Lebanon, to a larger degree with Hezbollah. Against the Palestinians, they're waging a fucking genocide right now. Simultaneously fighting Iran. Iran now fighting a war against the U.S. and Israel and its proxies, right? UAE and Qatar now being dragged into this, the Bahrain. Yemen, of course, has been in a conflict, one degree or another, with Israel and the United States for years now. Ukraine and Russia have been fighting for over 4 years since the original invasion. If you're not counting it going back to like 2014, when the first invasion of Ukrainian territory occurred in the Crimea. By the way, Myanmar is still under military law and is still going through a civil war, even though we don't talk about it ever. There are multiple guerrilla factions in Myanmar still fighting a war against the military junta that's currently running the country in a non-democratic way, right? We got China, doing a territorial expansionary sort of, stuff in the South China Sea. Even though it's named the South China Sea, it's not all China's. And Russia, of course, not just Ukraine, but they've been expanding in the Arctic. I mean, we have all of these different players doing all this stuff. NATO and the United States, of course, in the midst of something of a breakup, it would seem. And that's causing every European ally that we used to have to start arming up to the fucking teeth. Everybody wondering if they should get nukes. It's like, this is where we're at right now. How is this not the beginning of World War III? I don't know. Of course, Donald Trump has also been waging a trade war against the entire planet. We're clearly in worldwide conflict. Whether or not you want to call it World War III, I don't really care, but that's where I feel we're currently at. All right, let's move on from ABC News back to Al Jazeera from 4 hours ago, where apparently Qatar is changing its strategy amid the latest Iranian attacks, moving its defense system offshore.
Iran continues to strike U.S. assets across the Gulf, targeting several military bases. Smoke was seen in the industrial area in Qatar's capital, Doha. Strikes have also hit Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Attacks have also been reported on airports, residential buildings, and hotels. Shelter-in-place alerts have been issued to citizens across the region. And we're getting reports from Bahrain, where one person has been killed on a foreign ship by falling debris from an intercepted missile.
Hey, Columbia Regan, thank you for the bits over on Twitch. Gigantified emote.
Brought under control, Bahrain's military says it's intercepted more than 60 Iranian missiles and 34 drones since the conflict with Iran first started. The foreign ministers of the Gulf Cooperation Council have condemned Iranian attacks targeting the region in a joint statement. The GCC has called them grave violations of sovereignty, good neighborliness, international law, particularly due to the targeting of civilians and civilian objects. The statement says GCC states reserve their legal right to respond and take all necessary measures to defend their sovereignty, security and stability, including the option of a military response. They also demanded an immediate halt to the attacks, emphasizing that Gulf stability is essential for the global economy and maritime navigation. Now let's cross over to Axel Zemovich, who is live here in Doha. One of the key things about that statement is the fact that the region has all come together, but they've also said, when it comes to Iran, military options are on the table.
Well, that's right. That's one of the reasons why this emergency meeting convened in the first place, to discuss about regional security and how there's going to be a united position in this sense. But we also understand that it's got a bigger implications on the whole region itself, because we're seeing that the situation is not winding down. On contrary, it's expanding. We've seen a large number of more attacks taking place across different cities, across the GCC. But we're also seeing that there's been some activities, some movements on the diplomatic fronts as well. The United Arab Emirates, they shut down their embassy in Tehran. They evacuated their staff. And we also seen that there's been an attack on a U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia. That wasn't the case in the past couple of days. So that was the reason why they're saying they condemn these attacks, but they also say if this continues, then each respective country has the right to defend itself, but also to reserve the right to respond in an appropriate way if needed.
Right. Now,
Do you see? Does everybody see what I mean when I talk about this? It's like this has already become like a regional conflict. We have like Arab countries now basically saying like we might literally get involved, go from just literally just defending ourselves with air defense and move to the responses, strikes. Ugh. I mean, it's disturbing. It's disturbing how fast this is moving. It is genuinely it's making it hard for me to sleep. It really is. Like, I am struggling with it. I have been like just having sleepless days. I mean, and days are when I sleep. I'm like a vampire. Stream all night and I sleep all day. All right, let's go see what Senator Tom Cotton had to say about this conflict.
Giving justification for U.S. military action in Iran. He said that Iran has been building missiles that could soon reach the American homeland. Sources familiar with that intelligence assessment and others told my colleagues that that assertion is not backed up by American intelligence. Have you, as chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, seen anything that suggests that Iranian missiles could soon reach America or could have before the attacks?
Well, Dana, what we know they have is thousands of missiles that can hit not just our bases right across the Persian Gulf, but bases as far-flung as Western Europe and the Indian Ocean. We also know that Iran has a space launch program. I don't know about you, Dana, but I haven't seen any Iranian astronauts in space lately.
He said American homeland.
What now? But Dana, a space launch program is very flimsy cover for an intercontinental missile program. It's the exact same technology to put something in space that you use to develop intercontinental missiles. And Iran's clearly had the ambition to do that for many years.
There we go. Tom Cotton seems fully on board about this. He seems very worried about space. All right, let's see what Ted Cancun Cruz had to say. This is Forbes breaking news with the clip from 2 hours ago.
Just to be clear, your argument for the why now is the weakness of that regime, not the imminent threat of the missiles that they have had and they've been building for a very long time.
That's precisely the argument I presented to the president, is this opportunity is here. It is now.
I'm so glad that the person that we have to interview all of our senators in the United States on this issue is just a rabid Zionist. Just so pro-Israeli that it's just suffocating. Like, really? Dana's the best we got? Dana's the one to hold the Senate accountable? No, she's actually here to ask them, why aren't they doing more? I hate this woman.
A fucking
terrible.
And removing the Ayatollah makes America much, much safer.
That's different from what the president said and what the administration is saying, which is that there was an imminent threat from Iran.
Well, the president has said repeatedly, if you look at his 8-minute speech laying out the basis for this attack, he went through the 47 years of massive animosity, of murder, of terror. This is a regime.
Yeah. And you felt that justified it, did you? You felt that Trump's little history lesson he did last night, you felt that was adequate
Massive
justification.
Animosity, of murder, of terror. This is a regime over and over again that has made the decision to murder Americans, to murder our allies. They right now, the most significant threat of violence right now is Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, which are the proxies that are controlled and paid for by Iran. And those proxies, they target Americans and they target Israelis and our other allies. We're seeing that.
You see, Dana completely agrees with this. Dana is a Republican. She hears this and she's like, she nods her head. Yes. She's like, right. Yeah. Houthis, Hezbollah. Gotta take them all down. Hamas. They're all the same. Kill them all, says Dana.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, says Dana. Fucking wild. Fucking wild. Okay, let's see what Senator Chris Coons had to say. Everybody's got a take, it would seem. Another Forbes breaking news clip. Says, tell me this is CNN again. Tell me this is another.
Well, that's what I
Dana
was going to ask you, because
I will pull my hair out.
Son
of a
at the
bitch.
beginning of that answer,
Son of a bitch,
you
dude.
don't remember any.
You've got to be.
Give me a joke.
You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be. Why? Why is it? I don't understand why. Literally, this is all we've got. Is just Dana. Dana's, oh God, Dana's the last line of defense for us. The journalist on the fucking Iran beat. You've got to be kidding me. This is a disaster. This is a fucking disaster. I haven't seen any of these clips ahead of time. We're doing things completely backwards than usual. I am actually reacting in real time to every single one of these. Aside from like a few that I watched while I was awake for like, I don't know, 3 hours before the stream started. So I watched some of the stuff earlier. I didn't even get to finishing the list until like 8 late. It was like 8:30, 9 o'clock. Why? Can we not get better than this? Can we not get somebody who's capable of being critical of Israel or the United States for like a fucking half of a second?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, because you noted at the beginning of that answer that you don't remember any example of successful regime change with military action solely from the sky and not ground troops. Are you suggesting that maybe there could be ground troops as long as Congress authorizes it? Or are you saying that perhaps regime change isn't realistic when it comes to the goals?
I think regime change is a very ambitious goal here. I wish that were not true. I would like to see a successful uprising, and obviously the murder of thousands of innocent Iranians who were...
This is wild, dude. The entire Senate is like totally on board with this shit, aside from like tiny aspects of it. They're like, oh, I don't like this one part of it, but I'm totally big into the idea of regime change in Iran. It's bipartisan.
I'm staying in the race. I'm staying in the race.
Somebody wake me up from this nightmare. Please. And someone pinch me. Well, at least we keep making progress. Although my list keeps getting longer. Let's go here now. TRT World. At least I think that's what's next, right? Yeah, TRT World. Oh, this is so fucking loathsome. Oh, okay, this is Israel. We actually saw this. This is the footage of West Jerusalem. Aftermath of one of these Iranian strikes. Appeared to target some sort of highway, I think is probably what that was. Yay, I get to skip a video. We already saw this one. It's fantastic. Got too many of these. It's another TRT clip, I think. Strike in... This is a strike in Iraq. Seemingly done by Iran. An Iranian drone at a munitions depot. Probably an American munitions depot. Damn, you can see the massive fireball that emanated from this strike. I got more clips here. Let's... Jesus. What else we got? This is exhausting. Just like mentally exhausting. Like the horrors. Just like, and honestly, sure, we cover horrible things here. It's like basically my job to cover horrible things happening across the world. We've been covering the genocide in Gaza. It's just like weighing on me so much right now. It's just like so shitty. Why is this what we're doing? You read an article that Trump wants to put Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court. Is that a joke? Ted Cruz, Supreme Court Justice Cruz? Really? And you don't think that that guy would be too corrupt for the court? Cancun Cruz? Really? That would be insane. There's no way he would get... There's no way that guy gets fucking... like, approved, right? Like, there's no way he gets Senate approval. Even under this Senate, I feel like there's no way. Ted? Yeah, right. Although, actually, maybe I have too high of an opinion of the Senate. Okay, let's go here to the Associated Press. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Middle East Eye from 3 hours ago. Wait, no, this is the Associated Press. This is in Los Angeles. There's no way this is 3 hours ago. This was posted to the Associated Press's channel from 3 hours ago. I'm fairly, this must have been 9 hours ago or something when it was still light in Los Angeles. I mean, when was sunset in Los Angeles? Must have been like, it's probably like 6 or 7 p.m., right? Maybe earlier. March. I think this is a pro-Iranian protest. I can't tell. I think this is a it's like an anti-regime Iranian protest. This is like, it's kind of complicated. I think that's the pre-regime flag. It's hard to make it out from up here. From this distance, it's kind of hard to pick it out, but I think that's what that is. Warmbow? What does Warmbow have to do with this exactly? Can you explain to me what that news puppet has to do with this situation? Huh? Or Cody and his Shody, for that matter. I rarely watch More News Now videos. Mostly because of their format. It's incredibly long. And usually they're posted somewhat I think they post them all to Patreon. I don't know. I think they all get posted to Patreon ahead of time. So they get posted like days after a thing is really relevant, I guess, news cycle wise. So for me, like, I watched them, but like I never watched them on the stream. There's a lion in the Shah's flag. Right, that's what I'm saying. I think it looks like a lion, but it's hard to tell because there's like very blurry footage. Hermit mentioned blue puppetry. Blue puppetry. I have no idea what you mean by that. Blue puppetry. Oh, that's why we're talking about Warmbow. Right, I see. It's all making sense. It's all making perfect sense now. Okay, let's go here to Middle East Eye from 3 hours ago. In Bahrain, where another strike targeting a U.S. naval base happened. Fire could be seen burning. We're just like going through just clip after clip of this horror. Just tiny little clips of just atrocities. Left and right. Oh, it's truly terrible. Operation Epstein Fury.
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
All right, let's go here. This is Reuters from 3 hours ago, where the Iranian foreign minister said that Iran was always open to diplomacy.
Iran has been always open
that is a true
to diplomacy. And I think we have a very good record of that. Contrary to Americans, that their record is very bad and very negative. You know, this is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation. What we are doing is, in fact, an act of self-defense and retaliation to the American.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Until earlier today, I totally forgot about this. Until I was remarking on this on the stream earlier. I forgot about the timing of the last attack, and I was like, wait a second. Isn't this the exact same thing we did the last time? We said, hey, negotiations this weekend, dog. See you there. High five. And then day before all of it's supposed to go down. It's ridiculous.
Aggression against us. We are not attacking our brothers in the in the Persian Gulf. We are not attacking our neighbors, but we are attacking American targets. And this is obvious. You know, the Americans, the United States military is targeting us, is attacking us, and we have no way but to defend ourselves.
All right. Damn, we're almost 6 hours
Well, Iran
into this
continues
show.
to strike U.S. assets across the Gulf, targeting several military bases. Explosions have been heard here in Doha in the last few minutes. Let's cross over to Axel Zaimovich. He's live for us on the Corniche at the moment. Axel, so we heard those explosions here in Qatar's capital city just this morning in the past few minutes. What more can you tell us, Axel?
Well, that's right. Those explosions, those detonations, actually is similar to the ones that we heard in the past 48 hours. It's very likely that we heard the explosions of activated Patriot systems, and it means that Qatar's air defense system is still intercepting missiles and drones coming from the direction from Iran towards Qatar. But also, what was different this time, that we haven't seen any of the trail of these intercepted missiles at this point. But also what we understand from the Qatar's defense ministry, that despite having this Patriot system in place, they're also flying jets, fighter jets. They're also trying to move these interception missiles, like the whole action taken not just here, in the part of Qatar. They're trying to move this action taking place outside, offshore. So we don't understand if those jets were flying this early morning, but that's a part of a new strategy that Qatar is trying to implement to have at least damage of falling debris falling down on the city or across the country.
All right, Axel, thank you.
Thank you, Axel, Al Jazeera there. We are getting very close to being not up to date, but like kind of up to date. We're getting close to the live streams. Kind of. I keep adding fucking videos to this list. I keep adding videos to this goddamn list somehow. Don't ask me how that's happening. Yay. What a fucked up weekend. I can't believe it's already, it's Monday already. It's 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 30 minutes left for Sunday. It's almost over. Sunday fun day. You never had a chance this weekend, apparently. Doomed to fail, Sunday fun day. R.I.P. Yeah. How's everybody holding up in chat? Let me just check in with all of you. Here's a galactic check-in. How you feeling, chat? You doing okay? This is tough. This is tough. I know this is a stressful situation. That's why we have each other. Get through all of this. You found the Reuters article you're posting it to the stream suggestions? I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Thank you. Thank you, Columbia Rican. You can always count in on you. All right, well, this was a live stream from earlier that's now over. From an hour ago out of Reuters. The International Atomic Energy Agency had an emergency meeting. You know how the IAEA, actually it wasn't the IAEA, it was the International Atomic Scientists pushed forward the doomsday clock like last month. Actually it was like February, right? Stuff like this makes me feel like they're going to have to update it again. For like 11:59 and 59 seconds.
Also für die österreichischen Minister. Gut, bist du unterwegs? So gut, oder? Ja. Passt gut. Ja.
Christian?
Ja.
Kann ich vorne runter?
Nein.
Kannst du, ich gehe oben.
Ja, ja.
Bleib, siehst du mich, siehst du über.
Ja. Wir machen das schon. Ich stehe nur, weil ich mir nicht... Columbia Regan, thank you for the dono, the super chat on YouTube. Quick dono for the Galactic Deficit. Just a reminder to everybody, YouTube super chats and super stickers do not count towards the Galactic Deficit. Only Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon memberships, donos over there. Only those count to the Galactic Deficit, since we see those immediately, if not sooner. And at the beginning of a month like this, we won't see your super chat money, super sticker money, your bits on Twitch, your subscriptions, memberships, or any of that until the 3rd week and 4th week of next month. But either way, I greatly appreciate it, and I'm going to look at that story on Ted Cruz when I get a second. Probably gonna have to cover that tomorrow, but I will look at it.
795th session of the board meeting is called to order. As you were informed in the chair's notice dated 28th of February 2026, our meeting today has been convened in response to
You here, I go down.
That's it.
That's it.
Where you go down?
The press room. You can go there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip this one here. The audio is terrible and the camera work is wild. This guy is just running around the fucking building like a chicken with his head cut off. But Columbia Regan, don't be upset about the fact that it doesn't go to the galactic deficit. As you can tell, the galactic deficit is currently in the green. We have a color system to let us know how dire the galactic deficit situation is. Sure, do we have to finance it? Yeah. We haven't made any progress on it tonight, but we still got the rest of the month, and right now we only need to raise $15 a day. And we didn't even do a galactic content goal tonight, so every donation really helps us out. Like it does. Every dollar, wherever it comes, helps us out, regardless
of where it comes. Everybody remember that. Everybody write that down. Okay? You all write that down. Everything's fine. Let's go here now to TRT World from an hour ago. Another Israeli strike causes massive destruction in the capital of Lebanon, Beirut. You cash apped me? Jesus Christ. So incredibly generous, Columbia Regan. Love you, man. Sweet. Another quick, horrifying clip of more fucking destruction in the Middle East. When will it end? Doesn't seem like anytime soon. In fact, I get the sense that it's gonna be a lot of this in the near future. Oh, what a fun change of pace. Destruction in the Middle East? Anyway, thank you, Columbia Regan, for the Cash App. Dono, a much appreciated. Hold on, let me update the galactic deficit. There we go. There we go. Boom. First, Dono in for the financing of the galactic deficit. I just realized that the people on vertical can't see it. There we go. Now it's working. Now you guys can see the galactic deficit. All right. Let's keep this moving. I got another clip here. Now this is... I lost my place. Middle East Eye from an hour ago. Drone strike hits Ras, I can't even read from here. Ras Tanura refinery in Saudi Arabia. Oh, great. Saudi Arabia has been dragged into it now, too. Good. Saudi Arabia's oil refineries are getting hit. I'm sure Saudi Arabia's oil refineries getting hit won't have any negative effects on oil prices. That's the sound of you buying gas tomorrow. This morning. Okay. We still talking about the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein?
About Jeffrey Epstein?
What is that sound? Oh, it's gone. Okay. God. Just a few more clips until we get to the live streams. I'm trying to, like, pump myself up here. Trying to prepare myself for current reality. Another two last clips before we go to the lives. South China Morning Post from 37 minutes ago. Airstrikes spread across Middle East. Yeah, no kidding, South China Morning Post. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. Oh shit, it's got subtitles. Son of a bitch. Israel struck deep into central Tehran. Earlier on March 1st, the strikes have killed over 200 civilians and military personnel. This primary school was among those hit in the southern town of Manab. Iranian state media said that 115 people died at the strike. As we entered the school, we saw the body of a teacher that had been cut in half. In the scene that you are seeing, we are still clearing the debris. And even now, parts of the body are still coming out. Iran's military continued its retaliation, striking Israeli civilian areas. At least 9 people have been reported killed in Israel, with dozens more injured. Sirens blared in Jerusalem as missiles were intercepted near the city. Iran also targeted U.S. military sites across the Gulf, including the U.S. naval base in Bahrain.
Very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just
U.S. President Donald Trump later confirmed that the
Today,
first American
CENTCOM
casualties
shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible.
That's the way it is. Americans are gonna die, that's fine. That's the way it is. Everybody's gonna have to get used to that. America.
Where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization.
Basically civilization. Meanwhile, anger has been mounting against the United States and Israel. Protests outside of the United States consulate in Pakistan left at least 10 people dead. We have come out to peacefully protest against America and Israel, but the police have used tear gas and shelling against us. In addition, some of our people have been injured after being hit by a vehicle and were taken to the hospital. We were protesting peacefully, but they shot us. We had come to the Iranian consulate. From there, the rally was heading towards the consulate, but unfortunately our rally was stopped near Shama Chowk. Tear gas and baton charges were used against us. Trump said he expected the military campaign to continue for 4 to 5 weeks, but the conflict threatens to spread across the Middle East. Fresh explosions have been reported around the region. Israel has also attacked Lebanon after the paramilitary group Hezbollah joined the conflict. That last part is full bullshit. We talked about this a second ago. But as it relates to Hezbollah, Israel has been literally doing strikes in southern Lebanon Like since the ceasefire was declared, okay, for the last year, since the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel were supposedly declared, they've been continuing to do military operations and strikes in the country against Hezbollah. Okay. So, I mean, claiming that Hezbollah has now finally joined the conflict is such a weird way to, like, it's just like, yeah, I mean, they shot one rocket. Okay. And meanwhile, Israel's been doing, like, missile strikes in the country. Rocket versus missile strike. Final clip, tell us we're English, from 33 minutes ago.
The Iranian
Iran
government
launches
launched a
new
new
strikes
wave
in
of
Tel
retaliatory
Aviv.
strikes against the Israeli capital of Tel Aviv after receiving multiple attacks on its territory. Amidst ongoing tensions in Western Asia following military aggression by the Israeli regime in conjunction with the United States government against the people of Iran, the Iranian government launched a new wave of missiles towards the city of Tel Aviv. These actions by Tehran are a response to defend its sovereignty and peace.
All right, we are at the live streams now. I got a few of them for us to check on. First, the skyline in Jerusalem. This is the Associated Press's live feed right now. Everything in Jerusalem looks quite calm. No smoke visible. Everything seems to be fairly calm here. Yeah, okay. Now let's check here. This next one I think is Tel Aviv. Same thing for the Associated Press. In about an hour, I'm going to need to walk away from this, transport myself back down to planet Earth, and go grab a coffee. Just to keep myself awake. As well as I've run out of hydration, almost. I'm like halfway through my last tea. And as you all know, I run on tea. Without it, I'll cease to exist. At least caffeine and hydration. Those are the two necessary things I will suffice for a coffee right now. Will accept a coffee. I'm beat and I'm thirsty. But I'm just gonna, what I'll do is I'll just probably play this next live stream, this BBC live stream we're gonna go to next. Everything in Tel Aviv seems perfectly fine as well here. All right, get yourself something to drink now if you need to. No, I'm gonna wait. Plus the place I'm gonna go doesn't open for another hour. So that's why the timing of what my plan is. That's why we have the plan that we have. And it's really perfect timing because it's like 6 a.m. Pete Hegseth's press briefing is at 8. So I'll have coffee to get through all of that. I should be good. It should be perfect. All right, let's go here to BBC now. This is their live stream, still ongoing. I think what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to send us back. Since this is a live stream, this is probably, I mean, this is all very, very recent coverage, you would think. So I'm going to go back to like the middle of this thing, so hot if I can. Columbia Rican trying to hydrate me. Thank you.
Uranium enrichment. That centre is actually part.
Well, I think it's important to keep a bit of context. Oil's
How far back is
still
this?
under.
Actually, I'm going to go further back. I'm just going to go to the beginning of this live stream.
Iranian regime is behaving.
All right, I'll be right back.
Where
I got
was the drone fired from? Do you know that?
I don't have the full information at the moment. The Ministry of Defence will release more information as soon as they are able to. They've been assessing both the issues around the source and locations and timings as well.
Foreign Secretary, what does it mean for those families as well as service personnel who are based there at the RAF base in Cyprus?
Well, families are already being moved as a precautionary measure, and we are taking this immensely seriously. The Ministry of Defence will set out further information in the course of the day. You'll know that we've had now the scale, really, of the Iranian attacks over the weekend. We've seen hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones being targeted at some of our partner countries in the Gulf who've not been involved in any of the strikes on Iran. And this is also not just, there's the issues around Cyprus, but also in countries like the Emiratis, where many people will go on holiday to Dubai as well. We've got an estimated 300,000 citizens in the region, in those Gulf countries, that have been targeted by Iran. And that is why we take this issue so seriously.
Absolutely. And we do want to get the latest advice from you in a moment about what happens to those families who are stuck right now. But just as far as the attack on the base at Akrotiri in Cyprus is concerned, it came overnight, just a couple of hours after Keir Starmer had announced that he was giving Americans permission to use UK bases for attacks. Is there any connection between his promise and this attack on our base?
Well, we've seen the different range of the strikes that on a whole series of areas that have not been involved at all. We also know that some of those drones are launched a long time before they actually hit as well. So I'm not going to speculate because the Ministry of Defence is going to provide further detail on this. I would just say I think it is a much more complex picture than that because of the fact that we've already seen British interests being targeted. We've already seen British citizens who are in areas that are being...
Go to sleep, the war is here for a while. I mean... yeah, we could, although I've already planned today out completely. It's just, it's done. It's already set in stone. I'm staying awake until Pete Hegseth comes out and does a press briefing. And this is the first official press briefing from the Department of Defense, honestly, in I don't know how long. For the Secretary of Defense to actually be doing a press briefing himself, and certainly in the wake of this the breakout of the Iran war, I think we're gonna watch that. I think we're gonna be watching that live.
Targeted by.
It's just too fucking relevant. I need to know what this man has to say right now. Pete Keg's breath.
Iranian missiles and drones, including in hotels, including in areas where we have UK bases as well in the Gulf that have also ended up, including in Bahrain, for example, being very close to where areas have been struck.
Let's talk, if we can, about British people who are abroad at the moment. We've had one family on our programme already this morning, really very frightened over the last few hours, over the last couple of days. Many thousands are now registering their presence in the Middle East at the moment. Can you give us, first of all, the very latest number that you have? How many people have registered to say that they are there and that they're going to need help?
The latest figure I have from this morning is we have 102,000 people have responded to our proposal to ask people to register their presence so we know where they are, particularly in these Gulf countries that have been targeted, so we know where they are and so that we can get them rapid information. As you'll know, in many of these countries, the airspace is currently closed because of the Iranian attacks. This is deeply stressful, obviously, for people, because we're talking about a lot of people who are holiday makers, who were transit passengers just passing through, or people on business visits to the region, and who we want to make sure can get safely home. At the moment, the advice to people in most countries is to shelter in place, but that will vary from area to area. So we are saying to people, make sure you follow that local advice. And then we have our embassies and consulates are working immensely hard in each country, and we are also sending out rapid deployment teams to the region to be able to make sure people can get support and to work with the travel industry and with governments in the region on what all of the options are to make sure that people can return safely home.
Yeah, we heard a bit earlier from a couple from Liverpool who are on honeymoon in Dubai with their children, stuck in their rooms, doing everything they're told to, but worried when they hear President Trump saying that this could go on for a month or more.
Well, we obviously desperately want to see the swiftest possible resolution of this. We want to see the airspace reopened. We want to see people be able to simply return safely home. And it has been just truly appalling, the way in which the Iranian regime, a regime which we know has brutally killed tens of thousands of its own people and has now been targeting with these missiles and drones countries that were not involved in striking Iran, but they have been targeted now by the Iranian regime. It is a significant sign of quite how dangerous this Iranian regime is. And we would continually urge the Iranian regime to stop these strikes on our partner countries in the region so that people who had nothing to do.
I love how everybody just, like, all these freaking Western leaders keep coming out and, like, urging Iran to stop doing these strikes. Nobody's got any heat for the United States or Israel. Those strikes are fine, but the retaliatory strikes, that's too much. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. This is not the Queen. I know she's an old British lady, but not the Queen. Not the Queen, as it turns out.
With any of this, British citizens can be returned safely home.
And what are the options to get them home? As you mentioned, the airspace is closed at the moment. We have no idea when that might reopen. Would you launch an evacuation? Are you planning for that now? Are you working on that?
So we do want people to follow that local advice, obviously at a time when airspace is closed, and also in...
She's lying, by the way. Yeah, we've been saying this. I'm starting to feel like a broken record, but Mitty is absolutely right. One of our galactic mods making a very completely fair point. The same point I've been making this whole time. All these places that they're talking about, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, they all house military assets for the United States and Western countries. And it's just like, although it's mostly almost exclusively the United States, it's insane to suggest that these strikes on military assets, ammunition depots, naval bases aren't legitimate strikes. They all chose to have these things here in their countries. And it's just the first time that they're seeing consequences for that choice, right? It's a geopolitical choice to do it, right? And they're just now, for the first time, seeing the consequences of this decade-long decision.
Areas where there have been drone strikes or missile strikes continuing, it is really important that people follow that local advice. So for now, it is that local advice. In most cases, that is about sheltering in place. But of course, it's a fast-moving situation, so that will develop. But what we're looking to do is we are in close contact, for example, with the travel industry, with airline companies.
Oh, it's fast moving, she says.
And also with the governments in the region, who I have to say thank you to some of those governments who are also providing
None of us had any idea.
and consular support for our citizens who are there in the region as well. And everyone's working immensely hard to work through what all of the different options might be. But we will need to provide updates for people as we go along, as we have different information and updates. That's why we're encouraging people to register their presence so we know where they are, so we can get information to them swiftly.
So is that plan in place? I know
Immediately,
that you're
if not
it's
sooner.
going to happen. Are you planning an evacuation?
So when we've, in previous situations where there have been really difficult situations and we've needed to provide support for British citizens, what we've always wanted to do is to work with the airline companies, for example, because for most people, what they will want to be able to do is to see airspace reopen and also to be able to fly home in the normal way. We know that that is difficult.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. We're gonna break off from this here for more clips, because clips and developments keep dropping. In the background of all this, let me just open this back up. Jesus Christ, this list is 200 videos long. I was exaggerating earlier. Now we're literally approaching it. Son of a bitch. This takes so long to scroll to the bottom of this thing. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Open link in new window. Thank you. Perfect. Well done. Full size. Associated Press. 45 minutes ago. Dubai's peaceful image shattered. By blasts from Iran airstrikes. Full screen, please. If you would. That'd be great. Jesus Christ.
Behind me here is
There we
Dubai
go.
Marina. That's one of the tallest residential blocks on Earth, and it's Monday in the United Arab Emirates. Typically, this is the start of the working week, but roads and highways are devoid of traffic. That's because the government has told people to stay home, remain indoors, because there's still these interceptions of Iranian drones and missiles targeting this nation of 9 million people. Now, already, this is war, which was started by the Americans and the Israelis bombing Iran, has spread across the wider Gulf Cooperation Council, including the United Arab Emirates, and even here in Dubai, which long has been considered a safe corner of the Middle East to do business for tourists to visit. This war has come and it's disrupted life as we know it.
Okay, now let's go back to talking about this story. I had very little before, but now I have a full Al Jazeera clip. This is from 43 minutes ago on this F-15 that supposedly went down in Kuwait.
Over the past few hours, Iran has launched attacks on several U.S. allies in the region, Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. There are reports of a Saudi oil refinery coming under an Iranian drone attack. Several U.S. planes have crashed in Kuwait, according to its Ministry of Defense. The crews of the aircraft are safe. Kuwait says it's investigating the cause of the incident. Fire and plumes of smoke have been seen near the U.S. Embassy. The embassy has urged people not to come to the compound and to take cover. A Saudi oil refinery has halted operations after a suspected Iranian strike. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry said 2 drones attempted to strike the plant and were intercepted. The ministry added falling debris caused a limited fire at the facility. country's oil giant Aramco says it shut the Ras Tanura refinery as a precautionary measure. In Bahrain, smoke is seen at Salman port in the capital Manama following an attack. The port houses the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. And loud bangs were also heard here in the Qatari capital, Doha, as its air defense system intercepted attacks from Iran. Qatar's Al Udeid Air Base hosts U.S. and other international forces. Since Saturday, across the Gulf, civilian infrastructure from seaports and airports to residential buildings and hotels have been hit in Iranian attacks. The Iranian Red Crescent says 555 people have been killed in 3 days of joint U.S.-Israel strikes across Iran. This was the scene in the city of Sanaj Daj, that's in Kurdistan province in the west of the country. The U.S. military says it struck more than 1,000 targets inside Iran since the
Which are those jets? I think they're the F-15s. I think are 100 million a piece. They can. I think they can exceed 115 million. 150 million dollars per plane, max. I think at least the F-15s, if that is in fact the kind that went down. They can get more expensive.
Of the joint operation. Meanwhile, conflict is also spilling over into Lebanon, drawing in Iran's key regional ally, Hezbollah. Israeli strikes have killed at least 31 people, including a senior Hezbollah commander. Israel says the attacks are in response to Hezbollah firing a barrage of rockets and drones at northern Israel. All right, Al Jazeera's team of correspondents are live for us in Tehran, Beirut, Vienna, Washington, and Ramallah. But first, let's...
Just when they said they had to investigate.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, just when we were really all demanding a full investigation on this Epstein situation, all of a sudden we go all-out war in the Middle East. Anything better than that.
Follow the rich white man.
Follow the rich white man.
Zain Basravi, who is in Doha. So, Zain, we know that there has been this several, according to the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense, U.S. jets that have gone down. What do we know there?
That is correct. Just about an hour or so ago, the Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense confirming that several jets, several U.S. jets, not exactly putting a number on it, but saying several U.S. jets had been shot down.
How many channel points to add sound drop of funky butt lovin' from 90s movie Rookie of the Year? I will get back to you on that. How's that sound? I will get back to you on that. Skits. Write that down. Funky
Crashed in Kuwait. Now, we've seen at least two separate looking videos, two independent videos that seem to show two separate crashes. One, we see this aircraft spiraling, an F-15E Strike Eagle, spiraling, its tail on fire, trailing smoke, and crashing to the ground. Two pilots there did manage to eject. That was also seen on social media videos that were posted, and then they were shown later on the ground being helped and assisted by locals.
By the way, here's just a quick reminder on the cost of these things. Not only are they $120 million a piece to build, they also cost roughly $30,000 an hour to fly. So to just have the thing flying around for 1 hour, that's $30,000 per plane. So you got 10 planes, that's $300,000 an hour. Over 24 hours, what was that, $7 million a day? What was that, $7.2 million? I can't do the math right now. It's something stupid. It's some stupid number. For 10 planes. 1 day.
For one day.
This isn't at all a debacle or a quagmire. Anybody saying that is not a patriot.
You are not funny.
Okay, I was kidding. I was kidding. I was kidding. You're all great patriots. Who am I to take that from you? All right, let's go back to talking oil prices. As those oil prices are looking not so good. Not so good. Currently up 7%. Currently up 7%. In the global markets to $72 a barrel. Slightly lower than the peak from earlier this morning. Still much higher than it was a week ago.
Oil prices jumped Monday, hitting their highest levels in months as Iran and Israel stepped up the conflict in the Middle East. International benchmark Brent crude briefly topped $82 per barrel. It was up around 6% by early afternoon in Asia, with U.S. oil seeing similar gains. Analysts at Citi now expect Brent to trade between $80 to $90 a barrel this week. Israel launched a new wave of strikes on Tehran on Sunday, and Iran responded with more missile barrages. The attacks put ships at risk, with missiles hitting at least 3 tankers off the Gulf Coast and killing 1 seafarer. That was according to shipping sources and officials on Sunday. Iran says it has closed navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, a key route for oil supplies. The news prompted checks on stockpiles by refiners and governments in Asia. That region gets most of its crude from the Gulf, which accounts for half of China's supply and 90% of Japan's. Risks to commercial shipping have surged over the past 24 hours. On Sunday, data showed more than 200 vessels, including oil and liquefied gas tankers, had dropped anchor around the strait and surrounding waters.
Already 200 vessels now sitting outside of the strait, unable to complete their business activities. Good God. This whole thing is just spiraling, and it's spiraling fast. And I'm not into it. I don't know about you, but I am not into it whatsoever. Perhaps shocking to no one, you would think. We're spending 10 times that of Russia or China.
I have to have my China.
Oh my God. This is ridiculous. I just realized I did something stupid. I used the same thumbnail as I did last night for the vertical stream. I don't know how I did that. I have to change it. It's just, I was rushing. I think that's what it was. I was rushing to get the stream up. As late as shit as it was. And totally disregarded this clearly important detail. Like an idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Like a big, dumb idiot. Big, stupid-headed butt face. I did it. I added it. I saved it. I updated it. Boom. Done. I mean, it's not hard. I just had to resize the thing I downloaded from Adobe that I made earlier today. I have to make these thumbnails every day. Hope everybody knows that. By hand. With my bare hands, I have to make these thumbnails. Every day. Oh, God. So much effort. All right. What else we got? More clips, I assume. I lost my place, though. Oh, yes. Oh, great. Let's see what Israel has to say. IDF spokesperson. 24 minutes ago, Al Jazeera.
All right, Israel says that all options are on the table for Lebanon during Lebanon ground invasion. The announcement comes after Israel carried out attacks across Lebanon. Listen.
We have mobilized close to 100,000 reservists, dozens of battalions, brigades, divisions, deployed to defend the northern border and prepared for all possibilities, both defense and offense. All options are on the table.
All right, Zaina Hodder is in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Zaina, I understand you've just heard explosions. What do you know?
Yes, loud explosions. We just heard them in the distance. We are at one of the entrances of Beirut's southern suburbs, and there's chaos. We're seeing cars leaving the area. We aren't able to confirm, but these are likely Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli military is threatening Hezbollah, saying that they will pay a heavy price for launching those rockets across the border. The Israeli military also saying that they're going to launch this offensive against Hezbollah, and it could last for days. The fighting could last for days. They're also threatening that strikes are going to increase. They are going to intensify. We will get more information shortly on what exactly was hit. But those were loud explosions. Last night there were a series of explosions targeting residential buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. This is a cluster of neighborhoods where hundreds of thousands of people live. And over the past few hours, we've seen families pack whatever they can and leave the area because they are worried about more airstrikes. And just a short while ago, there was a post by the Israeli army spokesperson on X telling residents, quote, "Those of you who left your homes last night, do not return." We also know that the Israeli army has issued evacuation orders for dozens of villages in South Lebanon. Now, many villages in the south of the country are empty of residents. People are making their way further north. There have been further airstrikes this morning.
This conflict just keeps
Makes me want to burn
spiraling.
this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Boogie!
Oh, it just keeps spiraling. Makes me want to burn this sucker to the ground. Everything's fine. Everything's actually fine, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, wait. I got this breaking news from 20 minutes ago out of WRAL of all people. Iran vows, quote-unquote, not to negotiate in U.S.-Israel conflicts. How good and great. Israel's taking nothing off the table in its new war with Lebanon. And Iran vowing not to negotiate anymore. I can understand why they're fed up, but that does not bode well for the future of this conflict. Oh boy, everything's fine. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
We have to see day by day what emerges.
Where does this go? In many ways, it's not up to the president, nor is it up to Netanyahu. It's up to the Iranians.
U.S. political leaders and military experts weighing in on what may lie ahead in the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran.
Look, this fight is going to go on until they capitulate and return to the negotiating table under different terms.
With Iran's supreme leader.
Lunar Spunk with a very funny comment. I'm not gonna, this as well. Try not to start any new wars on the way through the parking lot. Oh my god. Son of a bitch. Honestly though, like you put that, like, yeah. Make a cup of coffee, and all of a sudden a new war
Immediately,
starts.
if not sooner.
So great. So good and so great.
Defense minister and other key leaders dead. The regime on Sunday formed a provisional leadership council. Iranian state media also releasing footage showing rows of drones in underground tunnels and mounted on rocket launchers. In addition to those killed in Iran and Israel since the start of the war, there have been deaths and damage in locations across the Middle East as Iran launches strikes targeting almost all of its neighbors. Many of them are U.S. allied Gulf countries. And Americans killed. U.S. Central Command announced that 3 U.S. service members lost their lives in Kuwait Sunday morning. President Donald Trump paying tribute to the fallen service members the same day.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
They were at the negotiation table? Yeah, I know. We've been talking about it this whole goddamn time. We've been talking about it this whole goddamn time. Iran was at the negotiation table this time. In the same way that it was at the negotiation table the last time the United States struck Iran in Midnight Hammer. In Operation Midnight Hammer. It was the exact same situation. I realized it earlier today. That it was like verbatim the exact same situation. There were planned talks for the weekend. The United States said that they were going to do with Iran. And then one day before those talks were supposed to go down, we struck. It's 2 times in a row. Twice.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Yeah, if I was Iran, that's what I'd be saying. Fool me. Fool me. I was about to try and do another Donald Trump / Bush impression. Oh my God. Fool me once. Shame on you. Yeah. Fool me. You can't fool me again. All right, back to the BBC live stream. Slightly in the past to get us caught up. I feel like we should watch this at like 1.5 or something. Wait, no, go back. Goeth backeth. I demand you go back.
They saw this coming. They evacuated that base at Jafar on exactly a week ago, Monday. So several days ahead of this, just in case. But I was on the phone to Bahrainis yesterday evening.
Honestly, though, I'm fairly certain that one was a Hegseth. I'm fairly certain Pete Hegseth came up with Midnight Hammer. There's no way that was not Pete. I wonder who came up with Operation Epstein Fury. Oh, right, that was us. It's actually called Epic Fury. One of the dumbest names possible. Almost as dumb as Midnight Hammer.
And so far, yesterday, they had...
Honestly, is it just me, or does Operation Midnight Hammer not have like a slightly homoerotic overtone? Like it sounds like an 80s. It sounds like an 80s like interracial gay porn.
Lucky they hadn't had any serious casualties. There were 4 people injured, but since then there has been 1 death overnight. An Asian worker at a place called Asri who was killed. So, the longer this goes on, the more people that are going to get killed and injured in these, because these drone strikes, I mean, this is familiar to people in Kyiv or Odessa or Kharkiv, and it's not as intense as in Kharkiv, but nevertheless, it's extraordinary.
I'm glad all of chat agrees with me on this. It's a bonding moment for us, chat. Love you guys.
To see peaceful places like Dubai that I'm sure lots of your viewers have been there. They've gone shopping there. They've probably had a lovely time on holiday. And the idea of these explosive drones flying across the waters from Iran across the Gulf, slamming into buildings, it's just extraordinary. And they can't stop them all. They're shooting down most of them. As of yesterday, the Emirates...
Operation Epic Fury. I'm glad we can have fun still, chat. I'm glad we can still have fun. You know, really, Operation Epic Furry just makes me imagine like an AI art of Pete Hegseth in an eagle furry costume with America Fuck Yeah in the background. Fuck yeah! It was Midnight Hammered, but somebody got better of it. Everybody's got jokes tonight. Like I said, glad we can have fun in amidst all of the tragedy.
Intercepted over 500 drones and 160 roughly ballistic missiles and 2 cruise missiles. It was never meant to be a war zone.
There is now a new front in a conflict that is spreading across the Middle East. Israel is carrying out a wide-ranging air assault against the Iran-backed militia group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Well, this comes after the militia group fired missiles at Israel to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader. In a statement, the IDF accused the militant group of acting on behalf of Iran and targeting Israeli civilians. It said it would act against the group's decision to join the campaign. Well, Israeli forces have issued evacuation orders for more than 50 towns and villages across Lebanon. Lines of traffic have formed in Beirut as people have been attempting to leave the city since the early hours of this morning. Well, all this comes as the US-Israeli war with Iran enters its 3rd day, with all sides launching large-scale airstrikes. This morning, there have been reports of blasts in other parts of the Middle East. In just the past hour, there have been reports that smoke has been seen rising from the US Embassy in Kuwait. Explosions have also been heard in Abu Dhabi and earlier on Monday in Bahrain, Doha and Dubai. And in just the last hour, sirens and explosions were heard in Jerusalem. This comes a day after Iranian missiles struck the Israeli city of Beit Shemesh, killing at least 9 people. While speaking late on Sunday, Donald Trump said combat operations against Iran would continue until all our objectives were achieved. He warned that there would likely be more American casualties after the Pentagon confirmed that 3 US service members had been killed in action.
Approval for the U.S. strikes on Iran, known as Operation Epic Fury, was given from President Trump's Florida residence at Mar-a-Lago late on Friday night. The BBC security analyst Gordon Carrera looks at the military and intelligence planning behind the operation.
Iran's supreme leader knew he was a target, and yet the US and Israel still managed to get to him. So how did they do that? A post by President Trump on social media gives us one indication of how. Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead, the president said. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems. And working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. So how was it done?
Intelligence provided a lead, not just of where the Supreme Leader was, but where he would be in a few hours. A meeting at his compound on Saturday morning. That created a window of opportunity. But where did it come from? The CIA and Israel's Mossad had spent months building up an intelligence picture of the movement of Iran's top figures, perhaps by
The BB guy said Epic Furry, did he? Who had that on Kalshi? He said Epic Furry. I missed it.
Phones and associates. It's believed to be the CIA who picked up the crucial details of the Supreme Leader's meeting, which they then shared with Israel. That led to a decision to carry out an unusual attack in the morning rather than at night, and to trigger the start of the wider campaign. Fighter jets set off at 6 a.m. local time from Israel, heading towards Tehran. They were armed with long-range missiles which could be fired at a distance. And then, around 9:40 Iranian time, they struck the target. 30 bombs are thought to have hit the Supreme Leader's compound. The Supreme Leader was killed, and so were a significant number of other senior intelligence, military and security personnel. The killings are a major blow for the Iranian leadership, but one for which they have been prepared, even if they couldn't prevent it happening, and even Supreme Leaders can be replaced. Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
Oh, I'm muted. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine with that. We're just going back to a new clip from CNN. Our favorite CNN news lady, Caitlin Collins. I just said her name right unintentionally. Or did I say it right or wrong? I can't remember now. Did I say Caitlin or Caitlin? Now I can't even remember. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb to remember. Yes, I know I was muted. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know. You're all very, very helpful. What would I do without you?
Unbelievable statues, you'll see. President Trump hasn't taken a single question from reporters on camera since launching this major attack against Iran over the weekend, despite having multiple opportunities to do so. Given this is a president who rarely passes up an opportunity to speak to the press when the cameras are around, it stood out to us when he did not do so at all as he flew back from his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, where he authorized these strikes over the weekend with top aides, and headed back to Washington, landing at the White House and returning without taking any questions from the reporters who are very much trying to get inside his mindset when it comes to Iran and what could happen next year, especially following the deaths of 3 U.S. service members. As the president did go back to the White House, though, there was one comment he made to the press, and that was about new statues that he has installed in the White House Rose Garden.
Unbelievable, perfect statues. Everybody says they're amazing. What in the shit is he talking about? Is that Thomas Jefferson? Oh my, no. No, not just any Rose Garden. I just searched Rose Garden statues and it just gave me random ass Rose Garden. It is Thomas Jefferson. Wait, no. It's George Washington. Oh my god, look at this thing. This guy is out of control. He's turning the White House into some like stupid fucking like a tourist attraction. Look at this. Perfect statue. Look at that. Glorious George Washington hanging out in the cement garden. Used to be the Rose Garden, now I turned it into a cement patio. Much better. This guy is deranged. He should have put the statue of Epstein up. That's a much better statue. You're right. The Epstein-Trump best friends forever statue would have been the right call. He went for George Washington. Some washed up old guy with wooden teeth.
Is diplomacy in that respect raveling now?
I don't think on the one level they are surprised. Americans what could happen if there was a conflict, if there was a war in Iran. And they said they were afraid that it would cause instability in the region. They were afraid, in particular, that it would disrupt the oil and gas industry, which is obviously central here, that it would interrupt the oil exports, which it has. They were also afraid the Iranians would target the oil and gas facilities directly if the regime felt under existential threat, which it does. But it hasn't done that yet. It has not targeted oil and gas facilities. I think, so on the one hand, they're not surprised. On the other hand, you're getting a sustained barrage of missiles that are not only hitting U.S. bases, they're hitting civilian infrastructure. And I think that is particularly what is making them angry. Would they take action ultimately? It's very difficult to say now. I think it has to do with how long this goes on and how much this escalates, and whether at some point they feel they can't just sit and watch, but they have to respond. I mean, their instinct is to de-escalate. That's how they always operate. Obviously, they're always wanting the most stable situation for their economy. I think some might be hesitant because they would not want to be seen joining a war on the side of Israel. Since the October War, some Arab countries here in the Gulf have been moving further away from Israel, given what happened in Gaza, and also Israel's attacks in Lebanon as well. So I think there might be some question about whether they would want to be seen to be joining the Israeli war, the Israeli-U.S. war. If they did decide to take action, what would they do? They do have these U.S. military bases. They rejected the idea that the U.S. would be able to use them to launch attacks in this war. They had made that very clear. They telegraphed that very publicly, refusing to let the Americans use their bases to hit Iran. Maybe they would change their mind on that. It's really quite hard to say at this point, but they have felt compelled to come out with very strong statements saying that they would be ready to do that. What analysts believe is that the Iranians have taken this strategy to cause as much damage as possible and much disruption, maybe it's better to say, as possible. They increase the pain on the Gulf states so that they can increase the pressure on the U.S. to end this war, and that would just be one element of increasing the pressure. I know one of the Iranian generals was quoted as saying, "We had various plans depending on how things played out, and now we are going with this. We're going with like a strategy of bombing, pounding the bases in the region." So I think the Iranians have chosen the strategy to do as much damage as they can in order to put pressure on the parties fighting the war.
And before I let you go, Barbara, any off-ramp here? Do you think there's still room for mediation?
It's hard to say. You've had talk about that. So the American president said that that he was talking to the Iranians. They wanted to talk. You had the Omani foreign minister who has been mediating in these talks for many years, actually. He had a phone call with the Iranian foreign minister about whether there could be some kind of off-ramp. But you've got a regime that is under threat. You've got the president having said, we are basically out there to eliminate it. In essence, that's what President Trump has said. And they're very, very, well, I mean, they clearly think negotiations aren't going to work. They have been criticized for not offering enough, for being quite difficult in the negotiations. But on the other hand, they've been hit now twice in the middle of negotiations. So I think it's hard to see what they would feel they could gain from it unless there is a regime change and you have new people in power who want to change the tone of things. And there's no indication that even though the Ayatollah has been killed, the supreme leader, that the system itself is about to collapse. And you have had statements from people who are from a very senior official that there are no talks on the table. So I'm just saying that it's very difficult to see what talks at this stage could do, and that they would in fact be taking place. But it's a fluid situation.
Yeah. President Trump has promised vengeance for the deaths of 3 U.S. troops killed in action over the weekend. He didn't say where the service members were killed. In a video posted to Truth Social, Mr. Trump said the nation grieves their deaths, but said they may not be the last.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
David Willis is in Washington and gave me the latest reaction from the White House.
This is going to be a longer and potentially bloodier conflict than perhaps many here had been expecting. Donald Trump, in an interview with the New York Times, said the conflict would take, in his words, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, or as long as it took for America to achieve its objectives. Now, earlier in that video statement that you just played a bit of, Mr. Trump also said that there were thousands of members of the Iranian military and the Republican Guard who were seeking to surrender. He again urged Iranian civilians to take the initiative and use the opportunity to take back what is theirs. And as far as the at least three American service personnel who have already died in this conflict, Mr. Trump said that they had given their lives for what he called a righteous mission. And as you heard there, also added that they would not be the last to die in this conflict.
It is insane, the rhetoric that is being used by the Trump administration, by Donald Trump himself, around all this. Righteous, this is a righteous war. It makes it sound like it's some sort of religious fucking war. We are right. God said that. I'm supposed to do this war. That's what Miriam Adelson told me.
That's in the Bible.
But the clear implication is this is going to be a longer and bloodier conflict, as I mentioned, than many here had thought. And that has heightened the pressure on the Trump administration to explain the priorities of this operation and also to paint a picture for the American people, if you like, of what victory in this regard looks like, because they have been very slow when it comes to informing the American public on this particular point of view. And indeed, opinion polls here show that only 1 in 4 Americans support the current mission in Iran. Well, in an attempt to provide some sort of answers, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, is due to meet with journalists at the Pentagon in a couple of hours' time, and he will be joined over the next few days by the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in briefing members of Congress, who, as you mentioned in your introduction there, have yet to approve this military action in Iran.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Israel is carrying out an air assault against the Iran-backed militia group Hezbollah in Lebanon in retaliation to earlier strikes targeting northern Israel. In the last hour, there have been huge plumes of smoke rising following a blast in southern Beirut. The Israel Defense Forces says it has precisely struck a senior Hezbollah member in Beirut. This comes after the militia group fired missiles at Israel to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader. In Lebanon, authorities have ordered the arrest of people who launched the rockets and their instigators. Israeli forces have issued evacuation orders for more than 50...
Always precise with the Israeli strikes, and yet they always cause civilian casualties every single time. It's weird. It's very weird how that works.
This morning.
Oh, everybody's waking up in Europe. France 24 is posting clips now, too.
The British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says US forces will be allowed to use British military bases as part of America's operations in Iran. Our chief political correspondent, Henry Zethman, is in Westminster and has more on the UK's position in this conflict.
It's clear that their position developed over the course of the weekend, and the government would say, is saying this morning that that was in response to the fast...
I think Cyprus just got targeted. Wow. Every single place there was a U.S. airbase anywhere in the Mediterranean is now under threat. That is intense. Cyprus has now been dragged into this too. Holy fuck. Wow, 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 wow. This thing just keeps escalating at an incredibly rapid pace. That's why we're doing these streams in this particular format for the last couple of days. I had a strong sense it would be like this. I did not think it would be this crazy.
Pace of what is happening in the region. I mean, you heard there from Yvette Cooper under questioning from Nick Robinson what I think is the crucial distinction that the government is going to come under pressure to defend over the course of today, where there'll probably be a statement in the House of Commons from a senior minister, perhaps the Prime Minister, and then going forwards, which is that distinction that they are seeking to draw between the defensive operations that they are now willing for the US to carry out using UK bases and the offensive operations which they declined a US request to use those UK bases for in the run-up to this action. So Yvette Cooper there very clearly saying that what they have agreed with the US is that they can strike targets which would degrade the Iranian missile launching capability, as distinct from what the US was wanting to use UK bases to do, which was be part of that initial volley of strikes, which, as we saw over the weekend, included targeted strikes on very senior and including the most senior figures in the Iranian leadership.
Just, what can the UK actually do here? I mean, does the UK really have any sort of real leverage in this conflict or any sort of influence?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, there is an influence here in the sense that the US wants to use the UK bases.
Right, it's an RAF, it's a UK airbase, but the United States is currently using it. And Starmer, literally 2 hours ago, just said that there's a green light for the US to use that airbase. We saw that. I almost forgot. It's all just unraveling so quickly. Hard to remember every single fucking detail. Hard to keep it all locked in place in my brain right now.
So clearly, some of those bases are strategically useful to the US, and so the UK has made a choice to allow them to use them for those specific purposes. I mean, more generally, if the UK wanted to, and there are no signs of this, the UK could use some of its own military capabilities, some of its own missiles, some of its own forces. That does not seem to me at this stage likely, though, of course, let's see how things develop. And then there are other ways in which certainly some people on the left of the political spectrum, including within the Labour Party here, would argue that the UK could have an influence, which is by criticising what the US has done. There are certainly some in Keir Starmer's party. We heard it from John McDonnell, the former Shadow Chancellor, this morning, very much on the left of the party. And I think we'll hear similar from the Green Party and perhaps even from the Liberal Democrats, who would say, well, the UK can have an influence by saying no to the US, by...
Oh! They could have an influence by saying no to the United States? What? Yeah! That would be a dramatic shift from what's been going on the last year or so. No to the United States. There's a fascinating concept. All right, I just realized we blew through the theoretical fourth break. So I'm just gonna... Or third break. Third break. Whatever break it would have been, we blew through one of them. So just a reminder to everybody who's watching right now, if you haven't already on Twitch, please click the follow button, and if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Also consider hitting the bell icon and the like button as well. They help both of us out, really, in different ways, when you think about it. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a crazy number of ways for you to show your support, help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Jewels over on the vertical. Something I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. Twitch with the bits, the power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All really helps out. And we gotta be raising $15 a day over on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon to finance the galactic deficit. Although we're still in DEFCON green, so we're doing okay. Threat level green.
On the other side of the spectrum, you have the Conservatives and Reform UK, I think, urging the UK to go further and deploy some of its own forces. So I do think it is going to be quite interesting, even if it sounds a bit parochial and probably is in the broader context. It is going to be quite interesting to see how the politics and the debate here in the UK develops.
I just want to bring you some details about Britain's RAF Akrotiri base that's in Cyprus. Sirens did go off at that base shortly after midday. This was hours after it was hit by an unmanned drone. The sirens reportedly going off at the base. The aircraft was taking off from the facility at the time. So just to bring you that detail. But it's worth repeating that the Ministry of Defence assesses that the drone which hit the Akrotiri base in Cyprus was likely launched before the Prime Minister's statement last night, which Henry was talking about there, which is allowing the US to use UK military bases. Let's just show you some pictures that have come into us after authorities in Kuwait say several US warplanes have crashed near the country's border with Iraq. Now, this footage has been shared on social media. It appears to show a fighter jet crash.
Columbia Regan, the sweet super chat on YouTube. Did the math? Total cost of military aircraft in the Middle East currently comes at a cost of $185 billion. How'd you do that one? My God, that's a massive amount of military assets. That's just counting the aircraft. The boats cost a lot more money. You know, the boat that they put all the aircraft on. I think Medicare for all costs way more than $33 billion, though. I think it's like closer to like $1.5 trillion. I think it's like the same cost as our military budget. Maybe less, actually. I don't know. I can't remember the latest figures. It might be lower. Maybe it's like more like $1 trillion, but it's still like it's less than our it's like equal to or less than our military budget last time I checked. We're playing with probably close to $1 trillion in assets out there in the Middle East right now. If you count all the ships and the bases, I mean, easily.
Now, this footage has been shared on social media. It appears to show a fighter jet crashing to the ground. BBC Verify has confirmed the location of this video, said to show an F-15 crashing near Kuwait City. It's filmed from the west of Kuwait City on the edge of the Al Jarrah.
Hashtag send Baron. Hashtag send Baron. Yeah, we should start that. Start that hashtag everywhere. Hashtag send Baron. Send one of the Trumps to go fight this fucking war. At least the royals in Britain pretend to be soldiers. Send Baron to Iraq.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Area. The video has been checked for recency and run through 2 AI video detection tools.
Actually, I take it back. He's not a little twerp. He's a giant, freakishly large twerp.
Recency and run through 2 AI video detection tools. Now, airlines are continuing to cancel and divert flights in the Middle East. Flights in and out of airports in Tel Aviv, Dubai, Doha and other international hubs in the region have been suspended. The UK Foreign Office is warning British citizens against all but essential travel to Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Those already there have been advised to shelter. British government officials are understood to be formulating plans to potentially evacuate UK nationals from the Middle East. But the timings of such a move are really unclear as much of the airspace in the region remains closed. Mark Ashdown reports.
Chaos at Dubai's international airport, damaged in an Iranian strike which left 4 staff injured. It remains closed, with thousands of flights to and from the wider region also grounded. After an explosion at the Fairmont Palm Hotel, holidaymakers across the luxurious Jumeirah Bay had to take shelter. Among them...
Okay, to try and reduce time, I am going to now walk away from the stream for hopefully not too long. Hopefully not too long. But I need hydration and sustenance, so I'm going to throw on my jacket, grab some coffee, bacon, and cheese, and I will be back as quickly as possible. I'm just going to leave the BBC live stream running for like the next 10-15 minutes. So I'll be back. No pandemonium in the chat, okay? No anarchy. I know we have at least one mod watching this chat, if not more. Watch yourselves around here.
Davies and his wife on the trip of a lifetime for her 60th birthday.
We heard a number of explosions and we could see and hear missiles going overhead and they were being shot down. Some of the debris was literally falling around, well, not on us, but it fell into the fountain, into the hotel. And so it was pretty scary.
All day long, the sky has been alight with explosions. This footage posted on social media seems to show an Iranian drone hitting a residential block. A man with a British accent posted this.
No joking, guys, we have just been hit by a drone. We heard it coming. It stinks of oil in here. I didn't even finish my cup of tea.
The United Arab Emirates said its military has so far dealt with 165 ballistic missiles, 2 cruise missiles and 541 drones. The UK Foreign Office is advising against travelling to a dozen countries across the region.
If you booked directly with the airline and your flight's been cancelled, then check with them about your rebooking options and, if need be, a refund. If you booked accommodation separately, then check, and you haven't been able to use it, then check with your insurance company, see if they'll cover it. If you booked a package holiday, check with the tour operator. If your holiday's been cancelled, they'll allow you to rebook, even potentially to a different destination, or if not, give you a full refund. And if you are overseas at the moment, it's incredibly important that you register with the Foreign Office. They have that. You can do that online. It's called Register Your Presence, so they know where you are.
Dubai has grown in recent years to become the 3rd most visited city in the world, attracting celebrities and influencers, some posting updates as these attacks unfolded.
We came to Dubai to feel safe.
Tourism has ground to a halt, fears too about the oil industry, with tankers coming under attack in the nearby Strait of Hormuz. If that dries up too, the effects of this conflict will spread far beyond these shores. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Paul Charles is founder and CEO of the PC agency that specialises in travel. He's been speaking to my colleague Sally Bundock about the ramifications the cancellations are having.
Yes, it's not just in the Middle East that we're seeing the impact of this directly, but also around the world, of course, for those travellers who are on airlines such as Qatar Airways or Emirates trying to get to the Middle East. Indeed, at Sao Paulo Airport yesterday, I saw 2 Qatar Airways planes still on the ground there because they can't fly to the Middle East at the moment due to airspace closures, and queues of people who obviously are looking for alternatives. And that's the impact it's having on the global aviation chain at the moment. Flights are entirely full via other countries because the passengers who were due to go to the Middle East have to reroute via somewhere else in order to find safe haven.
And this could take some time, couldn't it? I mean, obviously, Dubai International Airport is still closed at the moment, as are other key airports. I mean, that's the busiest in the world, isn't it, that airport?
Yes, Dubai carried some 97 million passengers last year, and so do Doha and Abu Dhabi in terms of increasing the number of passengers. Nearly 4,000 flights were cancelled yesterday into the Middle East. That equates to something like 2 million passengers. So if you look at the impact, some 2 million people who were due to fly into the region and around the region who are not doing that, That is a sizable impact, not just on the Middle East as a whole, but also on global aviation in terms of lost passengers, crews out of place, aircraft out of place, cargo that is not in the belly of the aircraft, that's not going into the Middle East or out of the Middle East. So you can see the implications there.
I've been speaking to Nick Marsh in our Asia Business Hub about how global markets are reacting.
Yeah, so markets out here in Asia all closed down, as you say. Indexes in Tokyo, Hong Kong, South Korea, all down about 1%, 1.5%. The FTSE's just opened in London. That has followed suit, and it's very likely that the markets, when they do open on Wall Street in the United States, will also follow suit and have some losses. To a certain extent, that's pretty much what you expect when there's a war, when there's conflict. In times of uncertainty, investors tend to sell. But at the same time, the fact that we haven't seen massive plunges in stock exchanges just quite yet shows that this conflict wasn't completely out of the realms of possibility, was it? To an extent, investors had kind of been planning for something like this. And they've also been grappling, don't forget, with plenty of geopolitical uncertainty all of this year and for the past year, couple of years.
The Strait of Hormuz I mentioned there, we know it's a critical shipping lane. There is a risk of disruption there, isn't there? That is an economic weapon that Iran has. Can you give us a sense for people that might not know what that would mean for global energy supply?
Yeah, so, I mean, stocks are one thing, but I think much more important is oil prices and the supply of oil. So through the Strait of Hormuz, basically you've got this very narrow passageway where all of the really big Middle Eastern oil producers, so Qatar, you've got the other Gulf states like United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, of course. It has to go through there in order to get to the rest of the world. The vast majority of those customers are out here in Asia, so countries like Japan, South Korea, and particularly China. Now, if the supply of oil is restricted, and at the moment traffic has come to basically a complete standstill, there's no formal embargo, but Iran keeps threatening attacks on vessels. There's been some reports of a couple of attacks already. Shipping companies are just saying it's not worth our while, we're not taking the risk, there's missiles flying overhead, so no cargo, no oil tankers in particular are going through. At the moment, the world's oil supply is okay. If this continues over days, weeks, and potentially months, that's going to have a really bad impact on the price of oil. If the price of oil goes up and a country like China has to start paying more, that means it's going to have to pay more for its manufacturing, and in turn, everything gets more expensive. The goods that it exports become more expensive. Again, this is just a couple of days. If this carries on through more weeks and months, and the price of oil spikes, and it spikes long-term and consistently, everything in the world economy becomes more expensive, and then you've got what you call a proper energy shock.
Just to give you some details, some reports we're getting in, there's been loud explosions heard in Tehran. You can read much more on the BBC live page, including a report from us. At least 153 people are dead after a reported strike on a school in Tehran. Stay with us here on BBC News. Let's go straight to Beirut and to our correspondent, Lena Sinjab. Lena, can you just give us the reaction of Lebanese civilians who are caught in the middle, especially given that we know that the country is already in a really fragile state?
Well, perhaps you can hear the sound of the drones roving over Beirut, and possibly one of them hit the target just a short while ago. This is a situation that is really causing a lot of anger among many Lebanese, but I have to say it's mainly among the community surrounding Hezbollah, because their areas, their homes, their towns are again target of these attacks in response to Hezbollah's retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader Khamenei. Now they've fled their areas again with nowhere to go but heading back to school shelters or in the streets until they figure out where to stay. They don't know how long this is going to take. The government is really pressing to de-escalate and to condemn Hezbollah, condemn the actions that are taken. The president issued a statement saying that what happened have basically crippled all the efforts of negotiations and talks that were taking place over the past month. Many people feel that Hezbollah is, has committed, a treason, that, they've dragged the country and the people into an unnecessary war, especially that it's 18 months ago, the country has paid a high price. The remnants of the war 18 months ago are still there. The towns and the cities that are destroyed haven't been rebuilt, and now they are under attack again. The worry is that Israel is adamant this time that it's going to attack fiercely. They've already announced that they've killed a high official in Hezbollah. We believe it is a parliamentarian, Mohammed Raad, but they also put the leader of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, as a target. So they're going this time like full-fledged to eliminate Hezbollah. And, the government, the people, they've been saying it out loud over and over again that Hezbollah should turn to be a political party and disarm, and the government should be represented by its own official army only that will guard the country. But now we've entered a phase that it's hard to tell where we're going, what's going to happen tomorrow. We know that the war on Iran is going to last for 4 to 5 weeks. That's according to the US President Donald Trump. But we're not sure how Lebanon is going to be dragged into this. It is believed that, that was a one-time attack by Hezbollah, but the retaliation, the reaction from the Israeli could take longer. Earlier last week, the Israelis said if Hezbollah got involved in this war, they will respond fiercely, and probably they will also hit the Lebanese airport. This is a country that is crippled with its economy even before the war. And now, 18 months ago, it was, further damaged with the war. And now there are real concerns and worries on where to head next and what's going to happen in this volatile situation.
Live from London, this is BBC News. The conflict in the Middle East widens. Iran-backed Hezbollah and Israel exchange fire in Lebanon.
The IDF and the Northern Command are responding fiercely. The Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for that.
Iran says its Natanz nuclear facility has been hit. Iran's Red Crescent Society says 555 people have been killed in Iran since the hostilities began on Saturday. Retaliatory strikes across the Middle East, including the US military base and embassy in Kuwait, with explosions being heard across many Gulf countries. Authorities in Kuwait say several American planes have crashed. BBC Verify confirms the location of a video showing an American fighter jet going down near Kuwait City.
I'm back from Earth with supplies.
The UK says the US can use its military bases to strike missile sites within Iran.
God, it's fucking freezing down there. Oh, is it still this cold?
Hello, I'm Nomia Iqbal. We start with that breaking news from Cyprus, where sirens have been blaring at an RAF base in Akrotiri. A passenger air terminal in Paphos has also been evacuated after a suspect object was picked up on radars, according to the Cyprus state broadcaster. Now, this comes as the RAF base in Cyprus was targeted by a suspected Iranian drone strike on Sunday night. Now, the Ministry of Defence says the drone was likely launched before the Prime Minister's statement on allowing the US to use UK military bases to be used for defensive strikes, as they described it, on Iranian missile sites. Let's speak now to our political correspondent, Ben Wright, who's at Westminster. Good to see you, Ben. Just give us a sense, first of all, on the UK's role in any of this. Obviously, we had Sir Keir Starmer speech last night, and he obviously understands that the implications of this. He talked about the mistake of Iraq. This is a really fine line for the UK, isn't it?
It really is, and I think you're right, Normia, to pick out that line from the Prime Minister's statement that came at about 9 o'clock yesterday evening. He is well aware of the anxieties, not just in his party, but across Parliament, within the public too, about where this may be heading. And there has certainly been a shift in the UK's position just within the last 48 hours of this short conflict as it is so far, because, of course, initially the UK was absolutely clear that it played no part in the offensive operation, the aim to not just obliterate Iran's nuclear program, but to bring down the regime. That was not something the UK had any part of, I don't think wants any part of, and it swerved questions about whether or not it thinks that action was justified or indeed legal. What has shifted is that after a request from the Americans, the UK has allowed US forces to use 2 British bases, one at RAF Fairford in England and Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, for US planes to carry out attacks on some Iranian missile sites. Now, the justification being given by the UK government is that this is a defensive action rather than offensive, because it's a response to the Iranian retaliation that we have seen across the Gulf, missiles and drones, attacking a number of Gulf countries where there are around 300,000 Brits. Some are living there, many are on holiday or in transit.
Now, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is just me. But in my opinion, allowing the United States to use those bases opens up Britain to more attacks. Seems like the opposite of defensive. Right? Am I the only person that thinks this? Like, how is that defensive? Allowing the United States to execute strikes from those bases opens those bases up to attack. How is that helping anybody?
Through airports such as Dubai, and the British government's view is that it has to do something to protect UK citizens and UK interests in the area. But politically, this is a very charged question right now.
Stay with us, Ben, because the UK Foreign Secretary has been speaking to the BBC's Today programme about this.
These are US attacks on Iran launched from here. I promise you I don't mean this facetiously. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the difference between offensive and defensive. There may be people listening here, there certainly would be if they could listen to us in Iran, saying that if an American bomb lands and it was launched from British soil originally, they're not going to say, oh, well, that's fine, it was defensive.
So the agreement that we have made does not cover things like political targets or economic targets, those wider infrastructure or broader objectives. It is specifically about the missiles and attacks that are being targeted now at the Gulf partners. So we know that we've got these ballistic launchers, for example, that are in places in southern Iran, for example, that are pointing at the Gulf and that are being used at the moment.
You'll be aware that people are worried about this.
I find it endlessly fascinating. Everybody in the West continues to try and frame all of these actions as being just a response to the retaliation, to the initial attacks. Like it's a response to the response, don't you see?
Just play you because you've been doing a round of interviews, so may not be able to have listened to this. We heard in the last hour from your former colleague, former Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell, the Labour MP, who is worried that you are repeating the mistakes of the past.
We must not get drawn into aggressive acts by the US regime. You know what will happen next. The Prime Minister said we have legal cover for providing our facilities. Well, the argument will be next, well, that legal cover will also give us, in extremis, the ability to take aggressive acts ourselves. I just think we're being drawn in just as we were in Iraq, following the US into an incredibly dangerous situation.
His argument is simple, isn't it? You change your policy once, you'll change it again.
Well, I think if we refused the ability to support the kinds of defensive action that could prevent ballistic missile strikes on hotels in Dubai, for example, I just don't think that would be the right thing to do right now. When we have seen the hotel in Dubai that was hit, where we have seen attacks on airports across the region, we've seen civilian areas being hit and being affected, and when we have so many British citizens there. So being able to take that preventative action, I think, to make sure that you can do everything possible to prevent those ballistic missile strikes on
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
locations where there are so many British citizens. We think that that is the right thing to do.
Let's bring Ben back in. Ben, I'm curious to know what you made there of Yvette Cooper, what your assessment is of what she was saying.
Well, she's trying to maintain the distinction between offensive action, which the government insists that it has not taken any part in and will not take any part in. In other words, military action aimed at...
Oh no, I was muted. Sorry, everybody. I was just trying to make clear for anybody who was watching, who wasn't aware of who that woman was, who was just speaking. This lady, where'd we go? Where'd she go? This lady is Britain's little Marco. That's Yvette Cooper, Secretary of State of the United Kingdom.
Just as we were in Iraq, following
and there is certainly a lot of talk about potential evacuation plans for all those people who are currently...
Sorry about the muting. Yeah, I actually intended to mute myself that time, just forgot to unmute myself because I'm eating my breakfast / drinking my coffee, trying to prepare myself for what's coming at 8 a.m. That is, of course, Pete Hegseth.
Sheltering in place in the Gulf area. Concerns, too, inevitably, about the potential economic fallout from this crisis. It's likely, not inevitable, but that we'll get some statement from the government in the House of Commons later. And as I said, Normia, we're likely to hear a really broad range of political opinion about this. We've already heard, for instance, the Green Party call this an unprovoked illegal attack from America and Israel, totally opposed to what is happening. The Liberal Democrats saying there needs to be a vote in Parliament to allow the US to use these British bases. On the other hand, you've got the Conservatives and Reform UK who've argued that the UK should have been in there right at the beginning as part of this US-Israeli action. So this is absolutely a live and divisive issue in politics.
And those people are fucking insane. Those people are absolutely, to take vernacular from the Brits, mental. You have to be a complete mental idiot. Completely deranged lunatic. To think that the United Kingdom should have been right there alongside the United States and Israel blasting Tehran. This is a ridiculous claim.
That's our political correspondent, Ben Wright at Westminster. Let's bring you more on another developing story in the region. Authorities in Kuwait say several US warplanes have crashed near the country's border with Iraq. In the past few minutes, US Central Command says that F-15 jets went down over Kuwait due to what they call an apparent friendly fire incident. Here's more of that Central Command statement.
Oh, my God.
US F-15E strike.
Really? Well, this continues to develop. So it was a friendly fire incident? This is the great warrior mentality of the Pete Kegsbreath's Department of Defense? Get rid of all the woke DEI nonsense stuff. All the women, the LGBTQ people. All the, all the references to brown people. And now we're shooting each other down. Now we're shooting down our own warplanes. Is that what I'm to understand?
This is ridiculous.
Eagles flying in support of Operation Epic Fury went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones. The US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences. All 6 aircrew ejected safely, have been safely recovered and are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident and goes on to say in the statement that I'm reading to you, we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. The cause of the incident is under investigation. Let's show you that footage that has been shared on social media, which appears to show that fighter jet crashing to the ground. BBC Verify has confirmed the location of this video, said to show an F-15 crashing near Kuwait City. It was filmed from the west of Kuwait City on the edge of the Al Jarrah area, and that video has been checked for recency and run through 2 AI video detection tools. Now, meanwhile, Israel is carrying out an air assault against the Iran-backed militia group Hezbollah in Lebanon in retaliation to earlier strikes targeting northern Israel. We've seen images of huge plumes of smoke rising following a blast in southern Beirut. 31 people have reportedly been killed, and Israel says it has precisely struck a senior Hezbollah member in Beirut. This comes after the militia group fired missiles at Israel to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader. In Lebanon, authorities have ordered the arrest of people who launched the rockets and their instigators. Israeli forces have issued evacuation orders for more than 50 towns and villages across Lebanon. My colleague Lina Sinjab is following developments from Beirut.
Well, perhaps you can hear the sound of the drones roving over Beirut, and possibly one of them hit the target just a short while ago. This is a situation that is really causing a lot of anger among many Lebanese, but I have to say it's mainly among the community surrounding Hezbollah, because their areas, their homes, their towns are again target of these attacks in response to Hezbollah's retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader Khamenei. Now they've fled their areas again with nowhere to go but heading back to school shelters or in the streets until they figure out where to stay. They don't know how long this is going to take. The government is really pressing to de-escalate and to condemn Hezbollah, condemn the actions that are taken. The president issued a statement saying that what happened basically crippled all the efforts of negotiations and talks that were taking place over the past month. Many people feel that Hezbollah is...
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. Well, not skip ahead, but move through my list here, because I've been adding more clips. Shock of shock, but more clips are coming. Let's see, what do I got here? Was there an assassination attempt on Benjamin Netanyahu? Is that true? I did not mean to click that.
huge, tiny mistake.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a crazy week. What a way to start the week. pretty fucked, if you ask me.
In Iran, the top national security official says there will be no negotiations with the United States. Ali Larijani has accused Washington of plunging the region into chaos. He says Iran did not initiate the aggression and is defending itself. Let's go back now to Tauhid Asadi, who is in Tehran for us. So, Tauhid, the American president told The Atlantic that he is open to talks, says the Iranians asked for talks and he'll go ahead and do them. The Iranians obviously saying something very different. Do you have any sense from Tehran as to what the Iranians may see as the off-ramp for this conflict?
Well, I don't think Iranians at this point may be interested in negotiations, at least based on the latest statements that I have been hearing from my end in Tehran. First of all, it was the Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, who is one of the most influential figures in the political establishment of the country and who was engaged in the trajectory of talks with the United States in the past few weeks. He came out very clearly positioning and saying that Iran is not going to negotiate with the United States, and that comes after some reports came out about such a possibility. But prior to that, we've got the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, telling Al Jazeera, just in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera, coming out to say that at this point, hopes for diplomacy are not that much colorful. In that interview, he just cited two historical backgrounds in that regard. One, which dates back to June 2025, the country was already engaged in negotiations between Washington and Tehran, while all of a sudden confronted a sort of, I can say, campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis while in the very middle of the talks. Also, the same scenario was repeated exactly when the Americans and Israelis started this very recent campaign of strikes, while we were expecting a next round of talks, or I would say two rounds of talks, first between Iran and the UN nuclear watchdog. There was a discussion supposedly or scheduled to be held today, hosted in Vienna by the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA. And then the Abbas Araghchi, Iranian foreign minister, came out to say that progress has been made in the trajectory of diplomatic affairs, and we are expecting a next round of political talks very much soon as next week. This is what we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in that regard. But right now, the spokesperson and other Iranians are not that much certain about the possibility of diplomatic engagement, seeing the realities on the ground and seeing one other statement, last one if I may, is that they are saying, and they were saying, that we don't negotiate under imposed condition under the shadow of the war. And right now, this shadow of the war has been translated into real act of war.
All right, Tauhid, thank you. Let's go to Roslyn now. So, Roslyn, look, we have a situation where there are no talks. There is no obvious end to this war coming anytime soon, at least. We also now have a new front in this war opening up in Lebanon. Do we know what the American viewpoint is on Israeli strikes in Lebanon? Is there any scenario where the U.S. may get involved in actually striking Hezbollah targets, which would obviously undermine the very ceasefire that they helped broker last year?
The Trump administration has not talked about what Israel is doing in Lebanon. There's also been some reporting that the U.S. may not have considered going to war against Iran unless Israel did so first. That has been pushed back and rejected as a reason why the U.S. has started the military action. But it's worth pointing out that since military action started on in the overnight hours early on Saturday, except for 2 pre-recorded statements from U.S. President Donald Trump. There has not been an on-the-record comment from the administration, except the president speaking to a number of hand-picked reporters by phone on Sunday evening. There has not been a public explanation why Iran, why now, what the end game is.
Literally what I've been saying all night is that, like, as a political critic, talking both U.S. and geopolitics, I don't know what I know what I'm critiquing. I know what's happened. We have no actual clear, it's completely, they've named like half a dozen plus different things as the reasons for this. Going all the way back to the fucking 60s. It's insane. It's fucking insane, and I don't know what to do with it. Aside from just scream and be like, "You're being insane right now. Please stop. Please grant my sanity back to me, so I can stop taking crazy pills."
We're just going to take you to the French Foreign Ministry, where the French Foreign Minister, in fact, Jean-Noël Barrot, is speaking. Let's hear what he has to say.
Dragged into a dangerous military escalation. Let's be clear, the Iranian regime is partly responsible or even largely responsible for this situation because they have been so guiltily obstinate in seeking to obtain the means for threatening and destabilizing the region through its nuclear program, through its ballistic missile program, by its constant support to terrorist groups, also by its refusal to enter into good faith negotiations with Europe and then the United States, and also through the bloody oppression of the legitimate aspirations of the Iranian people. For decades, this regime has been violating international law. It has been ignoring the rules of the UN Security Council with regard to human rights, which it has been violating, and turning its weapons on its own people. It is deeply regrettable that this situation has not been resolved within the framework of international institutions, which is the only way that we can have lasting and just peace. The members of the Security Council of the UN have paralyzed the response with the respect of international law. Israel and the United States have conducted strikes which should have been debated in these international instances before they were carried out. The Security Council could have given its legitimacy, lent its legitimacy to these strikes, but that was not the case. The indiscriminate use of force by Iran is a strategy that they have been following for a long time, which is sowing terror and chaos in the region. Yesterday, we were hit by drones at our air base in Abu Dhabi with only limited material damages, fortunately. This night in Cyprus, a drone crashed on a British military base in Cyprus. To friendly countries that have been struck by missiles launched by the Revolutionary Guard, they are dragged into this war that they did not ask for. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Jordan. France expresses its full support and complete solidarity with these countries. We stand ready, according to the agreements that we have with these countries and with regard to international law and the right to self-defense, to participate in the defense of these countries. In Lebanon, Hezbollah has committed a grave error, and now we see dozens of deaths and displaced persons in South Lebanon because Hezbollah has agreed to join in this fight that the Lebanese people reject. Lebanon must be saved from this regional.
Jesus, Lebanon must be saved from Hezbollah. Oh, this is a deranged speech. This is a fucking deranged speech from France's EU Foreign Affairs Minister. Oh my God.
France will
save Lebanon from Hezbollah. Even though Hezbollah is a political organization that legitimately received votes in a democratic election. Just regime change. Just full-out regime change. Democratic or otherwise.
Remain engaged for the sovereignty and the security of the state of Lebanon, and we will be organizing a conference with them to talk about armed forces in the region. In this degraded condition, we are especially concerned about French citizens abroad. We are fully mobilized in this regard, in particular at the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs. I would like to thank everyone in the ministry for their commitment. In all of the countries of the region, about 400,000 French citizens are in the dozen countries that are concerned in this situation. They're either residing there or passing through. We do not believe that any French citizens have been victims of the conflict. 15 diplomatic stations, embassies, and consulates are fully mobilized to ensure the security of French citizens and to offer assistance if necessary. In support of their action, the Crisis Center has been opened up by the ministry with a hotline that one can reach 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have already received and processed more than 5,000 calls on this hotline. We're also organized locally to assist people in leaving the region when possible. We would like to advise that all French citizens in the area consult our website and check daily for updates. You should also sign up to the Fil Ariane, which is a mechanism that enables you to be.
Okay, I'm moving past this fucking insane speech from this guy. Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. It's feeling like World War III vibes. That's what I've been saying this whole time. That's what I've been saying this whole time. I hate to say it. I feel like, you know, like the tinfoil hat wearing spaceman that I am most when I say this. But really, truly, we are at it. We've done it. We've made it to World War III. This is it. It's not clear when they'll draw the line on when it all started. I argued yesterday that if you could technically make the argument that World War III started on Liberation Day. That's when Donald Trump really started waging his war against the entire planet. But this seems to really cap it off with emergency meetings being called at the IAEA, the UNSC, being closer than ever to doomsday, according to the International Atomic Scientists, and now like 30 different conflicts happening on the planet. How much more conflict do we need to be in World War III exactly, is my question.
At 12:03 midnight, a Shahed-type drone approached the military installations inside the British base in Akrotiri, causing minor damages. We find ourselves in a region of particular geopolitical instability, with a lot of challenges and problems, which is experiencing an unprecedented crisis. I want to be clear. Our country is not participating in any way and does not intend to be part of any military operation. We remain committed to the humanitarian role we have served throughout this time.
Unfortunately, since the RAF Air Force base, I just said RAF Air Force, and I just realized I just said whatever. Since that base is in Cyprus and is now being used for this war, it suddenly becomes a military target. Thank the Brits for that one, I guess, Cyprus. Maybe it's time to kick them out of the country.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Time to get him out, I think, possibly. Just a suggestion, if you don't want to be part of this situation. Just a thought. Let's keep going through this. France 24 English. 1 hour ago, Iranian cities and military assets hit by new strikes. France 24. Oh, God, I'm losing it. How long until keg's breath?
Another night of air raid sirens ringing through Tehran. The assault began around 9 p.m. with strikes appearing to hit several locations across the sprawling city. The Israeli military says its air force carried out a new wave of attacks on the capital late Sunday. Meanwhile, the US released this video that it says shows strikes on Iranian military assets, including what appear to be fighter jets, drones, and a vehicle. The US Central Command says they were carried out in the direction of the Iranian president, aimed at, quote, taking bold action to eliminate imminent threats. This as Iran's security chief posted to social media that Tehran will not negotiate with the US, after reports that Iran may be seeking to revive talks with Washington. Days after launching Operation Epic Fury, the US and Israel are pressing ahead with a military campaign fueling uncertainty across the Middle East and the global economy. After killing Iran's supreme leader and dozens of other senior figures, there's been contrasting emotion. On the streets of Galadar in Iran's Fars province, scenes of celebration. People gathered as the news spread, hoping for an end to the regime's violent crackdown since January.
The conflict has so far had a dramatic effect on the price of oil due to fears that the US and Israel's huge military campaign could spread across the world's most important oil-producing region. Brent crude jumped more than 10% when trading started in Asia, but has since dropped a bit, now trading at around $79 a barrel. On Sunday, 3 cargo vessels were attacked near the vital Strait of Hormuz as Iran attempts to choke off global oil supplies. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil transits through the strait, which has come to a near standstill as the crisis in the Middle East escalates. Meanwhile, stock markets have seen sharp falls in Asia. Japan's key Nikkei index fell more than 2% in early trade. It closed down over 1%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng also closed down more than 2%, but airline stocks are the big losers. Travel is severely disrupted across the Middle East. We heard that earlier from our correspondent Barbara Pletasha, major travel hub for millions of passengers. Let's go live now to our Asia Business Hub, speak to Nick Marsh. Nick.
We'll come back to the BBC soon enough. Let's skip this clip. Go back to France 24 from 49 minutes ago. Continue talking about oil prices, which have surged in the wake of this conflict.
Can you just give us a sense of how global markets are generally?
Like I was saying earlier, they technically started surging ahead of the conflict, as if people sort of knew that this was coming, and then absolutely exploded after this all began yesterday. Well, Friday, I guess.
Well, we're going to go straight to business now. Our business editor, Sean Pellegrin, is joining us. He's looking at the impact this escalation in violence is having on the markets for it.
How many days of this? Was it Friday night that it went down? It was like in the morning. It was like the early morning, right? Friday? Why can't I remember? Yeah. Ugh. Someone help me. It's all blending together now. been like 48 hours of this.
Considering the Middle East is responsible for about a third of global oil production, let's start by looking at how oil prices have reacted as they opened this Monday around the world. Whether it's the North Sea Brent crude benchmark or the West Texas Intermediate, they are both rising quite high, as you can see, over almost 10% for the Brent crude at just over $79 a barrel. Not surging as much as earlier in the session when the Brent was about 13% higher. But there was quite a significant uptick after Iran's spokesperson said that their negotiations were not on the table. The main factor here is the fact that oil and gas tanker traffic in the Strait of Hormuz connecting the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea has effectively been halted, with orders from Iran that traffic is now forbidden and insurers increasingly unwilling to cover these crossings. So cargo is now seeking alternative and longer routes. That Strait of Hormuz sees about 20 million barrels of oil go through it every day in normal conditions. That's 20% of global oil consumption. Same goes for the world's liquefied natural gas consumption. That's why this is often described as oil and gas's global choke point. Let's look at Asian bourses, now all in the red except for the Shanghai Composite. Higher energy prices weighing on stocks, except for energy stocks, obviously. Among the biggest losers are airlines amid airspace disruption and airport closures in the Middle East. Thousands of travelers currently stranded in the region. European markets also opening the session in the red this Monday in that uncertain geopolitical context. You can see both the DAX and the CAC 40 in Paris down over 2% lower. So for more in-depth analysis of this situation, let's turn to Jorge Leon.
Okay, we're not going to turn to Jorge Leon. I'm back. I'm going to keep these clips coming because we're approaching the Pete Hegseth hour rapidly. An hour away from that fateful DoD press briefing, which is coming up at 8, which we are going to cover here live. Can't wait for old Keg's breath to explain what the fuck is going on out there. I'm sure it'll be perfectly reasonable, whatever that psycho has to say.
The supreme leader sits at the apex of Iran's complex power structure, and the country's clerical establishment now faces the task of choosing a successor to Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The veteran leader ruled for nearly 4 decades, but never publicly named an heir. The head of Iran's National Security Council says the transition process is now underway.
For the time being, the president, the head of the judiciary, and one of the jurists of the Guardian Council, selected by the Expediency Discernment Council, will temporarily assume leadership duties in the country until the next leader is elected.
The 3-member interim council includes President Masoud Pezeshkian. Elected in 2024 on a platform of improving ties with regional neighbors, he is widely seen as having limited influence within the Islamic Republic's power structure. Also on the council, Judiciary Chief Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejei. When anti-regime protests erupted earlier this year, Ejei pledged to fast-track trials amid a violent crackdown on protesters. According to the United Nations, Iran carried out more than 1,400 executions in 2025. A record number in the history of the Islamic Republic. The 3rd member of the transitional panel is a jurist from the powerful Guardian Council, the body that vets candidates.
It's not the Department of Defense anymore, it's the Department of War now. It's never been more true. That's never been more true than now. I've been refusing to call it that in a non-ironic... I refuse to just like... what do you call it? Like sort of just... autopilot call it that. I refuse to recognize it as a Department of War. That's not supposed to be what our tax dollars are for. Not just for endless fucking wars, you know? That's at least been the claim for so long. That's why we called it the Department of Defense in the first place. His whole new department, I'm not on board with. In fact, I think we should rescind all that tax money.
If not sooner.
Maybe we can use that to pay for healthcare. What do you think? What do you think? Just a crazy idea. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks. All right, back to the BBC live stream. Damn, 24,000 people watching BBC's live stream. That's what they're putting down numbers over there. 24,000. Jesus Christ.
That is spreading across the Middle East. Israel is carrying out a wide-ranging air assault against the Iran-backed militia group Hezbollah in Lebanon. Group fired missiles at Israel to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader. In a statement, the IDF accused the militant group of acting on behalf of Iran and targeting Israeli civilians. It said it would act against the group's decision to join the campaign. Well, Israeli forces have issued evacuation orders for more than 50 towns and villages across Lebanon. Lines of traffic have formed in Beirut as people have been attempting to leave the city since the early hours of this morning. Well, all this comes as the US-Israeli war with Iran enters its third day, with all sides launching large-scale airstrikes. This morning, there have been reports of blasts in other parts of the Middle East. In just the past hour, there have been reports that smoke has been seen rising from the US Embassy in Kuwait. Explosions have also been heard in Abu Dhabi and earlier on Monday in Bahrain, Doha and Dubai. And in just the last hour, sirens and explosions were heard in Jerusalem. This comes a day after Iranian missiles struck the Israeli city of Beit Shemesh, killing at least 9 people. While speaking late on Sunday, Donald Trump said combat operations against Iran would continue until all our objectives were achieved. He warned that there would likely be more American casualties after the Pentagon confirmed that 3 US service members had been killed in action.
This is ridiculous!
So breaking news to bring you in the last few minutes. The Greek Defence Ministry says it will send 2 frigates and 2 fighter jets to protect Cyprus. It comes as 2 unmanned drones were successfully intercepted while heading to RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. Earlier, the British base was evacuated after sirens were heard. Last night, an Iranian drone hit the base, although no casualties were reported.
God, how dare you ask this question again, Ravy baby? This is so incredibly rude of you.
How rude! How rude! How rude!
How dare you ask the objectives? Have we not outlined the objectives again? It's 30 different objectives, okay? It's getting revenge for the Iran-Contra affair and the nationalization of Iran's oil, the ousting of the Shah, and the CIA people who died around all of that shit. Regime change, but not regime change. Protect the protesters and democracy. America? Something like that.
Elsewhere in the region, officials in Kuwait say several US warplanes have crashed near the country's border with Iraq. In the last hour, US Central Command says that F-15 jets went down over Kuwait due to what they call an apparent
I know you're being facetious. I'm being facetious. I'm doing the thing that I do. I'm doing that thing that I do all the time, where I use all of your messages as jumping off points for me to say stuff about things. Come on, say with me. I need you on the same page. You see, See where I am? I need you
fire
here.
incident. Here's more of that Central Command statement. It reads, 3 US F-15E Strike Eagles flying in support of Operation Epic Fury went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident during active combat. That included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles and drones. The US Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defences.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Aircrew ejected safely, have been safely recovered and are in stable condition. The statement goes on to say, Kuwait has acknowledged this incident and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defence Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. It finishes by saying the cause of the incident, is under investigation. Now, President Trump has promised vengeance for the deaths of 3 US troops killed in action over the weekend.
Jesus Christ. He is a deranged
We have a demented,
madman.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
He's vowing vengeance. He might as well bring out Cash Patel. Tell everybody, we'll see you in Valhalla. All of you great patriots will see you in Valhalla. Thank you for your attention to this matter. See you in Valhalla. P.S. Bring Thor.
Where the
and
service
beers.
members were killed. In a video posted to Truth Social, Mr. Trump said the nation grieves their deaths, but also went on to say they may not be the last.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery.
I'll see you in Valhalla, you patriots. Thank you for giving your lives for my egotistical war in the Middle East, which is inflating my ego and also distracting for those nasty, nasty Epstein files.
David Willis is in Washington and told me the latest reaction from the White House.
This is going to be a longer and potentially bloodier conflict than perhaps many here had been expecting. Donald Trump, in an interview with the New York Times, said the conflict would take, in his words, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, or as long as it took for America to achieve its objectives. Now,
4 or 5 weeks. Honestly, that's not a good sign. Can I just say this right off the bat? That is not a good sign. As we know, Donald Trump's go-to is always 2-3 weeks. Everything is 2-3 weeks and it'll be solved. Just 2-3 weeks, of course. As always, 2-3 weeks. Everyone knows everything takes 2-3 weeks when you're the president of the United States. The fact that he's starting this off with 4 or 5 weeks, it gives me great concern. And maybe let's hope that I am just exercising more caution than necessary. But my ears perk up when I hear the president say 4 or 5 weeks. I'm like, oh no, this is another forever war. 2-3 weeks. We've seen 2-3 weeks turn into over a year on some things that have still not been solved in 2 or 3 weeks. But now we're starting off from 4 or 5 weeks. That's a bad place to start. That's a bad place to start. We know that's going to be for the rest of his term. We're going to be in Iran until 2029.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Who just played a bit of. Mr. Trump also said that there were thousands of members of the Iranian military and the Republican Guard who were seeking to surrender. He again urged Iranian civilians to take the initiative and use the opportunity to take back what is theirs. And as far as the at least three American service personnel who have already died in this conflict, Mr. Trump said that they had given their lives for what he called a righteous mission. And as you heard there,
Whoopsies.
Also added that they would not be
Sorry,
the
Vertical
last
Chat.
to die.
I'm very sorry, Vertical Chat. I'm very sorry. None of you could see the video. It's incredibly rude of me. You can imagine how upset you all are. I apologize. I apologize. Please accept this heartfelt apology.
And as far as the at least three American service personnel who have already died in this conflict, Mr. Trump said that they had given their lives for what he called a righteous mission. And as you heard there, also added that they would not be the last to die in this conflict. But the clear implication is this is going to be a longer and bloodier conflict, as I mentioned, than many here had thought. And that has heightened the pressure on the Trump administration to explain the priorities of this operation and also to paint a picture for the American people, if you like, of what victory in this regard looks like, because they have been very slow when it comes to informing the American public on this particular point of view. And indeed, opinion polls here show that only 1 in 4 Americans support the current mission in Iran. Well, in an attempt to provide some sort of answers,
I heard 1 in 5. I don't know where he's getting 1 in 4. I heard 21%, which is clearly closer to 1 in 5 than 1 in 4. Just
it's science.
It's math.
It's science.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is due to meet with journalists at the Pentagon in a couple of hours' time, and he will be joined over the next few days by the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in briefing.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
In your introduction there, have yet to approve this military action in Iran.
Stay with us here on BBC News. Let's go straight now to our correspondent Clive Mullin, who's in Tel Aviv.
How are you all holding up, chat? Hopefully you're okay. If you're just waking up now, good morning. Welcome to the week. We're at war with Iran.
The dawn chorus from hell, as has been the case over the last 2-3 days. That's the sound of air raid sirens suggesting that there's incoming munitions from Iran, possibly drones or missiles. We then heard 2 very loud explosions, which we believe were the interceptor missiles fired up by the Israelis to take those incoming munitions out. There is a bomb shelter beneath our accommodation here, beneath our position here, and that's where everyone scuttles to, and that's been the case over the last 2-3 days, and we're sure that's going to be the case as this war progresses. Most of the interceptor missiles that the Israelis fire up, they do take out those incoming munitions from Iran, but some do get through, and over the weekend we saw a red ball of fire streaking across the night sky just over my left shoulder there, off into the distance in one of the Tel Aviv suburbs. And that was one of the missiles that was missed by the interception of Israel's Iron Dome defense shield. That went straight into an area there. It was targeting a military installation, but it fell short, hit the ground, and also damaged an apartment block next door. And as a result, that led to the first fatality, we understand, for Israel in this war. Since then, there have been more, with other Iranian attacks on an area just south of Jerusalem. But as we've been hearing throughout the morning, this war is escalating and developing and drawing in many, many more countries, and is going to remain volatile for some time.
And Clive, we've seen you reporting from the bomb shelter that you mentioned. What are conditions like there?
Safe, that's the first thing. It's a lot of reinforced concrete, which is the key. It's actually down in the basement of our accommodation here, so it's near the kitchens and so on where food is prepared. So getting access to supplies like that is fine. Usually you have about 10 minutes to gather your things and get down there. So you can grab water, you can grab drinks, you can grab some food, a flak jacket if necessary, and so on. Take that down. So you have an initial warning that comes up on your phone, and then you will get a tannoy in your room. That says you've got 10 minutes to seek shelter. Some go all the way down to the basement. Others, they hide in some of the stairwells, which are fairly secure here. So that's an option if you can't get all the way down the stairs, because it's not advisable to take any of the lifts. You could get stuck. And then you're down there for a certain period of time until you get the all clear to surface again. I think part of the issue for some people in Israel who've been used to getting this kind of wake-up call, not just in the morning, but alarms throughout the day, is that you can get a little bit too secure in the idea that the Israeli defense shield is going to save you. And some people, they decide that they're not going to heed the warnings, that they're going to perhaps just take shelter in a stairwell or not go to a basement or so on. That is a dangerous thing to do. Once you hear the warning, you move, and you move quickly. And of course, it's exactly the same for the people of Iran, who are facing the daily barrage of American and Israeli rockets and missiles and drones that are being fired over the other side where they live.
Live from Tel Aviv, this is BBC News. Friendly fire. 3 US fighter jets are mistakenly shot down by Kuwait. The conflict in the Middle East widens. Iran-backed Hezbollah and Israel exchange fire in Lebanon. 555 people have been killed in Iran since the hostilities began on Saturday, according to the Red Crescent. Retaliatory strikes across the Middle East have been happening, including the US military base and embassy in Kuwait, with explosions being heard across many Gulf countries.
Oh, now the embassy in Kuwait, too. It seems like every single embassy and consulate in the Middle East is having some problems right now. It's weird.
It's weird.
Okay.
I'm Christian Fraser in London. The UK allows the US to use its military bases to strike missile sites within Iran. Greece is sending 2 fighter jets and a warship to Cyprus after drone strikes at the British RAF base. Families are now being evacuated. And global travel in turmoil. The conflict is causing what analysts are describing as the biggest disruption to global aviation since the COVID pandemic. Hello, welcome to the programme. President Trump says the war with Iran will last several weeks until the United States' objectives have been met. Alongside Israeli forces, they are continuing to take out Iran's air defences and since Saturday have been dismantling regime targets in Tehran. President Trump claims they've already killed 48 leaders, but the retaliation is fierce. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE have all been targeted in the last 12 hours. And Cyprus has been targeted too, with drones intercepted at the UK airbase there, with reports in the last few minutes that it is being evacuated.
And here in Israel, the air defences have been working around the clock, night and day. Israelis are being ordered into bomb shelters as ballistic missiles and drones fill the skies across the country, targeting cities like Jerusalem and like here in Tel Aviv. It is a rapidly evolving situation. The pace of events means that the picture can really quickly become confused. So let's try and set out for you the main news lines. Well, the Iranian Red Crescent reports that 555 people have been killed in US and Israeli strikes so far, with 131 cities bombed across the country.
Tehran's ambassador to the IAEA has confirmed that Israel and the United States launched strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities on Sunday. The target was Natanz in the central Isfahan province.
In Kuwait, US authorities say 3 US F-15s were shot down in a friendly fire incident. Now we have images appearing to show a pilot ejecting from one of those jets over Kuwait City. The BBC verified teams say it was filmed from west of Kuwait City on the edge of the Al Jafra.
All right, I'm gonna switch from the BBC feed again to more clips that I've found as they come out. I'm keep adding them to my list. We're well over 100 clips. 200 clips on my list tonight. Shit's gotten completely out of hand. me just get us there. Jesus Christ. This whole situation is just completely fucked now. Oh, God. Let me reload this as well.
From all corners.
Wait, I just screwed that up. Son of a bitch. Oh, God. God damn it, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Everything's fine. Thank you, Omega, for feeding the dog.
To the latest developments in the war with Iran, this situation changing by the minute.
The conflict appears to be widening, with Iran and Iranian-backed militias firing missiles at Israel and Arab states. 3 U.S. service members are among those killed. Christina Fan joins us live from outside the UN with the latest this morning. Christina?
I need this to be full screen. You are killing me.
Chris and Mary, good morning. In an interview, President Trump said the operation in Iran could take 4 weeks or less to complete, but he also said that, quote, that this operation will not end until all of our objectives are achieved. According to the Iranian Red Crescent, a total of 555 people have been killed in the country since U.S. and Israeli strikes started 2 days ago. Black smoke rose above the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City Monday morning after the latest volley of Iranian strikes. Hours earlier, the Pentagon confirmed 3 service members based in Kuwait were killed in action, and at least 5 more injured in the first day of Operation Epic Fury. President Trump said he will avenge their deaths, while noting there will likely be more casualties as the military campaign continues.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons.
Iran's security chief wrote Sunday night on X, "We will not negotiate with the United States," in response to a report he had requested to do so. Across Iran, supporters of the now assassinated supreme leader gather to chant "Death to America." The Iranian military vowed revenge, striking back in Israel, where at least 11 people have died after a missile struck a synagogue in Beit Shemesh and a residential neighborhood in downtown Tel Aviv. Iran is even launching missiles towards neighbors that host U.S. military bases.
Oh my God.
The powerful Iranian strikes have shattered Dubai's image as a luxurious safe haven.
I love how CBS here is like, even countries that house U.S. military bases. It's like literally like every other day is, and literally I'll bet you money that today CBS has also talked about how Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, although I feel like Hamas is not being talked about very much right now. But like all of the Iranian proxies are all legitimate targets for Israel. Meanwhile, U.S. bases in its proxies somehow off limits. That's, oh my gosh, that's shocking. How could they do that?
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
of glittering hotels and high-end resorts. The United Arab Emirates saying 3 people have died. It issued a joint statement with the U.S. and the governments of Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, saying in part, the targeting of civilians and of countries not engaged in hostilities is reckless and destabilizing.
Hydrate my face. I did hydrate my face. Oh, I already crushed my coffee. Completely crushed it. God.
Stabilizing behavior. We stand united in defense of our citizens and reaffirm our right to self-defense. Foreign policy experts say Iran is targeting these countries on purpose.
They're trying to put pressure on American and Israeli allies as a way of getting those countries to really tell Washington and Jerusalem to stop what they're doing. But the opposite is actually happening.
Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth is expected to hold a news conference later on this morning at 8 a.m. to brief members of the press on the ongoing situation in the Middle East. He and Secretary of State Marco Rubio then plan to visit Congress on Tuesday to update lawmakers there. Reporting live on the East Side, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
And the strikes against...
Okay, we're moving from CBS. I can't handle it. I'm so sick of CBS. Like I'm only subscribed to the local channels for CBS. Even they're starting to piss me off. All right, France 24 English, 18 minutes ago. Iran continues to target Gulf states in response to U.S.-Israeli strikes.
Iran are sparking a major debate in Washington. Lawmakers on both sides.
Smoke rises from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait as the United States warns people to stay away from the premises. It's one example of the regional impact from Iran's counteroffensive. Over the weekend, smoke billowed from Dubai's Jebel Ali port after debris fell from an aerial interception. In Bahrain, an Iranian missile targeted a U.S. Navy facility in the capital. The flare-up in violence has resulted in flight closures at key Middle Eastern hubs, including Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha. Stock markets in the UAE have also been suspended for 2 days. Additional signs the flare-up in violence is taking an economic toll.
The Iranian view
oh
is
my
that
God, you're shitting me.
Where,
Hold on. Oh my God, more breaking fucking news. Jesus Christ. That number of jets has now increased from 1 to 3. According to ABC from 20 minutes ago, U.S. Central Command, aka CENTCOM, said in a Monday statement that 3 U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jets were quote-unquote mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses while defending against attacks by Iranian aircraft, missiles, and drones. Quote, all 6 air crew ejected safely, have been safely recovered, and are in stable condition, unquote, the CENTCOM statement said. 3! That's $500 million in planes right there. It just went. $500 million gone. No big deal. Everything's fine.
Trump has economic interest, and by putting pressure on energy exports out of the region, jacking up global energy prices, shocking the world economy, they would be able, again, to create an inflationary impact.
Did the BBC just say it was 3? I'm sorry, look, I have been listening.
Omega Star just cheered 1,000 bits. We roofs you at GalacticStreamLord.
I roofs you too, Omega Star. 1,000 biddies, my God. Incredibly generous. It is terrible, though. This is really bad. 3. But yeah, I mean, can you blame me for missing a detail or two as we go through here? Like, I'm being bombarded. And I'm honestly struggling to focus because I'm looking through my fucking feed. I'm literally sitting here going through my feed and trying to listen simultaneously. It's kind of difficult to read one thing and listen to a completely different statement. Sometimes I miss a thing or two, and for that I'm sorry. I'm also trying to read all of your chats, as you can maybe tell, since I'm responding to you right now.
In the United States, that would make Trump think twice about continuing this conflict much longer.
On Monday, a new series of loud explosions were heard in Dubai as local authorities confirmed casualties. Qatar's foreign ministry told U.S. media its fighter jets downed drones and other projectiles targeting civilian infrastructure, including Doha International Airport. The uptick in violence from Iran shows no signs of slowing down as the Islamic Republic continues to be targeted by the United States and Israel in an operation U.S. President Donald Trump says could last weeks.
Bombarded was a poor choice of words. Phrasing. Did I say bombarded? Look, I can't. Look, I'm not perfect. Okay. And let's be real, I'm hearing a lot of explosively, what do you want to call it? Explosive references. It's on the brain. Netanyahu is reportedly in uncertain condition. Uncertain? Why is his condition uncertain? What? Hold on, I gotta look into this. I gotta pee as well. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna send you over to CNN. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna look that up right now.
I want to get you this out to Nick Robertson, who is in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where, Nick, the Defense Ministry has just released a statement that 2 drones were intercepted and destroyed at one of its largest oil refineries. Nick, the Ras Tanura refinery is hugely economically significant. What do we know at this point?
Yeah, it's a very massive, sprawling facility. I've been there on a number of occasions before. It covers a vast area and is very important to Saudi Arabia's economy. It can produce capacity, about 500,000 barrels of oil a day. That's a significant number. What we're hearing from the spokesman at the Ministry of Defense here is that 2 drones were intercepted as they were flying towards that, or in the vicinity of that refinery. These drones were intercepted. Debris fell. There are no casualties. And the spokesperson saying that this falling debris lit a fire in the area. This is obviously an area of concern for Saudi Arabia, thinking here of the ministerial, the foreign ministerial level GCC virtual meeting that happened yesterday, a joint statement from those GCC foreign ministers talking about a very strong diplomatic signal saying that they had the right to take all necessary measures to protect their security and stability. So it comes within that context. Very clear diplomatic messages being sent from the Gulf states to Iran, and that fits in with the picture of the attacks that were witnessed over the past 24, 36 hours in the Gulf.
The Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping route in the Middle East, is under threat, and the oil tanker Skylight was struck off the coast of Oman. Now, these strikes have caused oil to rise by nearly 9% during trading today. U.S. stock futures are also rattled, taking a dive before trading begins this morning. Now, CNN business and economics reporter Anna Kubin joins us now from London. This happened over the weekend, obviously, but now markets can react. Can you talk about what you're seeing?
Yes, Audie. Well, you've sketched it out there. We're seeing markets.
Oh, okay, hold on. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I gotta bring this story up right now. No fucking way. Times of Israel. This is from 2 hours ago, coming out of Times of Israel. Holy shit. Iran guards claim they targeted Netanyahu's office, Air Force headquarters. Iran's Revolutionary Guards say their latest missile attacks have targeted the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the headquarters of the Israeli Air Force commander. Quote, the office of the criminal prime minister of the Zionist regime and the headquarters of the regime's Air Force commander were targeted, unquote, the guards say in a statement carried by Fars news agency. It says Kibar missiles were used in the attack. Israel says there were no injuries of the strike. However, I'm hearing multiple reports right now that are contradicting that claim. It's not clear what's going on right now. But I can't confirm one way or the other. This is insane. I will try and keep you updated on this situation.
Pretty negative to this. We're seeing stock indices across Asia and Europe in the red today, and of course US futures are pointing to a very difficult day ahead for Wall Street. But I will focus on oil, which you've mentioned, which is what all investors really are looking at today. That global oil prices, Brent, which is the global benchmark, rose as much as 13% this morning, which is an enormous jump and really reflects the anxieties that traders have about whether or not global oil trade will be disrupted through that all-important Strait of Hormuz, that tiny waterway through which a fifth of the world's global oil supply travels every single day. Now, even if Iran, which partly controls that strait, hasn't fully blocked it, many shipping companies are voluntarily avoiding it because of the security risk. Maersk is a Danish shipping company. They've blocked all their vessels from going through. And even though some traders are imagining that the disruption to oil might last a very short amount of time, there is a concern that this will become a prolonged disruption. And in that case, some analysts are betting that the global price of oil will hit or even top $100 a barrel. I also just want to quickly point out airline stocks falling today. Of course, there's been huge disruptions with airlines and airports all around the world. And gas, European gas prices were up around 23% this morning because Europe relies on much of the LNG, liquefied natural gas, traveling through that all-important Strait of Hormuz.
I want to talk about that with Iman Nasseri, the Middle East Managing Director for the energy consulting firm FGE. And as oil traders, good to have you, sir. As oil traders scramble this morning to assess the extent of the disruption of oil supplies, these pictures from Saudi Arabia of the fallout and intercepted Iranian drone today will likely add to those nerves. We're looking at rising oil prices, and I'm going to get those up on the screen now. This is an increasingly widening regional conflict. What is your assessment of the threat level to energy supplies at this point?
Thanks, Becky, for having me back. Yeah, energy supplies are basically at risk. We have three types of energy supply at risk at the moment. One is as Iran is being attacked, and basically the ultimate aim by President Trump might have been announced to regime change. There is going to be a risk of supply disruption of 2.6 million barrels per day of oil from Iran. But the bigger current situation that the market is dealing with is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which basically 20 million barrels per day or more, and adding 5 million barrels of product. That is more than 20% of oil supply in the market going through this passage, which at the moment has been halted to a great extent. They have been talking about one or two vessels owned by Iranian or Chinese going through, but a significant amount of that flow has been disrupted. That is significant. 20 million barrels per day of supply every day not going to the market. market. And the last but not least, which is yet to be basically unfolded and has started over the past day, but more so today, is the attack on energy infrastructure in other countries than Iran. We heard about the headline of Saudi Aramco Ras Tanura refinery. We heard about the Kuwaiti refinery once a few days ago, 2-3 days ago, the beginning of the war with debris falling, and then again this morning. And we've had Duqm port, we have had Jebel Ali. So the next level is how long basically.
Okay, I'm back. And I'm gonna go to the next clip here. I got that was what was that, CNN? Fuck, I gotta reload this list. How are you all holding up, Space Fams? What a crazy weekend, eh? I guess it's not the weekend anymore. It's officially Monday, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There we go. All right. Just keep going through this. This is from 34 minutes ago out of France 24 English. Europe scrambles to find a united voice over Middle East conflict.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Cyprus does say an Iranian drone hit the runway of a UK military there today. That prompted the EU to vow solid backing for member states like Cyprus as the war with Iran spreads. Here's more from the president of that Mediterranean island nation.
We are in a region of particular geopolitical instability with many challenges and problems, which is going through an unprecedented crisis. Our homeland does not participate in any way and does not intend to be part of any military operation.
France, meanwhile, says it is ready to defend Gulf countries and Jordan against Iran if necessary. An estimated 400,000 French citizens are residents are currently visiting countries in and around the Gulf. The French Foreign Minister, Jean-Noël Barrot, though, also called the current situation regrettable.
It's extremely regrettable that this situation could not be.
Is it regrettable? Really, Jean-Noël? Genius.
You have a mental health problem. You have a mental health problem.
You little bastard.
All right. Let's go here. Another France 24 clip from 33 minutes ago. Foreigners trapped in the Gulf as Middle East war continues. Yeah, we've been talking about this situation tonight. A lot of people stuck in countries that they don't want to be in right now.
The spiraling war has left tens of thousands of travelers stuck around the world. The situation is particularly bad in the Gulf, as Charlotte Lamb explains.
No joking, guys. We have just been hit by a drone.
Scared. I'm actually so scared. Since Saturday, social media has been flooded with videos from foreign residents and tourists in the Gulf, documenting the moment the conflict reached them. For years, countries like the United Arab Emirates have promoted themselves as safe, tax-free hubs, attracting influencers, entrepreneurs and holidaymakers from around the world.
You get stuck in the middle of a war zone.
But that image was shaken after Iran retaliated for the joint US-Israeli strikes that killed its supreme leader, with strikes in Dubai, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and elsewhere. It remains unclear whether Iran was directly targeting hotels and landmarks rather than the US military facilities it had vowed to strike. Explosions continue to be reported across several Gulf countries Monday. Many residents are seeking shelter, while others are considering whether to leave. Online, the situation has sparked debate about who might be able to get out if fighting escalates. The UK Foreign Office says it's drawing up contingency plans to help as many 300,000 nationals leave the region if needed.
I didn't even finish my cup of tea.
But elsewhere, some are still trying to make the journey in.
That's the most British thing I've ever heard before. Let me finish my cup of tea. Sir, you've just experienced a serious kinetic situation. I'm going to need you to take this a little more seriously. I know you're on vacation, but can you please get a grip? All right, let's go to this thing. I haven't watched any of these yet. Iran claims Netanyahu's office was bombed. Qatar missiles used in surprise attack. Netanyahu's whereabouts unknown. Iran claims the biggest victory yet. Israeli Prime Minister killed.
Iran
One India
has struck the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and says his whereabouts are now unknown. Here's what we know. Iran's powerful military arm, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, announced that its latest wave of ballistic missile strikes targeted Netanyahu's office, along with the location of the Israeli Air Force commander. The claim surfaced through IRGC-affiliated outlets, including Tasnim News Agency, and quickly spread across social media, amplified by accounts such as Clash Report on X. Iran is calling it a surprise strike, and notably, they say Netanyahu's fate is unclear. But here's the critical detail. There is no independent confirmation from Israeli, US, or neutral sources that Netanyahu's office was successfully hit or that he is missing. In fact, until recently, Netanyahu had been publicly active, issuing statements.
Yeah, I was looking for other statements for Netanyahu to debunk this, but I couldn't find any. All of them were from over 24 hours ago that I've seen. He hasn't made a single public appearance since then. So I don't, it's not clear. No confirmation, but also no actual clear evidence one way or the other.
To intensify strikes and declaring operations would continue in the heart of Tehran. This dramatic claim comes just days after a massive escalation.
Yeah, no, One India is not the most credible news source. I will point that out to everybody, just in case that's not clear. We don't go to them very often, but there's the only, there's not the only one, but there's only two videos right now reporting it. Two or three different channels reporting it. They're both India. One India News and India Today. They're both kind of tabloidy to some degree. But we're doing this shit live right now, just trying to keep up with current events. So, we're going to go to the tabloids for the latest breaking news right now. So honestly, a lot of we've had a couple of these situations arise in the last 48 hours since this all broke out. And all of this has happened twice now, and it's been right both times. Here's our third one. I guess we'll see how this works out.
Around February 28th, joint U.S.-Israeli strikes hit deep inside Iran. According to regional reports, those strikes killed Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with multiple senior IRGC commanders and defense officials, effectively decapitating much of Iran's military leadership. The U.S. Central Command, United States Central Command, even declared key IRGC headquarters destroyed.
Everybody in chat's very skeptical of this, which is perfectly fair. I don't at all blame you for that. Probably should be skeptical. I'm also skeptical of it. But this is potentially huge fucking news right now. We may as well speculate. Fury in the
plunge the
Gulf.
Gulf into chaos, and there's big breaking news coming in, and I'm going to go straight across to Aman to get it. Aman, this is very big news that is coming through. We are being told that the Iranian media has made some astonishing claims.
Well, yes, Rahul, what we are learning is that Iran's IRGC...
I'm not gonna lie, I just love the vibes over at India now, or India Today, whatever it's called. They're at least having fun with it. They're at least having fun while they do the
Aman,
news.
this
Look
is
at this
very
guy.
big news that is coming through. We are being told that the Iranian media has made some astonishing claims.
Well, yes, Rahul, what we are learning is that Iran's IRGC is now making a big claim that in the latest missile strike, they have targeted the Prime Minister Netanyahu's compound. They are saying that the Israeli Air Force commander's location has also been targeted in a surprise attack by the IRGC, and they are saying...
The Indian Harry Emden.
Awful. Weak.
Oh no, Killer Tom. The Indian Harry, the great Indian Harry Emden. The very best. How is it the best numbers? Over at India Today.
Netanyahu's fate is unclear. They are saying that they have carried out a very surprise attack where Netanyahu was and Netanyahu's future.
Actually, I just realized this isn't India Today. This is CNN News 18. This is a CNN India affiliate. He literally is the Indian Harry Emden. Oh, God. Oh, boy.
Fate is uncertain. Has he survived? Has he not survived? That is the IRGC's claim, big claim coming in today after Israel's big strikes in which Khamenei was taken out.
Well, you know, viewers, there is a lot happening on the ground there. I'm going to bring in Tom Cooper in just a few moments, but I'm going to go straight across to Akanksha also. Let's go straight across to Akanksha. Let's get some news from Akanksha. Akanksha,
look at him go.
Us, and I want to
look
come
at him
straight
run.
up to you. It's a long newsroom, but there
He
is some
booking
news
it
breaking
across
about
the studio.
U.S. Embassy.
So the biggest that we are getting right now is with regards to Netanyahu's office being bombed. This is at least what Iran is claiming, that their IRGC has managed to bomb them. At the same time, Rahul, we must keep in mind that there's already information doing the rounds that Netanyahu has left the country. He's headed either to Greece or Germany. The whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister are not known. You know that the British consulate has also been attacked. So Kuwait very much on the radar.
And the U.S. embassy in Kuwait has been shut down because apparently that was also targeted.
Yes, and why just Kuwait? Look at the way Pakistan has in fact been responding. 20 protesters already dead. Their consulate officers over there were retaliating severely. U.S. is currently on tenterhooks because their IRGC is very much digging in their grounds. In fact, there's a warning for...
And honestly, this guy's giving me big John Berman vibes. So this is Indian John Berman, Indian Harry Emden. And since this lady's wearing a monotonal pantsuit, I'll say that she's... What's her name? Kate Boldon? Fuck, what's her name? Kate Bourdon? You know who I'm talking about, the blonde lady who needs coffee to operate. That one. She's Indian Kate Bourdon.
Viewers over here, a lot of misinformation doing the rounds as we speak because there's already viral videos showing how Iranian nuclear sites have been bombed on the other side. There's also a confirmation coming in from IAEA that the Iranian representative has shared information that there is enough damage being done to the Natanz nuclear facility, which means there could be very much risks of radioactive leakage taking place. What is the IAEA going to do about this?
Oh, good, a nuclear disaster. Yay. That sounds good.
How is the U.S.
Nuclear material leaking into the surrounding area.
Going to respond. We'll have to see the next few 48 hours are going to be extremely critical.
So what now we are being told, and I'm going to come into with Aman here, what we are being told, and let's walk through. Aman, what have you got with you?
This is Rahul, the picture put out by the AFP. This is where the smoke is billowing out very near the US Embassy in Kuwait. This is the picture that the AFP has put out and clicked by their own correspondent. This is why the US Embassy in Kuwait has been shut down. And earlier in the day, we saw those horrific visuals coming from.
You don't have enough cap saved? It's unfortunate. Keep calm and carry on. The dude behind the lady is trying to do his work, but he has to listen to these reporters shouting. Yeah. Honestly, though, CNN India is a lot more fun than CNN America. OG CNN. All right, we're going to go back to the BBC live stream for a second until Pete Hegseth comes out, I guess. That dude's supposed to make a statement any minute now. Let me rename this again. What a great way to start the week. March 2nd, Monday, 2026. World War III.
Yeah!
I have no sound. What is happening? The stream is continuing on BBC News. Exit and re-enter this news page for continue. Huh?
What you talking about?
What you talking about? Please enter. Re-enter. How do you re-enter a YouTube page? What are you talking about? I'm genuinely confused by this, BBC. You're making no sense. It's highly confusing.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yay. God damn you, BBC. Going back to the office. I won't have this. Oh, the stream ended. I see. Hold on. Okay, I think I've come up with a solution. Everybody. All right. Gonna go to the start off with France 24 feed. They're probably talking about this, you would assume. Al Jazeera next, if that doesn't play. And then hopefully by then, feed Hegseth will be out there lying to the people. Try Al Jazeera. Yeah, that's on the list. 'Tis on the list. If only the list will function properly. Then we could have the stream. Then we could have the content that we also deserve. Over 30 killed and 150 injured in Lebanon. Is that true? Jesus Christ. That number went up drastically.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Renewables are not traded in the same globally centralized way. Even though countries rely on technology manufactured in China, the power is actually produced locally and spread out across several different sites. And so that that reduces your dependence on very strategic points like the Strait of Hormuz. Of Ukraine. Really forced Europe to speed up the energy transition. Europe investing more than 100 billion euros in 2023 in renewable sources, precisely because in a way to shift away from Russian gas. Analysts, though, have pointed out that Europe's dependence from Russia has now shifted to the United States, that we saw just now with 60% of LNG coming from the United States. But, tensions with the United States, especially over Greenland, have become a reminder once again for Europe, and with the latest developments in the Middle East, that, we can no longer afford being dependent on fossil fuels imported from parts across the world.
Valerie, thank you for that. That's our environment editor, Valerie DeCamp. They're taking a look at those ripple effects of the war in Iran when it comes to a major energy crisis. Thanks so much. Well, the Israeli army says it is now simultaneously striking targets in both Iran and Lebanon. That comes after the Iranian...
All right, fuck France 24. We're going to Al Jazeera. I can't deal with these guys. Their Middle East coverage is always so bad. I just can't deal with them right now, considering what we're talking about right now. They're the wrong people. The wrong guys for the job.
Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats, and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response, and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the two main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs. They coordinate. Above the battlefield sits the political security layer, the Supreme National Security Council, which brings together senior military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and political leaders to align national security policy.
So hot right now.
It coordinates strategy, but it does not replace military command. This system may appear complicated and fragmented, but this is done on purpose, and it's central to how Iran manages power. Even after the killing of senior IRGC commanders and joint staff figures, transitions have been orderly. Iran's military structure is built to absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
All right, let's unpack these developments further. Hassan Ahmadian joins us. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. He joins us from the Iranian capital this hour. And joining me on set is Al Jazeera correspondent Rasool Sardar. Rasool, always good to have you here. You were in Iran only a short while ago. You've covered this region extensively. Let's start with you. The Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei having been assassinated, who is currently running Iran? Who is calling the shots?
Well, according to the Constitution now, a commission a council yesterday has been formed, which is called the Interim Leadership Council. And it consists of the president of the country, so Masoud Pezeshkian, the head of the judiciary, Mohsin Ejei, and also another one on behalf of the Guardian Council, Ali Reza Arafi. So now these are three guys that are, according to the Constitution, the members of the Interim Leadership Council, and they are in charge of running the state affairs. And indeed, to a certain extent, they are doing that. But on the other hand, so there is a war, it's wartime. And IRGC...
That was my question, because there are major decisions that Iranian leaders have to make, military or civilian leaders.
Absolutely. So, and IRGC is having its own autonomy, the Revolutionary Guard. So in Iran, we have two armies. And one of them is the regular army, and it's a quite loose one. But the Revolutionary Guards are specifically have been built to protect the revolution, and they are loyal to the revolution, and they are indoctrinated, ideologically motivated, Iranian special forces in a sense. And they control the whole strategic weapons, conventional weapons, and they're extremely powerful when it comes to the economy as well. 1/3 of the country indeed is under their control, and they're influential over the political appointments, and even to a certain extent, perhaps they're going to be extremely determinant on who is going to be the next leader of the country. So officially, and IRGC is also responding to the war, and they're making their own decisions. But on the other hand, there is a third power center as well, which is the Secretary
Rasool,
of the
just a
Defense
second.
Council.
I'm being told, sorry to interrupt, but I'm being told that we have new footage out of Tehran. Let's see what it looks like. I understand that the Iranian capital has been hit. We've just got the pictures. There it is. This is live. Several explosions have been heard in the Iranian capital. These were filmed just a short while ago. And that's what it sounded. Explosions in the west and southwest of the capital. Okay.
Indeed. And then there is a third power center. It is the Secretary of the Supreme Defense Council, Ali Larijani, who was very much close to the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, and he was supported by his office. He's a key figure in running particularly the security policies, but also Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, the spokesperson of the parliament, who is closer to the IRGC and has been...
I'm switching. Sorry, everybody. It's live now. The Pete Hegseth press briefing just went live on Forbes. Let's hope they have good audio today. Fingers crossed, everybody. Fingers crossed. Pray to Gary. Forbes has decent audio for us today. Knock on Spacewood. Damn, big super chats coming in over on Forbes News. Yeah, I gotta make sure Steve Forbes can afford another Lamborghini or something. hearing any audio right now. They probably have it turned off. Looks like this is going to be a joint press briefing between Pete Hegseth I can't say words. Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane. Raisin Kane, as people call him. They're finishing one last beer bong.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Dad!
You're probably right. All right, I'm going to do this. A little elevator music while we wait.
Dangerous morons.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down!
Illegal.
That's hot.
Consequences.
How's everybody doing? How's your day going right now? Ready to start the week? Knowing that your tax dollars are being spent on this insane fucking project? The other side of the planet? How are you feeling about that, Space Fams? You liking that? That your money is going to fund this nonsense? We're already $500 million down in just aircrafts alone. 4 different F-15s shot down over Kuwait. $120 million a piece for those babies. Can't wait for Pete Kegsbreath to come out here and explain to us why we already have 3 dead soldiers, 5 injured soldiers, 4 downed planes, and why we didn't get the approval from Congress before all this, among other questions I might have, but those are really the top 5, I guess. 4 or 5 questions. All right, going back to Al Jazeera, and I'm just going to monitor, since we went through an entire elevator song just now, I'm going to go back to Al Jazeera, and I'll just monitor the fucking... I'll monitor the Hegseth stream on my phone. We'll switch over whenever that changes. No, wait, no. Oh, god damn you, you bastards. They're listening. They're listening. They're... you motherfuckers. You think you can play me like that, Pete? Oh, you think you're cute? Oh. They're listening to GNN. They don't want to be outed galactically. Well, buddy... Hate to break it to you, but I am watching you like a goddamn I'm a great patriot. Yeah! Because, of course, I am a great patriot.
against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut.
I just realized this is the Al Jazeera stream.
Rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies.
Actually, I'm going back. This doesn't need to be exactly on time. I just want to hear every single fucking word this guy's got to say. Go back. We're going back. Back.
I don't
to
want reality. I don't want reality.
Forward, Qatar's government already.
Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, speaking now live from the Pentagon.
Well, good morning. We just finished an update with Admiral Brad Cooper, the CENTCOM commander, across the CENTCOM AOR, our leadership and troops, as you would expect, doing a fantastic job. 2 days ago, under the direction and direct orders of President Donald J. Trump, the Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan, funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts...
Pete Hegseth just claimed that we didn't start this war. That is the most nonsensical statement I could imagine. We didn't start this war. What?
Could you jump up? Could you jump up?
Wow. We didn't start it? Who did? Iran started it by not bombing us? Fascinating.
America first to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker.
Be back.
We set the terms of this war from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the joint force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris, my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else.
It's just
as it should be.
French.
And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors.
This guy is the Secretary of Defense.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation.
This is so fucking dumb. All of the things Pete Hegseth just said were either dumb or lies or dumb lies.
28 February at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation. But first, I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you, and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who along with his team are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. UCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is...
Dude, they keep saying that over and over and over again. We expect more people to die. These guys are insane and unfeeling, sick, twisted individuals, unfeeling beings, inhuman sociopaths using human lives as pawns. Trump saying it, Hegseth is saying it, Raisin Cane saying it. They're all a bunch of fucking douchebags who think Americans are expendable.
combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you.
I'm sorry. What? How does the ability to amass forces in the region in a way that literally everybody knew about, a great success. Literally everybody knew this was happening. We were talking about this weeks ahead of time. It's completely projected by the U.S. Like, we didn't hide it. How is that a great success again? What exactly was accomplished by that? Exactly. A great show of force. So great that Raisin Kane over here has got examples. Oh, please
Gerald
continue.
R. Ford Carrier
General
Strike
Kane.
Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath, and as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In
Multiple
the case of the
states?
Vermont
Oh
Air
my God.
National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were
multiple states, he said.
mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve,
God.
and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation.
Did you hear Raisin Kane? He said multiple states. Troops from multiple states coordinated. It's an innovation of battlefield mechanics.
Lastly,
Coordination.
I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour.
What are you
At
talking about?
3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The president
Have I been up all night? Hell yeah, we've been up all night. We're 9.5 hours into this puppy. I found out about this DoD, DOW, whatever you want to fucking call it, press briefing here with Hegseth and Kane. Hegseth and Kane. Two bros. Couple of bros. Couldn't miss this.
and I quote, Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck, close quote. In the region, every element of the joint force made their final preparations.
I'm going to take 2 seconds to say thank you to Columbia Rican. I didn't even get to say anything about this one, so I'm going to go back. First super chat from like 10 minutes ago, Peter File Defender Hegseth told us to stop calling this an endless war. All caps, this is an endless war. We are not going to stop calling it for what it is. Thank you, Columbia Rican. And then another frickin' super chat. Columbia Rican feeling extremely generous apparently today. Okay, you criminal general, you didn't have to stand there and lie to us. This all could have been sent in an email, just saying. Yeah, 100%. This is like, it could have been sent in an email stuff. Nothing revelatory yet, but I'm sure they'll get to something important.
Air defense batteries
sometime
readied
soon.
themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing, speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic.
I love that. He doubles down on that, and he's like, we wanted to make sure that Iran saw a surprise. We want them to see it. We want them to be so surprised that they can see the surprise. Physical manifestation of surprise.
Disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranians' command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended.
For fuck's sake. Oh yeah, everything's performing exactly as intended. Is that why we have 3 dead soldiers? Fascinating. By the way, thank you, Mitty, for the gifted Galactic membership over on YouTube. Trip, the recipient of that generosity. The general just admitted that the United States shot first. Did he? Fascinating. Good. I'm glad we got that on the record. Hopefully somebody clipped that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go back and watch this myself.
I'm being repressed!
And that would suck.
U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency.
Also, Ian Leal, 7 stream streak over on Twitch. Great job, Ian. Saving that stream streak at 8:30 a.m. You almost missed it. You almost missed it. Boy, oh boy. Christy, but the Dow was just at 50 thou. It's true.
The Dow.
It's so
the
true.
Dow right now.
But what about the Dow, everybody? Can we please talk about that?
I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15s overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment
As if that's
further on
better.
this.
Is that better?
Let me close.
How is that better? That's all he's got to say? That's all he's got to say? You're shitting me right now, pal. That's really all that you got to say? This what? I'm aware that this happened, but it's actually fine because it wasn't Iran. Since it wasn't Iran, it's fine that $500 million in equipment just went. Totally fine, says General Kane, actually. No big deal. Next question.
Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained.
What did he just say?
Disciplined. And
frosty? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this guy? Frosty? Really? That's how we're going to talk about this?
You have a mental health problem.
Determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize
Frosty the
that
Snowman.
our families also shoulder the burden at home.
Everything's
You
Frosty the
are
Snowman,
part
guys.
of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before we get to the questions, seriously, this is exactly what I'm saying over here. He keeps saying the word surprise when it was clearly not a surprise. And in fact, as you point out, perhaps very possibly the most not a surprise war ever. Like we literally telegraphed what we were doing out in the open with the largest buildup of military forces in the Middle East since 2003. So much so that everybody was talking about it. How is that a surprise? How is that a surprise? Hey, surprise! We did the thing we were clearly planning on doing. Oh! Surprise!
Go ahead.
Question time.
What percentage of Iranian long straight capabilities are still in the fight? And what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques, and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to
That's why it's such a
nuclear.
threat to us. That's why it's such a threat to us, says Pete. Pete just admitted that this is a terrible battleground for the United States to try and operate in right now. Or just generally, not right now, but ever. Huge landmass, very well equipped, defensive capabilities and offensive capabilities for Iran. These guys are fucking idiots. Oh my God.
Dangerous morons.
Why are we doing this again? Remember, because somebody give me the list of reasons again. I need to go over it again. I need to go over the list again, for the love of God.
Ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're
Oh, I almost forgot. Now that Pete's bringing it up, I almost forgot. Let's not forget that in Donald Trump's speech earlier last night, I think it was last night, might have been the night before, in one of his two speeches from the last two nights that he's done, I think from Mar-a-Lago, he actually claimed that Iran has nuclear weapons right now. I mean, he's clearly sundowning. Like, he has Alzheimer's, but like he said it. It seems like the president actually believes Iran has nuclear weapons right now. At least at the time, he thought, I don't know if anybody's corrected him yet, but he seemed to think that Iran has weapons right now of mass destruction.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
Clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is, unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. Two questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy.
Wait. So we did this because Iran is capable of projecting power? Pete, have you been drinking tonight, this morning, whatever time it is? What did he just say? I gotta hear that one more time. Because we gotta get rid of their capability to project power? Wow.
What now?
Illegal.
It sounds illegal.
Power
it sounds illegal.
Against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there, and ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella
discrete
to
sense?
Continue.
It was that was a very discrete sense. It's not clear what you just said, Pete. It's a very discrete sense of the situation, he says. Yeah, because you just said nothing, Pete. You just talked for like a minute and said literally fuck all. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for that discrete sense of the situation, Pete. You are so
being addressed here to ensure that
helpful.
They can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case,
a squirter,
it happened to hit.
Like a 2 or 3 or 4 squirters, I guess. Squirters, that's a fun one.
A tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families, only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we.
It's actually good. It's actually I love that for Pete. I love that take for Pete. That's a great take for Pete right there. Actually, when you lose $500 million in military equipment, it actually strengthens your resolve, he says.
Give me a joke.
When you lose $500 million in planes, actually, in a way, it makes you better. In a way, it actually makes you want to fight even more, says Pete. Incredible. Incredible, pal. You were doing so good. Keep it up.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had two questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what.
Things are getting off the rails quickly over here for Peter. Oh boy. It took how many questions was that? Three questions? 3 questions in, and Pete is already getting aggravated. You can tell he's posturing already. This guy should not be in charge of the military, let alone a BB gun. This guy is a fucking... I know we call him keg's breath, but this guy is a literal powder keg, okay? I see... like, literally, it takes no time for this guy to just blow his top. 3 questions in, this guy is furious. You look at his face. What? You're asking a question right now? Are you shitting me?
How rude.
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out this strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
First off, I'm not sure this guy's been keeping up with everything, but there was a statement earlier. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Israel, but it might have been the U.S. But there was a different statement earlier that came out that showed that the United States and Israel coordinated that attack. So it was combined. It was a joint strike. It wasn't just Israel. There was initial reports that it was just Israel. It's not. There was confirmation that there was coordination between both countries for that strike. So and that's why Pete is moving on. That's why he doesn't want to answer, because he knows that we were fully involved, briefed, and in fact helping on that fucking strike.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objective.
Yeah, like I said earlier, when I heard that 4 or 5 weeks, I knew it was a bad sign. Pete's over here. He's already extending that to 6 or 7 weeks. You just heard him. But like I said, the fact that it's not 2 or 3 weeks and instead it's 4 or 5 weeks coming from Donald Trump, this thing is going to go on. This is definitely going to be a forever war. There's no, I mean, we've seen things that are supposedly 2 or 3 weeks take longer than a year. So who knows how long something that, you know, starts off taking 4 or 5 weeks takes. One would assume till the end of
set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
Absolutely.
have
Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination, of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, a regime that seeks to export that ideology, try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow-up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Hegseth, and one for Chairman Kaine as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents. About
oh my God, he's losing it. He's getting like, oh my God, look at his face right now. He's getting so mad. Did you not hear me? Oh my, he's yelling at journalists now. He's really starting to go on. Look at his face right now. He's so mad. Look at this guy. This guy should, like I said, he should not be in charge of the world's largest military, let alone like a fucking BB gun.
My remarks. I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know. We have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Uranium is. Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this.
Phrasing.
My prayer is that I do pray for them. I know I don't think he meant to say it that way, but when he says it like that, it sounds like he's like, look, we'll see if I even pray for them, okay? We better all pray that I have time to pray for the troops, okay? My prayer is that I do pray for them, he says. Oh my god, fucking hilarious, Pete. You're killing it, pal. Killing it. Never change. You drunk, psychotic,
is done
piece of shit.
On a whim, having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits. I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation.
Since when did Pete Hegseth fly a plane?
Those recommendations.
I'm sorry. Did Pete Hegseth say that he used to fly planes? Somebody look that up. Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
Are made carefully. And when I pray.
Was he in the Air Force? Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like maybe he was an Air Force guy. He does seem like sort of Top Gun. Sort of Tom Cruise.
Every day,
I can see
for them
that.
and for this mission. I pray simply for the
little beach volleyball. Little beach volleyball with the boys. Nothing homo there. Nothing wrong with
I never
that.
sucked any ding dong.
Wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Did he just wear the suit? He just wore the suit. He just wore the suit. Okay. That makes more sense. Stolen valor. Stolen valor.
Illegal.
You did look it up. He was part of the Air Force. Okay. Frizla, are we still live? Yes, we are still live. Good to see you, pal. Thank you for the super chat. Well, I guess that's it. 10 hours to the literal second. Literally just 10 hours right there. Bam. 10-hour stream, folks. We're not quite done. Of course, we'll have the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream tonight. As always. Tonight, 9 a.m. Today, however, I'm going to raid out on the vertical because I always end the vertical before the other stream. So I'm going to redirect you all over here. Save. Bam. All right, everybody. Crazy weekend / start to the week, eh? All right. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dog, Saren W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Norwal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah. But wait, there's more people. Yes, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Willin, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermeteorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.